Chapter 51. At this moment, two fists collided together. Then, that low muffled sound came. Almost like a collision of pure physical strength. Take Lin Dongyu's rough, muscular body. At this moment, the forces collided, but they were repelled. He staggered, his face full of astonishment. But soon, it regained its strength and struck again. Boom! Boom! In an instant, punches hit the flesh continuously. The two fought fiercely. It's amazing. Decade. What is there that you can't do? Even strength, do you crush me who is Yajichuo? Ha ha ha. In this, gradually being suppressed. From time to time, he was punched heavily in the face, and his chest was kicked away from time to time. In such an embarrassing situation, Lin Dongyu laughed distortedly. Perhaps, it is because of the long-term camouflage. Sober degenerates, pretenders. Let his heart be completely twisted. And in this collision of pure power, in the battle, the repressed heart begins to be released. At this moment, the twisted Yajichuo was laughing wildly. And the silent Sora was also smiling. What a joyful battle! Compared with Jiadu running around, Jiang Bai prefers the romance of this kind of man. But the opponent is a little behind, and can't quite keep up with him. Boom! Nakhonga's right hand, covered with unique runes, clenched into a fist at this moment. Blast away the other kind of Yajichuo's resisting arm. Then hit head-on, the opponent's face. Immediately, Yajichuo's body lost control and shot towards the distance. Boom! He flew out of the corridor and came back to. In the chaotic battle in the lobby on the first floor. Zergs are numerous. But without the poisonous scorpion as the leader, the remaining Zerg faced by Chugzhu, Zhang Shiyu, and Lin Zongke. It seemed that they were not opponents at all, and more than half of them were eliminated in a short while. The situation gradually became clear and developed in this way. The Zerg will be wiped out immediately. Boom! Another kind of Yajichuo, smashed the glass and flew out. He fell heavily to the ground and rolled continuously. But at the same time, a faint change suddenly occurred on his body. Parts of blue appear on the twisted body. At the same time, a 01 halberd appeared in his hand. The record of the storm, the blue beyond the spirit, the calendar area that the regiment will get. Speed and sharpness have been greatly improved. Originally, the alternative Yajichuo should not have the ability to change form. But he himself is Yajichuo, and because he is completely distorted, his power is distorted accordingly. Therefore, Lin Dongyu's Yajichuo is quite special. Still has the ability to become such a posture. And at the same time, Jiang Bai followed and picked up the supporting steel rod after the glass was broken. At the same time a card is inserted into a single push. Form Ride Dragon. Form Ride Dragon. Immediately, it turned into a Kyuga dragon posture. At the same time, the steel stick becomes a green dragon stick. Clang! Linjiang branch, in the auditorium on the first floor of the building. Kurga's green dragon form, together with the alternative Yajichuo's storm form. The strength of the two people continued to clash. And around, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Shiyu stopped moving. Jiang Bai? Wait. The opponent is Yajichuo. It's a different kind of Yajichuo. In the sky, Bai Chugzhu gave the correct answer with his profound knowledge. Alternative Yajichuo? What is that? Xiaozhang looked puzzled. Bai Chugzhu, who probably knows how shallow the knowledge of this scumbag is, explained, Yajichuo, according to the records in the organization's database, all Yajichuo were born in the light curtain incident 15 years ago. 15 years ago, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and Yajichuo began to be born. Yajichuo is different from many knights. He is not the only one. People who are illuminated by the light curtain seem to have gained power. Although the probability of being able to transform is very small, there are at least 15 Yajichuo existing. And in the subsequent investigation by the Ministry of Intelligence, it was discovered that some Yajichuo will be distorted due to their inner problems, and become more like weirdos. They are called alternative Ajichuo. The explanation was very detailed, and Zhang Shiyu and Lin Zongmai understood it. 18 euros. Wait. You mean that the distortion of Yajichuo's heart will give birth to a different kind of Yajichuo? Then this is... Zhang Shiyu suddenly realized something. Looking at the body that was suppressed and constantly being severely injured, he became surprised. As you can imagine, it's Lin Dongyu. Bai Chugzhu's voice came from the unicorn fairy. No wonder, if it is him, he can explain all this. No one would have thought that Yajichuo, who has the greatest hatred for Zerg, and who is the incarnation of light, would be an undercover agent. This can explain the leakage of information, the death of Zhang Yu and the others, and the invasion of Zerg. It turns out that Lin Jiang's highest combat power has fallen. When Lin Zongmai heard the words, his expression froze immediately. Sister Chugzhu, do you mean that he killed brother Zhang Yu and the others? Bai Chugzhu nodded non-committal. Then I'm going to avenge brother Zhang Yu and the others. Lin Zongmai immediately jumped up. Just as he made a move, he was stopped by Bai Chugzhu. Stop, that's not the battle you want to intervene in, leave it to the Emperor's cavalry. In the case that the ascending time is restricted by the area, the advantages of knights with strong fighting abilities such as Yajichuo, Kyugo, and Ace will be infinitely magnified. Mars? He will only be labeled as the god of death, the god of death. Advertisement in the version of physical combat, Quoro and Yajichuo are the sons of the version. Go and deal with the Zerg, don't forget, Zhang Yu died because of them. With a foolish meal, Lin Zongmai was successfully dismissed. Then Bai Chugzhu looked ahead. Does it even have the power of the empty self that has disappeared for decades? What else do you not have, Imperial Knight? The cold and proud woman didn't even notice herself. She used to call it decade, but now she instinctively calls it Emperor Qi. A woman who returned from the brink of death. Already, there have been changes that even I haven't noticed. The storm halberd collided with the green dragon staff continuously. Jiang Bai attacked with ease. Although the long staff is rarely used, it can still be used. The Qing Long form, which loses strength and gains jumping power, is similar to the opponent's storm form. Both speed and jumping power are enhanced, while strength is weakened. In the same weakened situation, Jiang Bai's strength is still suppressed. The Qing Long stick was flexible like an arm, and first hit the opponent's abdomen. Immediately close to the body, waved the opponent's weapon and shot it down. It is a continuous attack like a storm. Boom! The body smashed a few pieces of glass and turned into a destroyer of buildings. At this time, the flexible long stick blasted out again. Lin Dongguo dodged the attack almost reflexively. At the same time, the body transformed again, from blue to red. Red that surpasses feeling debuts. A form with improved wrist strength and sensory perception, and the weapon is a flame saber. Seeing this, Jiang Bai smiled slightly. Then play with you one last time. Form ride Titan, form ride. Titan. The body changed instantly, turning into Kyuga Titan posture. Purple, gain strong defense and power, and give up the flexible form. The burning flame sword is cut out at this moment. Jiang Bai also swung the Titan sword. Boom! When two swords collide together at this moment, the flames are burning, and the temperature is rising suddenly. But that Titan sword cuts everything sharply. Directly, cut the flame into the spot. Then, chop on Yajichuo's body. PK. The body couldn't bear it, and the body of the alternative Yajichuo flew upside down. Jiang Bai threw away the Titan sword, clapped his hands, and ejected the card in the drive. The body reverted back to the Kyuga Almighty form. Game over. You gave me a new joy of fighting. So, end your misery with one blow. Final attack ride at KK Kyuga. Final attack ride. Kyuga. Insert the card into the drive like a bohemian, and push it away. Suddenly, a force began to gather. The power of Kyuga's seal is concentrated on his right leg. Drink. When Jiang Bai jumped up. At this moment, Yajichuo had just stood up from being severely injured. Looking at the knight kicking in the air, his wobbly body suddenly stood firm. A smile appeared on the sickly twisted face. Finally, freed. At this moment, he taught his son to see. The family members who had already left him stretched out their hands towards him. Chong. In fact, he should have killed the poisonous scorpion at that time, and then committed suicide. Anyway, to him, living has lost its meaning. With such a twist, doing so many pathetic things. 92, maybe it's too late to die. So at this moment, the rough man opened his arms and took the initiative to greet, Night Kick. Boom. When there was a low, muffled sound, the sound flew out instantly. At the same time, the iconic symbol of Nakonmi appears on the chest. Next second, boom. Explosion flares. In situ, drop off the card. It's not an alternative Yajichuo, but an ordinary Yajichuo. A morbid twist that returns to normal at the last moment. Jiang Bai stepped forward, bent down, and took the card, pick it up. At the same time, a sound came from the ear. The host killed Kamen Rider Yajichuo, and is drawing a control card. The drawing is successful. Congratulations on getting the Kamen Rider 01 driving card. 01? The first ghost of the new era. Although the plot is rubbish, the leather case and power are still very strong. The theatrical version is full of metal locusts, and 02, which predicts the future, and hell locusts that destroy the world. The data is more terrifying than the other, and the abilities are also good. Looking at the card that popped up, Jiang Bai glanced at it, and then put it away. The sound of the system has not stopped. Congratulations to the host, the achievement has been completed. Killing monsters is not enough. Drawing a control card for you, successful drawing, you will get the Kamen Rider 01, Shining Locust Form control card. 01 again? What's going on? I have a good relationship with 01 today. Advertisement. Jiang Bai looked at the flashing form control card suspiciously. Don't get me wrong, this flicker is not as outrageous as the flicker of the light we lent out back then. 01's shining form only activates the potential of the shapeshifter. But also a good shape. As a collector's card enthusiast, Jiang Bai doesn't dislike it. Just as he was thinking. The Zerg bugs were also basically cleaned up. Zhang Shuya walked over with a somewhat tired body. A smile appeared on Qiao's face. Jiang Bai, we have won. So many Zergs have been dealt with. Hearing this, Jiang Bai came back to his senses. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand. Under Xiao Jiang's puzzled expression, he revealed, thumbs up. Likes from Big Brother Sora. Pfft. Xiao Jiang couldn't help laughing, wondering what he was going to do. Jiang Bai also smiled. And at this time, above the building, the vigilant crowd descends. Several ministers of the Linjiang branch and others calculated carefully. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the Zerg that had been wiped out at this time. Minister Yan, the Zerg should have been wiped out. Bai Chugzhu returned to Jiadu's posture, ignoring the strange expressions of Yan Daosheng and the others. The ministers were a little confused, still wondering if they saw the big unicorn just now. Bai Chugzhu quickly changed the topic, and spoke first. Minister Yan, as planned, we completed the eradication of the Zerg by using the time-scaling termination device. As for the identity of the undercover agent, we've also found out, it's Lin Dongyu. Yan Daosheng suddenly said the answer. Seeing that Bai Chugzhu stopped talking, the healthcare minister who was over 50 years old knew that he had guessed correctly. He sighed heavily. Sure enough, we lost contact with him shortly after the Zerg attack. We were suspicious of him then. I didn't expect it would be him. It's hard to imagine such a rough, carefree person who is full of hatred for Zerg to do such a thing. Bai Chugzhu 010 did not speak. Just glanced at Jiang Bai. And at this time, Yan Daosheng finally found the Emperor's cavalry over there. Although still empty my posture. Mr. Emperor Qi. Should I say we met for the first time? Thank you so much for helping us a lot this time. His thanks, Jiang Bai basically went in one ear and out the other. He didn't care at all, but glanced at Daidazhu who was following in the crowd. It's okay, as long as the group pet is fine. Daidazhu seemed to notice the look in his eyes. Even through the mask, you can feel his doting smile. So the same lovely smile. The two looked at each other. Then Jiang Bai turned his head and said coldly, I'm just here to do what I want to do, it has nothing to do with saving you. Also, if I remember correctly, didn't your Night Security Bureau want to arrest me when I intervened in the battle between knights and monsters? How, do you want to fight now? Maybe I haven't done my best yet. The Vengeance Knight went online. Jiang Bai squinted his eyes. Ah! Yan Daosheng suddenly didn't know what to say. There was cold sweat on his forehead. Stupid high level, treat people a little better, can't you? If your high level people make troubles, our middle level people will suffer, right? I used to get along well with Emperor Qi, but it's already TM honeymoon period. You guys ran out and did this. Mr. Emperor Qi, I was joking. We appreciate your help, both in the first place and in helping us wipe out the Zerg, and now. Jiang Bai waved his hand, it's better like this. Well, I'm not interested in your superficial remarks. If you still want to call, you'd better say so. I'd be happy to go to your headquarters when the time comes, the wheels will still be gang fights, and I will accompany you. After finishing speaking, he opened the dimension wall. Then stepped into it and disappeared in place. Looking at this scene, and the words the other party said before leaving, there was a burst of cold sweat on Yan Daoshan's forehead. This Emperor cavalry is really not easy to get along with. But don't get in the way. The higher-ups are a bunch of idiots. It has been heard for a long time that the group of old men are getting older and starting to mess around. Looking at it now, the daily banned words on the forum are quite reasonable. Bai Chugzhu stood where she was, looking at the body that disappeared. This character, has stubborn old men, this time they are the ones who are really in trouble. A smile could not help appearing on the cold face. But at this moment, his face suddenly turned pale. The sequelae of forced transformation came. Suddenly his eyes went black and he passed out. Fortunately, Zhang Shui was standing next to her. Subconsciously catch the opponent. Hello. Xiao Zhang was taken aback for a moment, his expression changed slightly, and he called a few times in a hurry. Are you okay? Miss. Sister Chugzhu. Miss Jiadu. The author just looked at it, the Magenta Driver uses the final form of driving the knight, the sound effect is the driving of the mask, it should be correct. Then thank you guys for subscribing, 6 chapters and 30,000 words are here. Advertisement. Chapter 52. Zerg attack incident. Finally come to an end. After investigation by the Cavalier Security Bureau, and some clues that Lin Dongyu's family seemed to have deliberately left behind, they found a reason for each other's betrayal. Seems kind of sad. The reason Lim Dongmu fights is for the world where his younger brother can live safely. But the younger brother died in front, so he was distorted in a daze. He even regarded the Zerg as his younger brother. But from the point of view of intelligence, the Scorpion Zerg mimicked Lin Dongyu's younger brother. But he didn't tell the Zerg of the Fiddler Crabs about the time-scaling termination device and the special antiseptic. Possible the original plan of the Scorpion Zerg was to take all these things for himself. Used to deal with the Zerg of the Fiddler Crab faction and become the supreme leader of the Zerg. Unfortunately, the plan failed. Instead, he sent himself away. In short, a large faction of the Zerg was destroyed. As for Lin Dongyu, although the reason is very sad, but he couldn't forgive him for killing his companions and helping the Zerg. Fortunately, the corpses were all kicked into cards. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will be dragged and whipped severely by some people who have lost their companions. Now, the Scorpid faction is basically wiped out. The strength of the Fiddler Crab is weaker than that of the poisonous Scorpion, and the number of Zerg below it is also less. Therefore, the pressure on the knights facing the Zerg will drop sharply. In short, things come to an end. But it became lively. Bai Chugzhu has been treated and is now in the ward. Looking at the phone, his face was covered with black lines. On the mobile phone, it was the news from the night forum. Brothers, go and see the daily photos posted by Lin Zongmai. Damn, I laughed so hard. Bai Chugzhu from Kyoto was ridden by someone. Riding? Which one? I'm Grass, my goddess. Who? Who is it? On the first floor, you were led astray by Lin Zongmai. The god TM was ridden, and he was stepped on. In other words, no one cares. That Emperor Cavalry can also turn Jiadu into a bonus? Then TM can turn my sword into a real sword. Don't say it, really don't say it. Damn, what do I become? A black spear. Suddenly want to form a group to find Emperor Qi to experience the feeling of being turned into a weapon. Here I suggest asking Jiadu what it feels like to know. Speaking of Jiadu, I have to admit that Lin Zongmai is really talented, his cousin was stepped on, and he was still in the mood to take pictures and send them out, and he even used misleading remarks. Upstairs, I can't understand what you are talking about. Lin Zongmai is just posting what he sees. Also, he is indeed a talent, proud. Lin Zongmai, if you have the ability to get a big name. Also, why are you talking so long? You don't care about me, and I'm not Lin Zongmai, sure. One Lin Zongmai, you can lie to your buddies, but don't fool yourself too. Buddy, I hope you can send a message every day right now. In this way, when you are beaten to death by Bai Chugzhu, we can still collect your body in time. Agree. Agree. Bai Chugzhu opened Lin Zongmai's personal forum. Then I saw the photo of myself being stepped on. There are various angles. In an instant, the brain overflowed. His head immediately became dizzy, his body lost all strength, and he leaned on the hospital bed. His face was pale, like he was gnashing his teeth. Forest rice. It seems to hear the voice inside. The maid came in hurriedly. Looking at the young lady who was about to commit a crime, she showed a puzzled expression. Sister, what's going on? Resisting the feeling of tearing Taihanin apart, Bai Chugzu asked coldly, it's nothing. The aloof woman kept taking deep breaths, and at the same time, her gaze was on the hand of the maid. What are you holding? Oh, Miss Zhang Shiyu asked me to give it to you, she said she took it away and forgot to return it. Take it away and forget to return it? What is that? Wait, could it be that one? Bai Chugzu remembered that Emperor Qi had taken a photo of herself, and Zhang Shiyu took it away. Is it a photo of yourself in a mess? She didn't care much, took the small box and opened it. I glanced at it, not quite right. Take another look. Wait, take another look. In an instant, Bai Chugzu's face turned black. The whole person was trembling with anger. Can. Damn Emperor Cavalry. This double-layer buff superimposed, all of a sudden, fainted. Miss. The maid was flustered, and hurriedly looked at the photo. Suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched. This is, what an abstract painting style. My own aloof lady, the battle damage is also super distant. How was it photographed? This abstract look. Poof. 2 days later. The matter of the Zerg war has come to an end for the time being. There were no accidents for the Zerg that came to the river. Advertisement it should have been completely wiped out. Of course, Jiang Bai no longer paid attention to this matter. All he cares about now is the college entrance examination students who broke out not long ago had symptoms of stomach pain on a large scale. According to the follow-up situation, the number is constantly rising. Very strange. Mainly, they are basically college entrance examination students, which is very strange. It is understandable if the scope group is students, but the main body is college entrance examination candidates. Only some of the other students showed similar symptoms. This special group of victims simply shows that there is something wrong with it. Jiang Bai and Zhang Xiaoyi were sitting on the sofa, drinking summer drinks to relieve the heat. Sure enough, my intuition came true, but why are the students in the college entrance examination having problems? Jiang Bai frowned. Lu Xiaopeng called him. Even the doctors in Moda couldn't see why. He is currently hospitalized for observation. Zhang Xiaoyi shook her head. She has been locked up at home since she was a child, for this kind of thing. Of course I don't know much. But at this time. Suddenly a phone rang. Jiang Bai. Do you want to eat barbecue together later? See you at the old place. Zhang Shiyu's phone call. Since the Zerg war, Xiaozhang has been very busy. After all, the mansion was basically destroyed and needed to be rebuilt. There are also all kinds of messy information, and her sister who is going to Kyoto needs to contact to confirm safety. All in all, very busy. In addition, during this period of time, I was patronizing and tossing with the Zerg. They haven't paid attention to Linjiang's local Ao Fei Enyo for a long time. Although Ophelia has been suppressed by the Linjiang branch. But after the power was dispersed on the Zerg, it lost its complete suppression of Orfino. What those guys did during this time is not very clear. Hey, busy man, are you done? Jiang Bai pouted and said. No, there are still a lot of messy things. After all, the linear Yajichuo you know is dead, and I am now the face of the Linjiang branch. All kinds of troublesome jobs. Zhang Shiyu's voice sounded very troubled, as if she was about to smash the table at any time. Jiang Bai was happy. Tisk tisk, Xiaozhang has become a card face. I feel that if we are not people from the same world. When Zhang Shiyu heard the words, she couldn't help but turn dark immediately. Be serious. Anyway, see you later. I just have something to tell you. Okay, see you later. Jiang Bai nodded and responded. In that battle with Zerg, Jiang Bai gained a lot. Whether it's driving cards, or interesting and bloody stories. Of course, there are also some nice views. He looked at the photo of Yajichuo and the poisonous scorpion. Because of the distortion of light, and the abstraction of style. The photo of the poisonous scorpion looks like two people are about to be cut open. But in the photo of Yajichuo, it seems that the body is sinking continuously. Jiang Bai thinks. This photo, rejected by the world, seems to reflect the scenery invisible to the human naked eye. Well, it must be so. He is so skilled that he can take photos that ordinary people can't appreciate. Jiang Bai was convinced and couldn't stop nodding. Barbecue shop. When Jiang Bai comes. Zhang Shiyu and Yan Ziasu. They have already prepared all kinds of favorite meat for several people, holding a fork, and staring at the door waiting to be fed. As soon as Jiang Bai appeared, he immediately waved his hand. In the store, there are not many people. Just a few people here and there. However, there are few people, which is very good for discussing things. They sat down, and Jiang Bai started to grill the meat. A few girls are connecting with each other. Xiao Zhang even pulled Zhang Xiaoyi to her side for a squeeze, deliberately avoiding Jiang Bai's words. The well-behaved Zhang Xiaoyi blushed all of a sudden. No more. It's not as exaggerated as what you said, Sister Shu Yu. Tisk. What strange things are you saying behind my back? Why do I feel that you are not very friendly to me? Jiang Bai rolled his eyes. It's not the weird words, it's to make Xiaoyi be careful about someone. After all, his gender is a Walmart shopping bag, and the national clothes can't control it. Also, on the night of the college entrance examination, you will let your ideals fly, so you have to be more careful in normal times. Zhang Shiyu kept complaining about the words she was teased at that time. At that time, she was stupefied. Yan Ziaso laughed beside him. At that time, Xiao Tuan was also petted in a daze. Jiang Bai raised his eyebrows. That was just to tease you, why do you still remember? Also, let me correct you, that study material is really not mine. Ah, yes, your friends. Zhang Shiyu dragged her chin and smiled darkly. Just like that, a few people chatted about interesting things. To be eaten on the barbecue. Jiang Bai asked, what did you say on the phone that you want to tell me? While eating, Xiao Zhang said, have you read the news? Next to him, Da Dashu, as a qualified assistant, has already taken out the information. This is it. Jiang Bai glanced at it, and suddenly realized, it turns out that college entrance examination candidates have a large number of abnormal stomach symptoms, and I am going to tell you about it. Sure enough, Xiao Zhang and the others noticed it too. Do you have any clues about this? Zhang Shiyu asked. What clues do you think I will have? But my intuition tells me that such a coincidence is usually related to something unreasonable. Jiang Bai shrugged. Irrational things? Do you mean, weird? Zhang Shiyu whispered. Jiang Bai was non-committal. Advertisement at this time, Deju who was next to him took a sip of juice. Then he turned on the computer next to him and said, because of being attacked by Zerg, the intelligence department and the data analysis department were basically paralyzed. But I carefully checked the situation of these high school students. According to their habits and what happened in the last half month, a model was constructed, and the common denominator is. They all ate this. She showed the photos in the notebook to everyone. Everyone was slightly taken aback. What appears in the photo at the moment is, water, and cake. What is this? Zhang Shiyu asked suspiciously. Yan Ziasu raised his glasses, showed wise eyes, and said slowly, on the day of the college entrance examination, Siphon Technology distributes gifts to students at all test centers. Siphon Technology. As soon as these four words appeared, immediately, the pupils of the three constricted slightly. Then, Jiang Bai and Zhang Shiyu looked at Zhang Xiaoyi at the same time. The latter froze for a moment. I remembered. There is indeed this item, and I wanted to take it back then, but was picked up by the bodyguard directly. So that's it. It has something to do with Siphon Technology. He missed the college entrance examination, of course he didn't get these. So not affected. Zhang Xiaoyi was picked up by bodyguards, so she didn't get any food. But the rest of the people are afraid. Stupid Su, I don't see it, you still have this ability. While thinking, Jiang Bai looked at Yan Ziasu with strange eyes. I'm sorry, I'm just a useless college student. Dadeja pouted, obviously still very dissatisfied with the title Jiang Bai. Don't underestimate Xiao Su, she is a veritable genius, especially in terms of memory, she can be called a photographic memory. Zhang Shiyu blushed. Seems to say, look. How awesome is my little assistant? Da Daju is really easy to use, why don't you hang out with me, I just need an assistant like you. Seeing Jiang Shuyu's embarrassing appearance, Jiang Bai said with a dark smile. Food and lodging included. If Jiang Bai is willing to cook for me every day, I will. Yan Xiaosu said with bright eyes when he heard it. Jiang Shuyu's face immediately flushed and turned livid. Pinching Yan Xiaosu, why, Xiaosu, I'm not treating you well? You just want to change jobs like that. Hey, working for Jiang Bai is the same as Sister Shuyu. Dadeja said, leaning on Jiang Shuyu's shoulder. She could speak, and told Xiao Zhang that she blushed all of a sudden. What's the same, why can't I understand it? Gilo drinking juice. When a few people are eating delicious food and chatting about the situation. Sudden buzz. Something flew in. Then it landed on Jiang Bai's table. That's exactly the flaming unicorn Jiadu insect instrument. Jiang Shuyu. This thing depends on you. Jiang Shuyu asked with question marks all over her face. The Jiadu insect instrument lying on Jiang Bai's table raised its head hummingly and nodded. It seems to say that it just depends on it. Jiang Bai shrugged, it seems so pfft. Jiang Shuyu couldn't help, Zhao Li's, laughing, the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising, and then became more and more presumptuous. Haha. That girl named Bai Chugzhu is too clown. It's fine if you put me in the ICU, now the Jiadu insect instrument is still relying on you. Oh, by the way, I also specially wrapped up the abstract photos you took for her. I'm looking forward to her expression. Xiao Zhang laughed wantonly. Holding her stomach, she doesn't have the image of a beautiful big sister at all. Just laugh and laugh. Jiang Shuyu felt something was weird. The others didn't move at all. The eyes that were about to burst into tears of joy slowly opened. Immediately, I was taken aback. Impressively, beside Jiang Bai, is sitting that cold woman named Bai Chugzhu. The white eyelashes swayed slightly, and Bai Chugzhu held the juice that the maid put in front of her. After taking a sip carefully, he said slowly, "Are you curious about my expression?" Jiang Shuyu stared at the other party, slowly sat up straight, and smiled darkly, not panicking at all. Of course I'm curious. You should be very satisfied with the abstract style of the photo. Jiang Shuyu's words can be said to break the defense of two people at once. Jiang Bai, and Bai Chugzhu, turned black at the same time. Then the former couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Xiao Zhang, first of all, I want to correct you. My photos are not abstract, but capture the essence invisible to human eyes. So, it's because you don't have enough taste. It's not because I'm not good at technology. Yes, it is like that. As soon as this remark came out, Bai Chugzhu and Jiang Shuyu couldn't help but widen their beautiful eyes at the same time. This guy seems to be quite unconscious about his technique. To be able to capture such an abstract style of painting with that kind of camera is really a talent. The two who were still facing each other just now were sentenced. Looking at each other at this moment, there is a tacit understanding. But consensus was reached on the unsightly photography of Jiang Bai. But that doesn't mean they're on good terms. Xiao Jiang's beautiful eyes were raised slightly. You, why did you appear here? Advertisement. Chapter 53. The appearance of Bai Chugzhu. It was unexpected by everyone, so they all looked at her with staring eyes. Wait for her answer. The latter has a strong psychological quality. There was no turmoil in the mood, just sitting next to Jiang Bai calmly. I came with Jiadu insect instrument. It seems to like you very much, perhaps because of the power beyond Jiadu. Bai Chugzhu glanced at the one-horned fairy on the table, and raised her eyebrows coldly. It seems that Jiadu insect instrument relies on Jiang Bai, expressing helplessness and a little embarrassment. Looking at Jiang Bai, he pondered for a while, and then revealed his purpose. As for the purpose, I'm here to form an alliance with you. Amazing words. The few people present were taken aback for a moment. Surprised and puzzled. Holding the happy water, Jiang Bai squinted his eyes and asked suspiciously, "Alliance? Are you kidding?" Bai Chugzhu looked around the faces of everyone, and finally stopped on the face of Jiang Bai who was sitting next to him. "You have misunderstood me a little. But that's why I'm here. First of all, you have to understand my attitude. In my eyes, the upper echelons of the Cavaliers' Security Bureau." She paused, her eyes became sharper than ever before. The cold voice came again, "It's just a bunch of rubbish. The language is not amazing and endless. The upper echelons of the Night Security Bureau are a bunch of rubbish. This sentence stunned several people. Daju ate the barbecue, and froze in place while chewing. No. I'm just a laborer, why do I keep hearing this kind of words that shouldn't be heard? Is this really what I can hear? Zhang Xiaoyi was fine, she didn't know much about the Cavalier Security Bureau. And Zhang Shiyu. His eyes narrowed slightly. It wasn't Bai Chugzhu's attitude towards the Night Security Bureau that made her dissatisfied. After all, she also has no feelings for that organization. But not so outrageous. But this, so fierce? If that's the case, then why do you keep chasing after Jiang Bai? She couldn't help asking doubtfully. The behavior of the other party does not seem to be consistent with Qilun. Jiang Bai? Is that your name? Bai Chugzhu slightly raised her eyes. She sort of understood why Zhang Shiyu protected the Emperor's cavalry so much. I really didn't expect that under that arrogant and domineering face, there was such an immature face that made people feel all kinds of good feelings. However, she was firm in her Dao heart, and soon she calmed down and turned around. Slightly dragging his hands together, resting his head on them, he slowly answered Zhang Shiyu's question. For 337 reasons, we should start from the core of the organization 7 now. There was no one else in the store. In fact, when Bai Chugzhu came in, Miss Maid bought the whole shop. Then the store manager and all relevant people were invited out. Now they are the only ones who can speak with confidence. Taking a deep breath, Bai Chugzhu said slowly, the Night Security Bureau was originally composed of several strong men who obtained the power of the Kamen Rider. The knights at that time fought so that the world would not become a paradise for monsters. Under this concept, more and more knights will gradually fight side by side with them. So in Kyoto, the Night Security Bureau was established. They risked their lives to fight for the future of mankind. But humans are social animals. Because of the relationship established by blood, it will continue and continue. And in this case, something called family comes into being. When the first founders died, their successors, and the knights after them, continued from generation to generation. Generally speaking, when the older generation of knights reaches the age of 45, they will choose an heir. Their bodies are no longer able to support continued fighting. The latecomers will inherit their knight system and continue to fight with weirdos. And all successors, chosen by themselves, appear in this case. Old knights, choose young people from their own family to train as successors. This is the selfishness of human beings. There was no problem at the beginning. The earliest knights were not so selfish. On the contrary, because the successors were cultivated from a young age, their combat effectiveness far surpassed others. But the latecomers, after mastering the power, are gradually unwilling to hand over the power. From an extraordinary person with power, to a lonely person who retreats. This is a test of the soul. And one day, a very majestic knight proposed that the retired seniors form a high-level meeting to decide the ownership of the night drives of the entire organization. Since then, high-level meetings have been formed. Their rights, under the background of the family, are constantly expanding. Until now, it has become the highest order that ordinary knights cannot disobey. It is also because of power and power that it is too tempting. The higher-ups are starting to refusing change, refusing power that can change their position. Perhaps, it is more appropriate to say that I am afraid of such power. Advertisement in short, since then, everything about the knights has been controlled by the stubborn upper, Abia, layer. The ownership of your own drive may even be taken away at any time. The entire organization, under the leadership of the diehards, has an increasingly weird atmosphere. So, in my opinion, the upper echelon is just a bunch of total rubbish. Bai Chugzhu's introduction finally came to an end. And everyone, at this moment, had a deeper understanding of the Night Security Bureau. I didn't expect, the organization has such an unknown side. Yan Xiaosu pursed her lips and glanced at Zhang Shiyu worriedly. The latter pursed his lips and frowned his pretty brows, wondering what he was thinking. But Jiang Bai thinks that liking freedom is really the right choice. If you get involved with such a huge organization, you will always face all kinds of messy problems. Zhang Xiaoyi didn't speak, but was a little scared. Fortunately, it was Jiang Bai who I met at the beginning. Otherwise, getting involved in this kind of organization really makes people feel that the future is bleak. Bai Chugzhu looked at the expressions of several people, and continued in a deep voice, as far as I know, there are already several knights, because the mastery of power exceeds the bottom line of the high level, so. Needless to say, their fate is already known. Jiang Shiyu clenched her fists immediately. What about my sister? Organized like this, isn't my sister very dangerous? Bai Chugzu raised her eyebrows coldly. You don't have to worry too much, your sister is not in danger for the time being. She is very smart. It is absolutely safe to know a person's worth until it is extracted. So, even though she has the ability to create a genetic weapon that destroys Zerg, she only created the idea and did not put it into practice. And she'll be fine until the weapon the higher UPS desire is done. Hearing this, Xiao Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. But the seriousness on his face did not decrease at all. Being with people in Linjiang for too long made her think that the same is true in Kyoto. But now it seems, it's not true. The rotten upper echelon has been, morbidly distorted. That, Sister Shiyu said just now, what do you mean by taking action against Jiang Bai? If you don't hate the high level, you shouldn't. Lin Xiaoyi said while staring at her beautiful eyes. Bai Chugzu put down her hand, and slowly used the spoon to turn the juice beside her. This is another rule of the organization. A high-level meeting, with a total of 12 members, obeys the minority and obeys the majority. The selection system is that as long as more than 5 members are recommended, you can become a member of the next generation high-level meeting. My family has a certain weight in the Cavaliers Security Bureau, and 3 of the top executives are willing to recommend me, so, as long as I get 2 more recommendation votes, I can enter the top management. Entering the power center, I have the opportunity to pull the decadent and stubborn organization out of the quagmire. So you shot Jiang Bai to recommend tickets. Jiang Shiyu's eyes turned cold. Yes, Jiang Yu's family is one of the members who are willing to support me. So, after he was severely injured by the Emperor's cavalry and died undercover, I have to take action against Emperor Qi, only in this way will not lose supporters. It is precisely because the Zerg mimicked Jiang Yu. Knowing this, let Lin Dongguo kill Jiang Yu and force me to take action. Of course, what I want to say is, from the very beginning, I never intended to really defeat you. If you do that, it's no different from the top brass that I hate. The purpose of my attack on you is first to express my attitude and guarantee a recommendation vote. The second is to keep you. You are too conspicuous. The wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. You are unwilling to join the organization and hurt Jiang Yu. You are destined to become a thorn in the side of others. As for Linjiang, because of Jiang Shuking, the higher UPS paid special attention to it, so I originally planned to defeat you and then let you go in Shanghai. This way, I can avoid Gao Kang's gaze. However, your strength is completely unexpected. It's me who is passionate, you don't need my protection at all. So, back to the original question. Want to form an alliance with me? Imperial Cavalry. With your power, I am more hopeful about changing the organization. Bai Chugzu raised her head and said so expectantly. However, Jiang Bai shook his head without thinking about it. I reject. He dragged his chin, looking very bored. I don't know when he took out a coin and turned it on the table. Your messy things are boring to listen to. Even if a photo is taken, it's just a bunch of ugly, pathetic people controlled by the desire for power. It's not even of you, it's no fun. Bai Chugzu was silent, she slowly stood up. Is that so? But your choice makes sense. I recognize your strength, so I will do my best to help you, and you can contact me if you need anything. While getting up, she said, we have already bought this store, and no one will know about our conversation. The voice just fell. She took the maid and slowly turned and left. Jiang Bai thought for a while, picked up the camera next to him, and took a photo. Pull it out. The style of painting is as twisted and weird as ever. It's just that on Bai Chugzu's body, he seemed to see a figure facing the mountains of swords and seas of fire without changing his face. Tisk persevering martyr. There was a reason for being selected by Jiadu. Jiang Bai patted aside the unicorn fairy who is still relying on it. Advertisement at this time, Jiang Shiyu frowned. Jiang Bai, the organization. What do you think? Is what she said true? It looks like I shouldn't be lying. Jiang Bai shrugged. Then do you think she can change the organization? Xiao Zhang hesitated and asked again. If she had firmly believed that she could change, she wouldn't have come to me. Jiang Bai replied flatly. Yes, Bai Chugzu is very firm. Even in order to change the corrupt organization, he is willing to accept death on the way forward. But again, she's not convinced she can change. After all, as she said, there are 12 positions in the high-level meeting. Occupy only one position, even if others are willing to recommend her. But that doesn't mean they will give up their rights and status, betray their position, and help Bai Chugzhu abolish the high-level meeting. The opponent's final outcome. I'm afraid it won't be very good. Jiang Shuya was silent for a while. Looking at the back of the distance, I feel like a cold woman. It's not because of how cold your personality is, but, you have to let yourself be cold. Kind of. Inexplicably sad. Sudden. She felt her cheek being pinched. Don't worry. For your sister, if there is any problem, tell me. I'm very curious about her, and I can help you take her out then. Ace's younger sister, could it be Hayate? These two. Can they fit together and become the familiar Kamen Rider W? Jiang Bai couldn't help thinking of interesting things. Jiang Shuyu's face darkened, so, that's why you pinched my face. Let me pinch it back, idiot. That can't be done. If you pinch my handsome face and something goes wrong, can you afford it? Narcissist. Let me pinch. That, can I pinch it too? Xiao Yi, what are you doing? Jiang Bai, I don't want the meat anymore, let me pinch it too. Stop. Believe it or not, I destroyed you all. Do not believe. The exterior is understated, while the interior is luxurious, spacious, and functional inside the car. Miss, that nurse has arranged to work at home and will not be exposed. In addition, all the clues that could reveal the identity of the Imperial Cavalry have been dealt with. But, don't you need to tell him this? Will this be a better way to win over the Imperial Cavalry? The maid lady was driving in front, hesitated, and asked. Bai Chugzhu shook her head, no need. But, if this is the case, isn't everything we do meaningless? The maid asked suspiciously. Not everything in this world is meaningful, we can only do our best. Bai Chugzhu leaned against the car door, looking out the window at the people coming and going, the noisy and bustling world. All the choices made by Emperor Qi are meaningful, because, he is strong enough. And we, do what we can do. Before that, let's hide his identity. What about the arrangement of public opinion? The maid said while driving seriously, I have already arranged someone to speak on the forum. The higher UPS want to cover up the Emperor's record in dealing with the Zerg. If you take action against him, you have to be careful about the remarks below. Bai Chugzhu nodded when she heard the words, even for those stubborn old men, there are restrictions from above, so the public opinion is heated up. Yes, miss. As the vehicle drove away slowly, Bai Chugzhu just watched calmly. Under the strange white eyelashes, there is no wave of beauty. Imperial Cavalry, is the strongest? Perhaps it was because at that moment, she was almost killed by a sword. So after escaping from the dead, he really understood how terrible the Emperor's cavalry was. That guy, was he a little serious when he was fighting with himself? How much strength did you use? If it was him, any choice might be enough to change the balance. Bai Chugzhu raised her hand. Between the slender fingers is the distorted photo of the war damage. The abstract style of painting is really strange enough. The light refracted inexplicably, presenting different colors, reflecting on the body, like a flame. At this time, suddenly a phone rang. Asterisk. One of the 12 top executives of the Night Security Bureau. Bai Chugzhu, in view of what happened at the Linjiang branch. The high-level officials decided to send inspectors to come to Linjiang. You should welcome them when the time comes. It's just a notification, without waiting for Bai Chugzhu's answer. The phone hangs up immediately. She looked at the phone silently. Feel. The storm is coming. The Ombudsman, an organization created shortly after the establishment of the high-level conference. A group of lackeys who have been brainwashed by the higher UPS. Those who do things to the people inside the organization, the executioner. Advertisement. Chapter 54. Afternoon. The weather is still hot. Jiang Bai rubbed his face. These women really coveted his handsome face. Just pinch it, but the more you pinch it, the more addictive it is, damn it. Zhang Xiaoyi was beside her, covering her red lips and smiling. And the hands that pinched his face could not help but put them behind him. It feels so good, I don't want to wash my hands all day. The two did not go back directly, but went to a nearby shopping mall. Jiang Bai needs certain essentials for girls, daily necessities. Because the things inside are too private, Jiang Bai didn't go in, but just stood outside the door. Thinking about siphon technology. What is hidden in the water and cakes they gave to the college entrance examination students? Would cause this? It's a pity that Yan Xiaosou couldn't find the real thing, so he couldn't detect the ingredients in the cake and water. While he was waiting outside the door. Inside the mall. Jiang Bai is buying the one that suits her best. But at this time, next to him, a man wearing a black tunic suddenly appeared at an unknown time. With reddish long hair reaching to the waist, bouncing and jumping, it looks like a strange figure. She came from the opposite side. Walking past Jiang Bai, she suddenly turned her head with a chuckle, revealing a mysterious smile. Hello, Jiang Bai. Are you interested in your own life experience? The voice was a little hoarse, like that of Miss Yu. But the words were full of strange spirits. Just like that, it rang in Jiang Bai's ears very suddenly. She froze in a daze. Did you just call me? Of course you can, call me sister. The long-haired woman poked her chin cutely with her fingers. Well, that should be the right name. In short, are you interested in your own life experience? I want to know everything about myself. Just go here, and I will definitely meet the answer I want. As he spoke, the other party handed over a mobile phone. A coordinate location is displayed above. Remember to go quickly, otherwise, you may miss it. I'm looking forward to your next performance. By waving her hand, the strange girl suddenly dodged away continuously. All of a sudden, it disappeared from sight. What the hell are you? Jiang Bai showed a startled expression, and just spoke. But found that the other party disappeared from the realization. That person. Jiang Bai looked at the location coordinates on the phone and hesitated for a moment. Hurry up and buy something, pay and come out to find Jiang Bai. Then he told him what happened just now. Strange woman? Describe. Well, she's wearing. While Jiang Bai was describing, Jiang Bai was looking at his mobile phone, and Xia was looking for the coordinates. Near the famous industrial area of Linjiang. Oh, interesting, I'm bored. Interesting people show up. Come on, let's go and have a look. What's so interesting about it? Jiang Bai nodded. Linjiang's industrial area. Because of environmental problems, it was placed far away from the urban area. Here is barren and inhabited, even if there is pollution, it will not affect too much. Jiang Bai and Jiang Bai. As soon as I set foot in this area, I felt that the surrounding air became turbid. It is really the opposite of the freshness outside the suburbs. The coordinates are not too far away from them. When the two of them went straight ahead, what caught their eyes was a research institute hidden in a cave. At the door, a group of men in black are protecting it. It is heavily guarded and there are cameras everywhere. Such tight protection is enough to imagine the level of security here. Interesting. Jiang Bai became more and more curious about what secrets are hidden here. What does it have to do with Jiang Bai's secret? So he opened the dimension wall. Let's go directly to see the secret inside. Breaking in from the front is too troublesome. As an imperial knight, he has 10,000 ways to enter. So when the dimensional wall flashed past, the bodies of the two appeared. They are currently in a special room. It seemed to sense someone, and suddenly the lights turned on. Then the white VIP room full of extravagance and luxury appeared in sight. Ahead, the curtains were drawn. The one-way glass can only be seen from here. The special materials inside cannot be seen from the outside. Jiang Bai stepped forward and slightly opened the curtains. Then, suddenly, the incomparably shocking experiment outside appeared in front of him. This is a total laboratory. Below, inside the huge container, it was full of red liquid, like some kind of special medicine, suppressing the monster body in the vessel. And that monster, it's Lobster Orfeano. Seeing this scene, Jiang Bai couldn't help covering her red lips in surprise. What the hell is here? It seems to be a research institute for studying Orfeano. Jiang Bai looked around, looking down from your room. Several experiments can be seen in progress. Advertisement except for the experiment conducted by the most central lobster, Orfeano. The other experimental vessels are also filled with Orfeano. The eyes quickly passed, and there was a slight pause somewhere. Because in the experimental vessel, infused with blue liquid medicine, the controlled monster is a Zerg. It seems that besides Orfinuo, there are Zerg. Zhang Xiaoyi covered her mouth, her face was full of surprise, her body trembled involuntarily. This. What kind of person would do this kind of thing? Jiang Bai didn't speak, but raised his head slowly. His eyes fell on the wall of the incomparably spacious and huge laboratory. That is impressively engraved. Logo of Sifon Technology. A symbol shaped like a Z. Sure enough. Jiang Bai's pupil shrank. But here comes the problem. Sifon Technology. Or Phoenix itself? What are they doing? Study your own. Are you already so insane that you don't even spare your own people? And at this moment. Sudden. Outside the door, there was a knock on the door. Excuse me, are there any VIPs who haven't left yet? Sorry, today's visit is over, we are going to start working. While talking, the other party directly turned the key and opened the door. Then. Two strangers were reflected in his eyes. Appearance, clothes, all are unfamiliar. Who are you? How did you get in here? Wearing a yellow uniform and a hard hat on his head, the man suddenly made a sound of surprise. Has it been discovered? Forget it, it was originally intended to break through here and find out the situation. Jiang Bai shrugged, and then the emperor rode the driver around his waist. Cayman ride decade. Cayman ride. Emperor ride. The flakes were quickly ejected, and at the same time the sound of the mirror shattering came. Cayman Rider Takei is here now. It turned out to be Cayman Rider. What are the security forces outside doing? They broke into here. The man's face froze, and white streaks appeared on his face instantly. Then the body began to swell, turning into the posture of Orphe Enoch. Stickleback Orphenik. Tisk tisk. As Orphe Enoch, you actually don't let go of your own kind. It's really disgusting. Jiang Bai glanced down, then jammed his gun. Boom. 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 There was a crackling sound. In the VIP room, the special glass was directly shattered at this moment. Crackling. The sudden movement caused the experimenters below to be stunned. Then. There was a heavy sound, as if the whole ground trembled at this moment. What happened? What happens, staff? When a group of experimenters looked up, they saw the body of Orphenik. Assailant, assailant. The stickleback fish Orphenuo raised his hand with difficulty and shouted. When one of the experimenters recovered from his astonishment, he raised his head subconsciously and looked upwards, his expression froze. Fake, it's Cayman Rider. Intruders, there are intruders. Where are the security forces? Let them come here. Sound the alarm. Sound the alarm. Those shouts sounded extremely noisy at this moment. Jiang Bai looked at the scene below. Reach out. Zhang Xiaoyi already clasped her tender little hands in a tacit understanding. Then Jiang Bai hugged her and jumped up. The two landed at the same time. Huge like a large square-like test site. All simultaneous experiments are suspended. The person in charge backed away in a panic. And at the same time, at the entrance of the laboratory extending in all directions, a group of people in black suits and uniforms appeared. This is the security force in charge of the lab. What's the matter with the peripheral troops? How did the Cayman Rider break in here? The leading man's face darkened, and he asked his subordinates. The latter was using communication to contact the peripheral troops, and after getting a response, he said, Captain, they don't know how to break in. The peripheral troops have not found the enemy and are coming to support. The leading man waved his hand, no need, let them make sure that there are no other knights cooperating outside. There are only two here, let's solve it. While speaking, his eyes fell on Zhang Xiaoyi. Strange, why do you think this guy so familiar? It should be an illusion. Hands on, only two people dare to break into our laboratory, even Cayman Rider, it's too rampant. While speaking, spots appeared on the man's face. At the same time, the entire army consisted of about 30 people. All bodies are full of the iconic lines of Orphe Enoch. And the two leaders, a squid and an elephant. The squid with the symbolic cloak of the strong is the first team leader. He waved his hand, do it, pay attention to protecting the experimental equipment, so there will be no problems. Yes. On the wall, densely packed blue faces are reflected. It was chilling to watch. Then the Orphe Enochs swarmed up, and they all attacked. Jiang Bai watched and thought for a while. He is thinking. What card to use? In the past, there were no cards to use, and an emperor rode to fight the world. Advertisement, but now the cards are too much. But since it's Orphenuo, then use this to deal with you. The slender fingers hold the card and insert it into the drive. An increasingly violent push. Kamen Ride Orga. Kamen Ride. Emperor of the Earth. Show your humility to your king, Ophanos. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Jiang Bai pulled out another card. Final Attack Ride Oo Orga. Final Attack Ride. Earth Emperor. The weapon of the Emperor of the Earth is a special longsword called the Earth Splitter. The shape is a bit special, and when the final attack is used, immediately, the golden light flashed continuously on the longsword. Then, the sword body extended instantly, but suddenly it formed a longsword tens of meters long. This? What's this? Woohoo! The Orpheus, who were about to overwhelm the intruders in an instant, froze in place when they saw the longsword that almost pierced through the laboratory. Trepidation, shock, unbelievable emotions filled with them. They stop, forgetting even to project their faces, in human speech. In life, the moment of death threat. I only know the humming and fear. Orphenuo, like the Zerg, could not speak normally after turning into a monster's body. And in the most desperate moment, it's like a ghost howling. Jiang Bai watched this scene with a smile on his lips. Then, the sword cuts out. Boom! The long sword slashed across, obliterating everything. The legendary belt of the Emperor can kill countless Orpheus in one blow. At this moment, that squid Orphenuo just regretted it. Zero should tell the grown-up about it. Boom! The power of terror, across. In just an instant, dozens of Orphe Enochs turned into gravel, iron. And the walls of the entire laboratory were torn apart. Almost completely cut open this laboratory hidden in the mountain. This is the power of the Earth Emperor. Among all the belts, the only thing that can suppress it is the Phase burst. This wave, directly to the cave, each frequency. In a moment, the cloak that symbolized the strong man slowly fell to the ground. Turn into gravel and blow away with the wind. The battle is over. The ground is full of dust. And those experimenters had already fled when the security forces came in. Jiang Bai didn't chase after her either, and now she is more concerned about the secret about Zhang Xiaoyi hidden here. And at this time, Zhang Xiaoyi suddenly walked towards the lobster Alfino as if absent-minded. Those ethereal eyes, full of obedient eyes, were no longer focused at this moment, and walked away like a godless one. Xiaoyi. Jiang Bai noticed something unusual and called back. The other party didn't respond. Still he reached out and grabbed each other. The girl just came back to her senses, and then looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. Jiang Bai. I was just strange, what's wrong with me? After waking up, he found himself standing in front of that poor Orphenuo at some point. Zhang Xiaoyi's face was full of bewilderment. Do you know this Orphe Enoch? Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking of something and asked. It seems a little familiar. Zhang Xiaoyi thought about it carefully, and always felt that she had met him somewhere. And this time, very suddenly, a big hand stretched out, trying to catch Zhang Xiaoyi. It's just that the mind was affected by the drugs, so Zhang Xiaoyi subconsciously avoided it. Standing firm, he looked at the lobster Alfino suspiciously, and actually saw it from the other party. Hate eyes. Do you know me? Why? Why am I afraid of you? Zhang Xiaoyi suddenly covered her head, feeling as if a burst of memory was about to come flooding back. And at this time, Jiang Bai suddenly turned his eyes sideways. Who? He looked at the entrance to the laboratory. Suddenly, a figure flashed past. Seems to want to run away. But instant. Clang. The ground-splitting sword was stuck in front of him. You have to try, can you jump off my hand? Ophieno. Jiang Bai looked at it. The monster that gradually appeared in the darkness. The goat, Offi Enoch. The other party hesitated for a moment, looked at Jiang Bai, and then took a deep look at Zhang Xiaoyi. Then suddenly, slowly the body shrinks. The power dissipates and becomes a young man. Inexplicably, Jiang Bai actually saw a feeling of kindness in the opponent's eyes. Hell! At this age, he looks a little older than himself. Why do you see Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes are so strange? And at this time, the other party also spoke slowly. Kind eyes, looking at the beautiful waist who has grown up, sorry, Xiaoyi. As a grandfather, I know everything, but I can't do anything. To this day, I don't even dare to see you. I'm so sorry for you. Advertisement. Chapter 55. Linjiang Branch. Zhang Shiyu, who just came back with Yan Xiaosu, feels strange. Why did several ministers come out suddenly, as if they were about to welcome something? Xiao Zhang, come here. Seeing Zhang Shiyu who came back, the minister hurriedly said. Minister, what is this going to do? Why does it look like someone important is coming? Zhang Shiyu asked suspiciously. The high-level meeting is dissatisfied with the recent events in our Linjiang branch, especially Lin Dongyu's killing of the Queen Bee. Yan Daosheng frowned, sighed helplessly and explained, so they sent monitors. Okay, people are coming. No matter what happens next, you don't talk too much, or go back to work. He was a little worried about Zhang Shiyu's temper. This girl is not a good-tempered girl. Hearing this, Zhang Shiyu nodded, then I'll go back. On a hot day, she didn't intend to wait outside. But the inspector always feels as if he is coming. Walking in the corridor, Xiao Zhang murmured. And at this time, the inspector is an exclusive night team belonging to the high level. There are only a dozen or so people in total, but everyone is an elite. Their responsibility is to ensure the safety of the branch, not referring to external security, but internal. To put it simply, it is a group of hyenas targeting disobedient knights in the organization. Who? Zhang Shiyu was slightly taken aback. Subconsciously lowered his head, only then did he see the tall and cold figure standing at the stairs and at the end of the corridor. Bai Chugzu. Why are you here? Just like you, I don't like the group of hyenas, and I don't want to go down. Besides, I'm still injured. The white eyelashes fluttered slightly, and Bai Chugzu looked down. I just feel sad. In order to meet the personnel dispatched by the high level, several ministers of a branch need to go out to meet them. Really, it makes people feel ridiculous. The corrupt top management of the 760 really used all means to maintain their own status. Zhang Shiyu nodded. She was dissatisfied with Bai Chugzu. It's not as strong as before. Originally, I wanted to see her joke, but after the other party said that, she actually felt that this woman was a bit pitiful. Seemingly noticing Zhang Shiyu's eyes, Bai Chugzu curled her lips. Please don't look at me with such eyes. You don't have to feel sorry for me or anything, and I never felt sorry for me. Growing up in rich clothes and fine food, and being raised as a fighter, I have suffered, but compared to many people in this world, I am already happy enough. So, your eyes make me feel very uncomfortable. When Xiao Zhang was exposed, he suddenly became embarrassed, snorted bluntly, and changed the subject. What's the matter with the inspector you just mentioned? Bai Chugzu sipped the coffee carefully and said, do you still remember what I told you? The top is afraid of change, of the forces that affect their position. So, the inspectors appeared. These people are the hyenas who protect the rights of the high-level people, and they will do everything possible to destroy those who threaten the high-level people. Although the name is to help local branches deal with weirdos. But actually, they're better at dealing with their own people, a bunch of disgusting dogs. Bai Chugzu frowned coldly, her expression was completely cold. When Zhang Shiyu heard the words, she couldn't help frowning. Then they come here, the minister and the others. They came here not necessarily for Minister Yan and the others. As I said just now, they mainly target those who threaten them. Bai Chugzu shook her head. Hey? You mean? Jiang Bai? Zhang Shiyu thought about it, and her expression changed slightly. You high-level people are out of their minds, why are you chasing after Jiang Bai? I also feel sick. Besides, I'm not a high-level executive. You are wrong to say that. Bai Chugzu rolled her eyes and corrected the other party's mistake. Secondly, I don't think it's an imperial cavalry. Hey? How do you say it? Zhang Shiyu showed a puzzled expression. Haven't you followed the forum recently? Bai Chugzu turned to look at her. Too busy, I haven't watched it for a long time. Zhang Shiyu sighed helplessly. Bai Chugzu nodded, I'm looking for the navy. The higher UPS originally planned to hide what the Emperor cavalry did in the Zerg incident. However, my navy was destroyed by them. Even the stubborn old men at the top had no choice but to bow their heads in the face of public opinion. They only dare to do something within the scope of their rights. They have not yet reached the point of reckless behavior. Zhang Shiyu suddenly realized, so you did this kind of thing. Wait, why didn't you tell Jiang Bai? If you tell him. Bai Chugxiu shook her head, it's not necessary, he is the person I think has the most hope of destroying the top management. I just want to help him as much as possible, it doesn't matter whether he knows it or not. However, you still have to tell the Imperial Cavalry about the inspector. Although I don't think they came here for the Emperor's cavalry, this kind of thing is just speculation after all. Zhang Shiyu looked at her, and couldn't help feeling at this moment. This woman is actually okay, she didn't feel so annoying when I first met her. But... can I ask a question? Xiao Zhang thought for a while, and that question really made her heart itch like a cat scratching. What? Bai Chugxiu asked suspiciously. Your eyelashes, why are they white? Bai Chugxiu paused. Advertisement, it seems to think of some dark history. Leng's eyebrows trembled slightly, he hesitated for a moment, and then said slowly, my mother, is a very strange woman. She likes white hair and red pupils. When I was very young, my hair was even dyed white. But when I grew up, I dyed it myself. As for the eyelashes, it's a compromise for her. Zhang Shiyu was taken aback for a moment. This. Is it so weird? Do you like white-haired mothers? She raised her head and seemed to vaguely see it. Bai Chugxiu's face turned slightly red. Is she embarrassed? How? It's kind of cute. With a slightly red face, Bai Chugxiu held the coffee, covering up her abnormality. And at this time, the beautiful eyes moved slightly. Hey? Already here. Inspectors from headquarters arrived. A car from the airport came and stopped in front of the building. Then, the two men got out of the car slowly at this moment. The first one to get out of the car was squinting. The eyes are small, look very gentle, quite bookish. Hi Minister Yan, my name is Lin Zongxi, Kamen Rider Raijin according to the order of the headquarters, come to investigate the betrayal of Kamen Rider Yajichuo Lindong Guyu. This is Cao Chuan, the Kamen Rider Scepter, and also the inspector. Here, I hope everyone can cooperate. Yan Daoshan's face was full of smiles. The inspector, a notorious organization in the organization, was sent this time. It's surprisingly easy to talk about. But the other Cao Chuan, is a bit difficult to get along with. I feel like a fledgling bear child, lacking the beatings of society. This is generally the most difficult to deal with. But he still said cheerfully, certainly. Of course we fully cooperate with the execution of orders from the headquarters. Both, please. On this occasion. The other side. Inside the cave. Shocking words came from the mouth of the goat Orphenik. What did he just say? He is Zhang Xiaoyi's grandfather. That's her mother's father. This age. Are you kidding me? The well-behaved girl also had a weird expression at the moment. It seems to say, are you taking advantage of me? Noticing the other person's expression, Capricorn Enoch gave a wry smile. He slowly stretched out his hand and took off the experimental gloves on his hand. Then, Zhang Xiaoyi's pupils constricted slightly, this is it. The opponent's palm was actually full of dust at this moment. Like Orphe Enoch who was killed, his heart is constantly deserting. The goat Orpheus smiled wryly, then put on the gloves again, and said slowly, I'm actually very old and could die at any moment. But because my body received the life injection of Orphe Enoch, I became younger. He glanced at Jiang Bai and hesitated. Then he made up his mind and said, Xiaoyi, I thought I had no chance to see you again and tell you everything. But since you have appeared here, it means that this is God's decision. You should be very confused about everything about yourself, let me tell you everything. Enoch the goat grabbed his hand, wanting to tell everything he knew before he died. The birth of Orphe Enoch is difficult to trace back. Just one day, a group of people who came back from the dead discovered that they had extraordinary power. As more and more people like this, internal divisions began to arise. Some believe that Orphenik is the evolution of human beings and should replace human beings. There is also a part that believes that Orphenuo is a power bestowed by God. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. They should protect other humans like Kamen Riders. The first faction we call the Radicals. Obviously, their ideas are more supported by Orphe Enoch, so they have an advantage. And the second faction, what we call Conservatives. They're getting squeezed, getting worse. Not only the radical Orpheus saw them as enemies with different ideals, but the human knights also saw them as monsters. In this way, the living environment is constantly being squeezed. The Conservatives finally started to change. They are completely disappointed in human beings. Choose neutrality and don't intervene in the war between radicals and knights. Advertisement because although the strength is strong, they are driven to a desperate situation, and the Conservatives still have terrifying power. The radicals have not waged wars. In this way, peace gradually continued. Until your father became the leader of the conservative faction. He is obviously about the same age as Jiang Bai, but when the goat Orphenuo reminisces about the past, he feels full of vicissitudes. Zhang Xiaoyi covered her mouth in surprise. My father is conservative. Yet. Ophelia the goat nodded, then added after a pause, it used to be 0, without waiting for Zhang Xiaoyi to ask questions, he continued, conservatives, it has been decades. Your grandfather and I also joined the conservatives during this time. But it all started 20 years ago when your father led the conservatives and got subtech support. The super consortium spanning the world, supported by Siphon technology, instantly destroyed the balance. The radicals coveted the power of Siphon technology. So 12 years ago, tried to kidnap you and Wen. Speaking of this, the goat Orphenuo trembled involuntarily. It seems that until now I feel extremely sad, and I can't forget that desperate day. And Zhang Xiaoyi covered her mouth in disbelief. At that time, the one who wanted to kidnap us, was the radical Orphenuc. You've seen it before, right in front of you. This, lobster Orphenuo. Grandpa pointed at the extremely weak monster affected by the drug. She is the assistant of the leader of the radical faction, and she also brought people to attack your mother and daughter that day. Cause, your death. Our, death. Zhang Xiaoyi showed a look of astonishment. I, too, died. Not noticing her surprise at the moment, Grandpa just continued, you and Wen both died that day. At the time, we were all desperate and wanted to die with the radicals. But, your father, through the technology of Siphon technology, extracted the life imprint of Orphenuo from the captured lobster Orphenuo. It's a pity that Wen's body was not complete because of the car crash. The one that was sent to the hospital was left with a piece. Even the mark can't save her, so your father only saved you. Zhang Xiaoyi's breathing became more and more rapid at this moment, it was unbelievable. Those memories are constantly emerging. With Mom, go to the game. On the way, ferocious monsters appeared in front of them. The car flew off the highway, the mother defended herself at the last moment, and the goat Ophelia seemed to be aware of her emotions when she learned the truth, and just patted her on the shoulder lightly, don't be so sad, child. As long as you are still alive, Wen will be very happy. But, your father, after resurrecting you, changed completely. He is crazier than the radicals. Using various methods, they actually defeated the powerful radicals and became the only leader of Orphe Enoch 3 years ago. And after that, he didn't know how, he discovered that the life of Orphe Enoch was far shorter than that of normal human beings. So we began to try to study how to prolong the life of Orphe Enoch. I, who had no longing for this world, took the initiative to become an experimental subject. We're taking a lot of life from the people at the top of the radicals and injecting it into our bodies to try to prolong it. But unfortunately, successes and failures. My appearance is getting younger and younger, but my life has only been extended by 1 year. But it has already consumed the life of the entire radical high level, so your father changed his mind, and he planned to try to awaken the existence of the 1.7 king. Orpheus the goat was talking, but suddenly stopped. He slowly took off his gloves, and stretched out his hand regretfully, Xiaoyi, Grandpa can't hold on anymore. Perhaps, the moment I saw you, I also reached the limit. But at the last moment, Grandpa is very happy to see you again. You have beautiful eyes just like your mother. He stretched out his hand, as if wanting to die at the last moment. Touching granddaughter's hair. He clearly knew what the son-in-law was going to do with his granddaughter. But he couldn't do anything, and he was trapped here almost like he was bound by himself. Everything that happened outside, even if you know everything, you can't do anything. This kind of self-blame may also be consuming his few lives. But at least, at the last moment, I can do something within my capacity as a grandfather. That hand came over. Zhang Xiaoyi subconsciously raised her head to meet her. It's just that when I was about to touch it, the regret came out so suddenly. The body, and the whole arm, completely deserted. At his last moment, Zhang Xiaoyi was left with a smile. Gentle smile. But the young girl at this moment has already cried into tears. Everything in the past, like breaking through the seal, entered the brain. Those lost memories are instantly retrieved. She finally remembered everything. But, lost another family member. Jiang Bai looked at it, comforting or something, even he is not good at it. He stepped forward and tapped on the keyboard in front of him. The keyboard is connected to all the data of Orfino's experimental data. Because the experimenters ran away in a hurry, the data was not closed. Jiang Bai swept his eyes, and noticed the information called, the King's Recovery. When he opened it, he immediately showed a strange expression. Tisk. Oh, I see. Advertisement. Chapter 56. Zhang Xiaoyi was distraught. Jiang Bai. I remember. 12 years ago. I was dead. My second personality, is the distorted personality that was born because I was resurrected again. I finally, remembered. She wiped her tears, looking pitiful and helpless. Jiang Bai looked at him and thought for a while. Take the ground-splitting sword stuck on the wall over there, and put it in her hand. I always thought tears were the most useless thing. But you are allowed to cry for a while, and I will give you half a minute, and then you will solve the person who killed you back then. Jiang Bai glanced at Ao Fei Enyo in the vessel, and said lightly. Zhang Xiaoyi was slightly taken aback. Then he burst into tears, completely out of control. Jiang Bai handed it over, lifted the transformation, turned around and went outside to wait. Next, there is another party to attend. After a while, Zhang Xiaoyi came out. She wiped away her tears and looked at Jiang Bai. It seems that the whole person has achieved some kind of transformation. Come on, let's go to a party. She didn't ask what party it was, just nodded. That is, follow Jiang Bai into the dimension wall. Now, Siphon Technology, invested in the construction of the church. It was just finished a while ago. It also exudes a smell that is not very healthy for the human body. Inside the church, the style is very strange. It is not the more common Romanesque, Byzantine, or Gothic architectural styles. It's an indescribable, very distorted feeling. Rather than a church praying for God, it might as well be called ritual to communicate with hell. On the wall, it is full of disorder, filled with lines of strange feeling. On the pillars, the heads of strange animals are carved. But it's an animal, but if you look closely, it's more like the face of Orphe Enoch. Animal like Orphe Enoch, face sculpture. It adds a touch of weirdness to the atmosphere at the moment. At the top of the church is a concentrating sphere. Absorb and transform the scorching sun that is about to enter July into the brilliance that reflects the entire church. It was supposed to be a beautiful picture, but when the light followed the peculiar structure, it fell on the hideous face that looked like a locust. It seems. It makes people shudder 01 immediately. Like all kinds of strange Orpheus face sculptures on the walls. At the front of the church, where everyone prays and is devout. But it is the face of a hideous locust monster. And at this time, the church is divided into 3 floors, costing countless, very large. Even big enough to hold over 1,000 people. They dress differently, but they have one thing in common, all very expensive and costly. Wearing gold and silver is not easy to show your identity. And in fact, it is true. These 1,000 people are all Siphon Technology, the core bone king of Linjiang branch. Also, conservatives, no. There are no conservatives or radicals anymore. 3 years ago, it was Zhang Xiaoyi's father. The chairman of Siphon Technology, Zhang Zhendongtong. So, these people are all the core middle and senior management of Orphe Enoch. The status is good, but at this moment they are all praying very devoutly. And wearing a black suit, with a tall and straight figure, it is completely impossible to see that the man who is already in his 40s is standing in the front. Lead in prayer. Years, on the man's face, still left a little trace. The white hair on the temples and the wrinkles between the eyebrows and eyes all indicate his aging. This is Zhang Zhendong, the strong man who unifies the entire AFEINO. Chairman of Safon Technology Branch. Even if you just stand there, the invisible aura fully demonstrates your strength as a superior and powerful person. But now, even such a person. But he also prayed very respectfully and devoutly. And beside him, the pot-bellied housekeeper was accompanying him. That's it. After about half an hour. Prayer is over. Zhang Zhendong stepped forward slowly and stood in the center of the church. Looking at the church, there are a total of 3 layers of core backbones of Orphe Enoch with thousands of people. Everyone. We finally waited until potion. In the rumors. The origin of our Orphenok comes from the great king of Orphenok. He is our origin, the sage who pursued human evolution. But the king died in war, and the people of the gods died. Since then, Orpheano has lost the power to truly evolve. However, as a king, he possesses a power that ordinary people cannot look down on. That is, the inheritance of immortality. The king's blood, and his soul, have merged into the stone of Orphe Enoch. After 3 years, we have finally found the stone of the King of Almighty, and finally we will call our king again to come to this filthy world. Lead us Orphe Enoch to the right path of evolution again. Everyone, let's celebrate. King, come back soon. Congratulations. At this moment, Zhang Zhendong raised his arms and shouted. As expected of a man who can unify the divided Orphenok. His speech was impassioned and powerful. From the very beginning, it mobilized the emotions of AOFENO present. For a moment. Advertisement congratulations, the sound of encouragement echoed in the church. Emotions, at this moment, are gradually moving towards the apex. Zhang Zhendong nodded in satisfaction, and slowly looked at the butler with a stern face. Let's start. Hearing this, the butler waved his hand. Then, a dozen men in black suits with the Safon Technology logo on their chests. Each of them walked in with a small box. Arrange the boxes according to a special rule to form a cross, like a Mobius ring that symbolizes infinity. Open it. Zhang Zhendong said coldly. Therefore, the subordinates who received the order opened the trait boxes at the same time. Next second. The situation inside the box appeared in front of many Fienos. That is a special vessel. As a confinement vessel, it binds children about 10 years old. There were men and women, affected by the medicine in the container, and fell asleep with their eyes closed. This is the pure child's body that we have selected. When the king comes, he must choose a pure body. Zhang Zhendong looked at these children's bodies indifferently, and said slowly. And at this moment, the countless Orphe Enochs actually became carnival at this moment. After the radicals were destroyed, the top brass were killed. But Orphe Enoch, the middle and lower class, was basically absorbed. Form the core of the complete Safon technology, Orphenuo. Perhaps it was influenced by the radical Orphe Enoch, or Zhang Zhendong's constant propaganda for the past 3 years. How sad how many companions the conservative Orphe Enoch sacrificed for the so-called duty of protecting human beings. In short, even if there was an unbearable Orphe Enoch. And finally silent in this group carnival. King. It's about to be born. Looking at the popular AOFENO, Zhang Zhendong stepped forward slowly. Then raised his head and looked at the top of the head, the top of the church, the light ball facing the sun. This is Stone of Orphe Enoch. According to legend, the place where the king died. The stone that bears the blood and soul of the king. For 3 years, they searched all over the world and finally found this thing. And now, it's time to start. The ritual of the king's resurrection. Orphenuo will become the evolution of human beings, gaining the vitality that matches the advance. He raised his hands slightly, and then pressed gently. Sign and finger and then put it near the mouth. The return of the king requires the tranquility it deserves. Hearing this, the Orphe Enochs who were still extremely fanatical just now, all stopped. They didn't say a word, they just stared, expecting. Next screen. The pictures of the birth of the king are all the most precious memories. Zhang Zhendong gestured to the housekeeper. The latter immediately went to the back of the church and informed the staff to prepare for the ceremony. But right now. Crack. Crack. Silence, only the sound of the heavy breathing of the church. Suddenly, it seemed to be the sound of taking pictures. Therefore, it seems extremely harsh. Who? Zhang Zhendong's face changed. I didn't say that Wang's return should be humble enough, is taking pictures of blasphemy against Wang. He looked around, looking for the direction of the sound. At the same time, the people in the church. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, this moment, the eyes of the whole church are focused on that handsome face. It's just that the other party, as if nothing happened, just took pictures. Then, maybe it feels average. Take pictures again. Kaka, that piercing sound is just. It's like slapping Zhang Zhendong's face. Forget it, that's all. Filthy souls, worthless views. Jiang Bai, road camera put away. Then he stood up slowly, his deep eyes fell on the figure in front of him at the same time. Zhang Zhendong. The able man who ended the division of Orpheenoch for an unknown number of years. But the main thing is. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the driver behind him, slowly approaching Zhang Xiaoyi. Xiao Wei. Zhang Zhendong, who was still full of anger, showed a surprised expression at this moment. Father Zhang Xiaoyi looked at each other with complicated emotions on her pretty face. On the way here, Jiang Bai told her what he saw in Safan Technologies laboratory. The legend about the King of Orpheenoch, and the Stone of Orpheenoch. Feeling interesting about this brand new story at the same time. Jiang Bai also found out about the ritual of resurrecting the King of Orpheenoch. Activate the Stone of Orpheenoch, stained with the soul and blood of the Al King. Then the King's soul will possess the pure body. And the relevant plan of the ceremony, the date is today, here. Whether to talk about it or not, information is something. Too much detail is not a good thing, give it all up, Jiang Bai got it. And at this moment, looking at the special box. And in the vessel, those children's bodies. A pure body chooses a child. It's crazy, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. And at this moment. Advertisement. Zhang Zhendong also raised his head and looked at him. The father-in-law looked at the son-in-law unhappy. Is this guy the one that the housekeeper said was the one who abducted Xiao Yi? And at this time, the pot-bellied butler came over wiping his sweat while running. Chairman, it's not good. Something happened, news came from the research institute. The entire research institute, including the mountain as a cover, has been cut open according to those who escaped. It's that pink Kamen Rider decade. The butler felt strange while talking. The eyes of other people are all looking in one direction. Wait, Miss Yin. Wait, who's next to you? The butler froze in place. And at this time, Zhang Zhendong next to him spoke slowly, Kamen Rider, decade. Jiang Bai shrugged, non-committal. Sure enough, how did you discover the laboratory? Zhang Zhendong frowned. It was a strange girl who told me the location. At this time, Zhang Xiaoyi took the initiative to say. The memory is restored and the truth is learned. She has become stronger. Strange girl. Zhang Zhendong was slightly taken aback. But at this time, those who saw Jiang Bai burst in. Or Kamen Rider decade, who killed their Kamen Rider Caesar and took away his belt. Destroyed their lab again. Now, we have to add the incident of abducting their little princess. Ao Feienyo and others suddenly became enraged. Decade. Kill him. Kill him. This guy must be killed. Damn guy, he actually killed Caesar, that guy did it for us, Orpheeno, but there is no complaint in the deep darkness. Bring back the Caesar drive. Decade. That's it, that loud noise. It seemed very harsh at this moment. Enough. Stop making noise. Zhang Zhendong frowned, and suddenly shouted loudly. Today is the day when 630 and their Orpheus ushered in the king. Only the return of the king can give them the vitality to continue to evolve and match the powerful power. Instead of wasting time on pointless arguments. Might as well. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Bai. Since you know this place, it means you have read the information. Are you here to stop us? Then come on, the return of the king requires sacrifices. You, Kamen Rider Decadal. The perfect sacrifice, heard the words. Jiang Bai smiled, and glanced lightly at Ao Feienyo who was glaring at him around him. What a bunch of dirty souls, no joy in the scenery. Have fun now, he'll muffle the sound, and crush him. As for now. Jiang Bai accepted Zhang Zhendong's invitation. Slowly, the emperor rode the driver on his waist. Tread. Kamen Ride decade. Kamen Ride. Emperor Ride. When that mirror-shattering sound sounded. The light of magenta blooms, and the Kamen Rider Emperor appears. He steps forward, across the hallway. And at this moment, sudden, a person sitting next to the corridor suddenly stood up. "UBD, you actually killed Sir Caesar. You don't need that lord to take action, I'll take care of you." When the sound fell, the markings appeared, and it immediately turned into the appearance of the moose Ophelia. He raised his fist and blasted towards Jiang Bai's face. Countless Orphe Enoch looked at the moose with heroic eyes. Then saw their heroes. Thorn. The card box sword draws out. An understatement under the sword. The body of the moose Orpheus suddenly lost control and flew backwards, hitting the center of the church. A burst of flames suddenly gave him courage, and he raised his head in disbelief. Then, desertification, death. A sword. Spike. Such a scene suddenly seemed like a silencer. Let the Orpheus who were still angry and wanted to drown the Magenta Knight with their saliva just now, calm down. They saw. Companion, the scene of being instantly killed by a sword. And the instigator just wiped the long sword as if nothing happened. "Are you going to come first? I don't mind playing with you first, but I can't play for too long." Bohemian, high-spirited man so declared. Then, Jiang Bai took a step forward. "Just like that, go down. Those Orpheus." But he involuntarily gave way. Perhaps, no one wants to step into the footsteps of moose. They don't want to die. Jiang Bai walked like this. And at this time, a figure suddenly followed behind him. "Zhang Xiaoyi. I accompany you. Actually, I can do it alone." Jiang Bai said that if you follow me, you will only hunt monsters. But Zhang Xiaoyi shook her head and said, "I don't want to see you fighting alone. The Imperial Cavalry who fights alone is so lonely. I can help you." She recalled that Jiang Bai was surrounded by the Night Security Bureau at that moment. Advertisement. Chapter 57. Zhang Xiaoyi recalled that Jiang Bai was surrounded by the Night Security Bureau at that moment. How lonely he seemed then. From that moment on, Zhang Xiaoyi felt it. She has to help him. In a word, Jiang Bai was silenced. He couldn't help chuckling. Really? Then come handsome men and beautiful women. At this moment, slowly walk down from the steps. They work hand in hand, even though the whole church is the enemy. Those Orpheus who dare not speak out, their hateful eyes are not concealed in the slightest. Looking at this scene, Zhang Zhendong couldn't help but think of the time when he and Fu Wen became husband and wife in the past. Yet? Has Xiaoyi grown up too? B. You are not my Xiaoyi. His stern eyes suddenly sank. Decade. I have to thank you. Help me send Xiaoyi back. Xiaoyi is the king I have chosen. The best container ever. She will become the new king and lead us Orpheus to a new era. Zhang Xiaoyi's body shook slightly. Father, to you, am I a container? She gritted her silver teeth and did not lose her composure too much. You have two personalities, this is the most special thing. Zhang Zhendong nodded without the slightest concealment. The king's soul will occupy one of your personalities. At that time, you will be both Zhang Xiaoyi and the king of Ophelia, an unprecedented new king who will work hard for Ophelia's future. I see. That's what he intended. Wang is uncontrollable. Even if the ancient king is summoned back, it may not develop as Zhang Zhendong expected. Even, it was rumored that Ophanik was the king's food. If that rumor is true, they instead. The call is coming, destroy their disaster. But if, Ophelia Enoch is the king's soul and Zhang Xiaoyi's soul occupies the body at the same time. At that time, it can form a constraint. King, will be the tool to lead them forward. This is Zhang Zhendong's plan. Just for a moment. Zhang Xiaoyi seemed to understand. She clenched her fist slightly. So, did Mom send me away because she knew you were going to do this? Mom? Your mother died a long time ago. Zhang Zhendong's expression was stern, and he couldn't see the slightest wave. Then who has been growing up with me? Zhang Xiaoyi frowned and questioned. It's just a replacement puppet. It's a pity that she had feelings that she shouldn't have. Zhang Zhendong remained indifferent. Okay, let's stop here for the meaningless words. The king's arrival should be given the highest respect, so, Decade, come and become a sacrifice. Xiaoyi, be good, and become the new king. Zhang Zhendong waved his hand. The next second, the sky suddenly opened in the church. Then, the huge cage is released. Roar! Still in midair and before landing, the behemoth in the cage has already started. Roaring, the sound that resounded through the sky, shocked people's hearts. Rumble! The huge cage fell to the ground. Fortunately, the church is big enough. The birth of the king, the central location, the design is comparable to a football field, used to express respect to the king. At this moment, the huge cage fell to the ground. A heavy voice sounded, and the ground seemed to tremble. Immediately afterwards, the sound of the monster's roar came. What caught everyone's eyes was a gigantic rhino poses as Orphano. This was once the leader of the radical faction. We used special means to stimulate his full strength, and finally turned into such a posture. But as a price, he lost his sanity and became a monster who only knows destruction. This is your opponent, Decade. Zhang Zhendong waved his hand, and the cage opened immediately. Then, the gigantic ferocious rhinoceros, Orphano, was released. The wild and full of roar, and the shocking voice continued to come. Those irrational eyes fell on the rider. Maybe it's because of the color of magenta, which is closest to red. And rhinos are also considered cattle? Roar! With a roar, the monster rushed straight. Let's fight, because the king's return will give you everything. Zhang Zhendong looked at it indifferently, and said so. And at this moment, looking at the huge monster, the rampage was full of momentum. Jiang Bai thought for a while, and took out a card without haste. Bullfighting W. In that case, let's use this to play with you. Kamen Ride Fai's Blast. Kamen Ride, Fai's. Burst form. At this moment, the crimson light bloomed. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhendong did not see it. He just looked towards his daughter. Xiaoyi, come with me, Wang's return has been delayed for a while. Let the emperor's cavalry fight and perform the due ceremony for the king's arrival. If so, he held out his hand. Grabbed towards Zhang Xiaoyi. But at this moment, boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled suddenly. Zhang Zhendong almost lost his footing. Hey! He tilted his head in surprise. Then, an expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on the stern face. What? That war weapon that he created with his father-in-law, who was a researcher. Advertisement now. He was thrown to the ground heavily, as if he was howling in pain. And over there, a Kamen Rider figure that was only in design, revealed. Kamen Rider, Fai's burst form. Why do you have uncreated powers? At this moment, this noble and indifferent big man has a sense of sight that breaks the defense. Seriously staring at the crimson body. Burst form of Kamen Rider Fai's. And fundamentals have changed significantly. Dispel the darkness and bring back the light. The dark part of the whole body was replaced by crimson. The increase of the armor is visible to the naked eye, and the power of each part seems to swell instantly. Show that the name Kamen Rider Fai's is bursting never deflated pose. But it was precisely because of this that Zhang Zhendong couldn't believe it. Kamen Rider Delta. It was the first belt they researched, and because it was too strong, it was handed over to the father-in-law for safekeeping. Of course, the original plan was to use it for Zhang Xiaoyi, who became the king. Immediately afterwards, Kamen Rider Caesar was created. He is more fully functional, but less powerful. However, it is enough to establish the king's guard. With Caesar as the prototype, they originally wanted to create a Kamen Rider named Fai. That knight will have the weakest strength, but also because of the stability of his own strength, he can use acceleration and an accessory called burst. But Kamen Rider Fai's, it's still a drawing. Even they are just a prototype. Now, we have seen the ultimate perfect body. It was supposed to, in the future, be created to counterbalance the power of King Orphenoch. Now being ridden by the emperor, show out. Zhang Zhendong's shock can be imagined. He frowned, in disbelief. And at this moment, even if there are countless Orphenochs in the entire church, but it also appears. Silence. I was looking forward to it, that huge monster, like a rhinoceros of killing weapons, Ophelia. It is possible to stage a performance of slaughtering the emperor's cavalry. But I didn't expect. The rhino was punched. Blast out! Jiang Bai raised his head slowly, and then inserted a card into the waste drive. Before I die, I will leave you a posthumous photo. After all, I am the kindest Kamen Rider. But Jiang Bai remembered that he was the one who arranged for that lobster, Ophelia, to kill Zhang Xiaoyi and her mother. So, after taking a posthumous photo, he inserted the driving card into his waist. Final attack ride FFF Fuzzy's blast. Final attack ride. Fuzzy's burst form. Behind him, the flying backpack opened like a heavenly emperor. A gust of updraft gushes out, and Kamen Rider Fuzzy's bursting body flies up instantly. Then the crimson photon blood continuously condensed on the right leg. Jiang Bai got up and aimed his foot directly at the runaway rhino over there. Roar! The savage perceives the threat of death. The rhinoceros Orfinuo suddenly got up. Let out that shocking roar. Then raised his head, kicked the knight in burst form hard. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the two forces collided crazily together. Then, they continued to come out wantonly. The crimson brilliance bloomed like a brilliance. Orpheus the rhinoceros, roaring hysterically. It has to be said that it is a short-lived killing weapon inspired by sacrificing sanity and most of life. The strength of the rhinoceros Orpheus is very strong. Even at this moment, it is hard to resist the night kick in Kamen Rider Fuzzy's burst form. Not at all, it was defeated in an instant. The stalemate force gradually pulled in, and the photon blood in the burst form overflowed. Immediately, the crimson light continued to bloom. Bloom. Gradually formed. Crimson fan. The ever-spreading crimson light penetrated into the surrounding walls of the church. Then, as the power continued to erupt, it forms a scene like an electric fan. And on the third floor, those Orpheus and Enoch who are called Zhenghuan. It was extremely unlucky to be affected by the power of the crimson electric fan. In an instant, the whole body burned with flames, having fun. Be a part of famous scenes, pathetic backdrops. The crimson electric fan keeps cutting, destroying the church at this moment. The church, which cost a lot of money, suffered a devastating blow not long after it was completed. The dome is almost like the cave, it was directly cut open. After Diddy opened the mountain, now Crimson Fan also opens the church. The head of Orpheus the rhinoceros is really hard. And that's all. The Crimson Fan church had a craniotomy, let alone a rhino's head. When that power continues to gather. In the end, the power of Photon's blood penetrated instantly. Boom! Kamen Rider Fuzzy's bursting posture defeated the rhinoceros Orfinuo. When that the moment the body fell to the ground. Behind. The rhinoceros Orfinuo, who was purely a beast, was burning with strange flames all over his body at this moment. Advertisement. Then the grit began to emerge from the face and fell on the ground. In the end, there was nothing but the sound of breathing. Completely turned into gravel all over the ground. Tyrannical beast, die! Jiang Bai got up and shook his hands. Then his eyes turned to the stunned Zhang Zhendong. What were you talking about? I've been patronizing the battle, but I haven't even seen it. Can you repeat that, please? Silence. Silence. Even though, there are more than 1,000 Orphe-Enochs here. Even though, there is Zhang Zhendong who is known as the strongest modern Ophelia. Even if, this is the home field of Orphe-Enoch. Silence. No one speaks, no one dares to speak. The sound was so quiet that even the sound of breathing seemed so harsh. Silencer. This is, the real silencer. Everyone seemed to be holding their breath. Looking at it in disbelief, that crimson gesture. Kamen Rider Fuzzy's burst. They remembered the name. I will also engrave the crimson electric fan grandma who opened the head of the church in my heart. The people closest to the center. On the forehead, cold sweat began to flow. They couldn't believe it. Such a huge monster was destroyed just like that. All the way, has a minute passed? But time for a few words? They looked at each other, and couldn't help swallowing at the same time, in order to relieve the depression and panic in their hearts. This moment. In the minds of all Orfinuo, a conjecture could not help but arise. If Deca. No, it's the Imperial Cavalry. If the Emperor rides this monster, he wants to kill them all. Can anyone escape? When this thought arises, panic gradually replaces anger. They unanimously pinned their hopes on Zhang Zhendong. This is the man who led them to the present. Noticed all the horror and fear in the eyes of Orphe-Enoch. Zhang Zhendong frowned slightly. Then she looked at Zhang Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, the meaning of your resurrection is to become the new king, don't resist. Go down there, and you will be the new king. I'll stop the imperial cavalry. You are wrong, father. Zhang Xiaoyi suddenly shouted. I didn't lie for that kind of thing. She raised her head, her eyes were slightly rosy. Perhaps, it's because he doesn't want to believe that his father regards him as a tool for Wang Sushui. I don't know why I survived. But definitely not for this kind of thing. Mother wouldn't have hoped so. So, I'm going to fight, to stay alive. 2. Save the twisted you. She took out the Dai, Zhao Lihao, Erta driver and put it on her waist. Transform. Instructions communicated, Delta inserted. Then Kamen Rider Delta appears. She, stand with Jiang Bai. And opposite. In the ears, Zhang Xiaoyi's words kept echoing. To save the twisted me. What are you talking about? You, don't understand anything at all. You're not my Xiaoyi at all. Zhang Zhendong's complexion could no longer remain stern. Distorted, crazy, ferocious, all over the place. He glared at Delta, his expression suddenly changed. The one I want to resurrect is my Xiaoyi, my little princess. But why? What came back to life was a puppet with no memory at all. I knew it from the moment. My love for Xiaoyi and my family has disappeared with Fu Wen and Xiaoyi's death. All I want now is to save Orfino. Don't resist, Queen Wei. Honestly, become the carrier of the king. After tugging on the tight collar, Zhang Zhendong's expression froze. Then the stripes appeared on the face, and the body suddenly swelled. Appearance of a monster. Its name is Rose Orpheus. Under the king of Ophelia, the existence with the most competitive Ophelia qualification. He stepped forward and took the initiative to attack. He wanted to catch Zhang Xiaoyi. Just wipe out your personality. If that's the case, my Xiaoyi will come back. At that time, she will rule this body with the king's soul. Become the king who leads Orpheus. As long as it's like this, Orpheus can live on. This is his real purpose. But this moment, the hand that grabbed Zhang Xiaoyi was blocked. Strange. To you, isn't she your daughter? Jiang Bai pouted, expressing his incomprehension. No. My daughter should be the future existence of Orpheus. I don't admit that such a weak character is my daughter. Advertisement. Chapter 58, Father is kind and daughter is filial piety. Couples mixed doubles. Shut up. Shut up. She's not my Xiaoyi. She's already dead, and my love died in that year. Roaring in a low voice, Rose Orfino raised his hand. Zhang Zhendong's projection appeared on the ground. That illusory blue face stared at Zhang Xiaoyi. The voice just fell. Almost like teleportation. The body of Rose Ophelia suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then appeared in front of Zhang Xiaoyi. Although his teleportation, the distance is limited. But it is still a sharp weapon for attacking unpreparedness. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhang Xiaoyi's neck. But the latter turned around suddenly, avoiding the attack at the same time. With a firm look in his eyes, he raised his fist. He was punching Rose Orfino. Boom! A heavy voice sounded, but unexpectedly Zhang Zhendong didn't retreat in the slightest, and his body didn't look hard. He even resisted Delta's punch without injury. It's useless, let another personality come up. I'm not interested in you. Zhang Xiaoyi remained unmoved, avoiding the hand that Rose Orfino grabbed. At the same time, he turned around and hit the old father's chest. I've said it before, you won't be able to display your true power when you use Delta. It is my Xiaoyi who is really being cultivated as the future leader of Ophelia. Since it is not decent, I will help you to be decent. It can be seen that Zhang Zhendong is very familiar with Zhang Xiaoyi's two personalities. He regarded another person, Zhang Xiaoyi with a stronger personality, as his real daughter. And as long as the transformed Delta is defeated, the second personality will automatically come online. That's helping her face. He raised his palm, and the Japanese calendar was released immediately. I know. Dad. For you, the other me is your real daughter. Because she has the memory of 12 years ago. But even so, I want to do something. Check. The Delta gun is charged, and the silver light is released instantly. Form a silver photon spiral. The hammer of the fallen angel is used. Boom! The strength collided, and the two bodies retreated at the same time. You! Zhang Zhendong was slightly taken aback. She got stronger? Why? After discovering that the revived Zhang Xiaoyi has no memory of 12 years ago, even her personality has completely changed. He will kill his love for his daughter on that day. So, he didn't care about Zhang Xiaoyi's affairs. It is no longer like before, cultivating everything about Zhang Xiaoyi, and treating her as the future leader of Ophelia. So it stands to reason. It is impossible for her weak character to display such strength. 987 And the moment Zhang Xiaoyi landed, it struck again. Drink! With a soft shout, the fist seemed to be shining with silver light. Boom! A heavy force erupted, and Rose Ophelia was caught off guard. In an instant, wide knockback. Ao Fei Enyo, who attracted people around to watch the battle, but no one dared to come down to help, exclaimed in disbelief. How is it possible? Stabilize your body, and the projection on the ground also wobbles. Zhang Zhendong looked forward in disbelief. She actually saw the appearance of her former daughter from the weak-looking girl. Zhang Xiaoyi raised her head. He didn't say a word, just clenched his fists. Ready to fight again. Kaka suddenly, the sound of the camera ringing came. Jiang Bai, this filmed the famous scene of fatherly kindness and daughterly filial piety. This is a rare scene. Thinking in his heart, he walked over slowly. You can't solve it alone, let's do it together. Zhang Xiaoyi heard the words, but did not refuse. Yes. That's it. The two stand shoulder to shoulder. Looking at this scene, Zhang Zhendong couldn't help frowning, his face stern. Faiza's burst form brings him a great threat. So the projection on the ground disappears, he must be serious and concentrate on fighting. Otherwise, if you are not careful, it may be true. Die here. So this moment. Persevere but take a breath. Rose Offi Enoch strikes first. The short distance teleportation is activated again. Appeared behind the two of them, raising their arms. The power of thought is activated, forming a shock wave. Aim at Jiang Bai, ready to blast him out first. Quickly deal with Zhang Xiaoyi's side. But that force hit Faiza's body in burst form, even. No reaction at all. Crimson's posture stood in place, motionless. Then suddenly turned around and grabbed his arm. Frightened, he punched him. Jiang Bai shook his hand, and punched hard again. Faiz in burst form, how terrifying is that force? Can block Delta's attack. But the front was hit hard by the force of the explosion. Rose Offi Unyo immediately retreated back again and again. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyi raised her gun. Boom! 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 Continuously shooting, the fire burst out on the old father's body in an instant. Advertisement at the moment when he was continuously hit by the flames, Jiang Bai stepped forward again, grabbing the opponent's shoulder. Boom! Another punch, and another punch. I have to say that the impact of Faiza's burst form is really good. Comparable to Sora's sense of percussion. It's just that after punching, the instinctive subconscious wants to throw away the hand. That's it. At this moment, the Rose Orfinuo was constantly being hit hard. To deal with Jiang Bai alone, is not an opponent. Not to mention, there is Zhang Xiaoyi now. The body was in a mess, and the flames poured out. Looking at the two figures who cooperated tacitly, Zhang Zhendong fell silent suddenly. Maybe it was the hazy eyes that were impacted by the gunpowder smoke. At this moment, it seemed to see the shadows of myself and Fu Wen. Boom! When the hammer of the fallen angel was used again, Rose Orfinuo, who was hit hard, couldn't stop flying upside down, and fell hard to the ground. But it really deserves to be able to eat 3 big Orpheus. Even though he was so severely injured, he still didn't die. Jiang Bai looked at him. At the same time, they looked at the Orphi Enoch who were silent like a shrimp. This group of Orphi Enoch who were full of hatred and anger before. At this moment, he was full of panic, and he stood there blankly with cold sweat streaming down his forehead. But everyone dare to come down and help Zhang Zhendong. Are you going to sacrifice your daughter for these people? Even if you think that the resurrected daughter is no longer the daughter you love. But after all, compared to her, this group of Orphi Enochs are less worthy of your efforts, heard the words. Lying on the ground, Rose Orpheus seemed to be out of combat. Suddenly he growled, "Shut up!" On the ground, his face reappeared. He glared at Jiang Bai. "Decade. You tell me. Why is Orphenika's life so short? Why can't I gain a longer life with the power of Orphe Enoch? What happened to Orphenuo? Orphenuo deserves to die." He roared angrily. "Strange remarks. Orphenuo shouldn't die, so should other ordinary people deserve to die." Jiang Bai clapped his hands and said lightly, "Use Heisa technology is giving a lot of free water and food at the college entrance examination test center for the reason of giving back to the society. The name is to supplement the brain power of children who have overused their brains. But in fact, the cream in the cake is made by your rose power. That is to say, as long as you want, you can instantly use those powers to kill the students in the college entrance examination, and then turn them into Ophelia. As for the purpose, you intend to make them the nourishment for the resurrection of King Orphe Enoch. These are speculations based on the data of that laboratory. The making of the cake utilizes the power of Rose Orphe Enoch. And the college entrance examination students who use their brains too much and need to add sugar. After eating the cake, it will be imprinted. As long as the other party wants to, they can kill everyone at any time. At that time, among so many students, there will be at least a few thousand Orphe Enoch. This is the thrilling truth behind the news. 1. The supper prepared by King Orphe Enoch. You. Zhang Zhendong was shocked. And this expression just shows that Jiang Bai is not wrong. Zhang Xiaoyi pursed her red lips, she didn't expect the truth behind the scenes. For the coming of the King of Orphe Enoch, his father planned. And at this moment, Rose Orpheno, who was lying on the ground, suddenly showed symptoms of desertification. Zhang Zhen was startled. Can't help but make a painful sound. Zhang Zhendong groaned in pain. Looks like I'm running out of time too. As Orphe Enoch, although he possesses such a powerful power, he can't obtain the life that matches it. Since you are here, it means that your grandfather is also dead. It seems that the experiment he proposed failed after all. But it is precisely because of this that we must spare no effort to, summon the king back. Only with the king's return can Orpheno survive. Maybe it's because I feel like I'm running out of time. Zhang Zhendong forced himself to get up from the ground. Then, come straight to Jiang Bai. When the two are fighting. Zhang Xiaoyi was stunned behind her. Suddenly, she felt that her consciousness was being pulled by something, sinking into the ocean. Sink. Sink. Keep sinking. Then, she saw it. Another one. On. The face is exactly the same, but that aura gives people a kind of superior strength. This is. She has the memory of 12 years ago. At that time, oneself was cultivated as the future leader of the conservatives. Therefore, he received the strictest education since he was a child, and his personality is also very strong. Like a high-ranking queen. According to the plan, when she grows up, she will be injected with the power of Orphe Enoch through mature technology to awaken safely. But an accident 12 years ago caused her to die prematurely. Resurrected by immature technology, but also because of this. The memory of the past is blurred and everything is forgotten. Then the current personality, under the new memory, gradually formed. So the second personality is the first personality, and the first personality is just a latecomer. Give me my body. At the moment, it's like looking in a mirror. Strong personality said, Dad, I will solve it, then. This moment. When the head was lowered, the unconscious Delta raised his head again. Suddenly, an invisible force was released. That is the power that only belongs to Delta. Advertisement because when it was made, it was loaded with a so-called devil slate. It will release a unique sense of oppression. If the opponent is not strong, maybe he will be beaten to autism directly. And Zhang Xiaoyi's other personality is indeed very compatible with Delta. When you use it, it feels completely different. When that inexplicable sense of familiarity suddenly appears. Being blasted out with a punch, Zhang Zhendong, who was about to deal with Jiang Bai, suddenly froze for a moment. Who are you? Who are you? Zhang Xiaoyi has a second personality, which is very important. Zhang Zhendong knew about it very early on. It's just that the second personality has been in a deep sleep state because of the immature technology back then. He tried to wake it up countless times, but failed. Over time, I gave up that idea. Or so he thought. It is the present personality that hinders the recovery of past memories. That's why I want to replace the current personality with the king's soul and create a revival of past memories. Xiao Yi. Looking at the daughter in front of him, a projection appeared on the ground again. The phantom is full of unbelievable. And at this moment, the powerful Delta stepped forward slowly. Dad. Enough is enough, because of the death of me and my mother, let you become like this. It's no longer necessary, let's go on. The coming of the king will give us Orphano eternal life. But again, the king just eats us as blood. Summoning the king back will only bring us Orphano, a catastrophe of destruction. Second personality, strong character. But he inherited the ideas of the conservative Orphe Enoch. Hearing this, Zhang Zhendong suddenly shook his head violently, no. As long as the king is full. That's why I want to turn the humans in Linjiang into Afinyo, and become the king's food. Xiao Yi. Wait for Dad, Dad will let the king come. Maybe it was really seeing her sleeping daughter. He was too excited, so he got up now. But right now. Suddenly, the church cut by the crimson electric fan. Shake it up. It seems that it will collapse at any time. At the same time, the ball suddenly burst into light. Fall on Delta. The ritual of Orphenika's resurrection. Now, here we go. Etc. Not now. Not yet. Coming now will only swallow Xiao Yi's consciousness. Seeing this, Zhang Zhendong suddenly constricted his pupils. The consciousness he wants to let the king occupy is a new personality. Instead of the current personality. Emotional, due to going to control the old father. Immediately rush over like rolling and crawling. In the ball of light, a strange power is released. In an instant, the entire church was filled with a dangerous atmosphere. Zhang Zhendong pushed it away, Zhang Xiao Yi. But at the same time, itself but was directly swallowed by that force. Dumpling the words that reached the lips were not finished yet. His body suddenly petrified. It's very terrifying, the whole body of life seems to be constantly mobilized, condensed, and condensed. Eventually form a petrified sculpture whose whole body is magnified about 4 times. The audience was in an uproar. The king is coming. The king is about to recover. Our king. Finally coming. Ha ha ha. Zhang Zhendong's death. Ignored by them. All Orpheus just set their sights on the coming of the king on the petrified sculpture. Zhang Zhendong's human face seems to appear, forming different fronts and backs with the face of Rose Orphe Enoch. The style of painting is scary. But no one cares. Orpheus can only revel in the coming of the king. As for former leaders. Isn't it natural to give your life for the birth of a king? Maybe even, his pleasure. The Orpheus and Enochs were having a carnival, a disgusting carnival. At this moment, only Zhang Xiao Yi was dumbfounded. And the housekeeper over there, watching this scene, couldn't bear to look directly at it. And the next second. Suddenly, there was a change in the stone statue. Broken sounds keep ringing. Cracks spread. Suddenly from the central position, the stone statue shattered. And then there's a big mouth. He even ate the stone statue transformed by life. Then, one piece. That's it. The stone statue turned into Rose Orpheus is constantly being trapped. And among them, the monster named King of Orphe Enoch. Recovery. And Zhang Zhendong's stone statue, just like that, was eaten up. Hold, stop. King of Orphe Enoch, what are you doing? Zhang Xiao Yi, who has a strong personality, is full of anger at this moment. One step jumped up, and the silver photon blood was launched. Hammer of the Fallen Angel. Advertisement. Chapter 59. The Hammer of the Fallen Angel activates. The second personality Zhang Xiao Yi who watched her father being eaten with her own eyes was kicked by a knight. But... boom. Orphe Enoch seemed to think so. She was preventing him from eating, so she patted him casually. That photon spiral, unexpectedly, was shattered. And Zhang Xiao Yi's body was thrown out. With one blow, Delta will be hit hard. You know, Zhang Xiao Yi with this character. The strength is much stronger than the other one. Can fully display the power of Delta. But it is such power, but it is instant defeat. Looking at this scene. The Orphe Enoch present. I can no longer control my emotions. King. This is our king. Ah. What a perfect gesture. What's more, with a sudden inspiration, he rushed to the center of the church. A sliding shovel, kneeling in front of the king. King. Please grant me eternal life. King. I will always be very loyal to you. The two opportunistic Orphenuos are such seniors kneeling in front of the locust Orphenuo. It made the other Orphe Enoch shout despicable. And at this moment, Wang, turn around. Looking at them, slowly lowered his head. King. They lift their heads and look forward to eternal benefits. But why, Wang's eyes are full of desire. Why do those eyes seem to be looking at food? When they realize something is wrong and subconsciously want to get up and back away. Sudden. Two whips of light stretch out. Instantly, through their bodies. This is the exclusive power of King Orphe Enoch. Once you touch Orphe Enoch, you can give eternal life. It can also be turned directly into food. Obviously, the current king. Just a demon craving food for a moment. Ugh. Ah. The two of them growled in pain at this moment, and it came out. Their faces twisted ferociously, and their bodies were just like Zhang Zhendong's just now. Constant petrification, the power of life is extracted. In the end, with just one breath, it completely formed that terrifying stone statue. Immediately afterwards, the king of Orphe Enoch could no longer bear the desire of tongue. Open your mouth wide and eat it by stuttering. Enjoy, life of Orphe Enoch. No, no. How so? How could this be the king of our Orphe Enoch? The king must not be full, he just woke up and needs food. Where's the food? Where is the food? Go find it. Suddenly, Orpheus gave a meal. Food, isn't it us? No, what a joke. How can I be food? No. I don't want to be eaten. How can I be eaten by such a disgusting guy? Run away. What are you still doing in a daze? Run away. At this moment, they no longer looked that crazy. There was only panic left, trying to escape from here. B. The king, who had been sleeping for an unknown amount of time, was hungry after being awakened. Orphe Enoch, who just delivered food with a shovel, can't feed him enough. Then, suddenly, the body shook. A large number of whips of light waved continuously in an instant. Then, countless Orphe Enochs were pierced through the body. No one can escape, just one after another, being turned into king's food. Watching the companions around him turn into monsters one by one. They finally couldn't control their emotions. Emperor Cavalry! Emperor Cavalry! Hurry up! Why are you just watching? Quickly kill this disgusting locust, Emperor Qi! This group of Afiino sat and watched Zhang Zhendong's death. After that, he pinned his hopes on the Emperor's cavalry, who is the enemy. Should I say it's ridiculous, sad? Zhang Zhendong died inexplicably for the sake of Afiino. King, eating like crazy. As for Orphe Enoch, none escaped. All turned into food. Looking at this scene, Zhang Xiaoyi clenched her fists, the Pink Knight. Help me, I must kill him. Jiang Bai. His face darkened, that's Magenta. The second personality was about to say that this TM is not a show fan. The other one, Zhang Xiaoyi, was the top one. Jiang Bai is very obsessed with Magenta, don't make him angry. The gentle personality was on the number again. Zhang Xiaoyi covered her lips and wanted to laugh. But I can't laugh anymore, her existence seems to be superfluous. The mother in memory does not exist, the puppet in the father's mouth. But the father just used her as a tool. She, Zhang Xiaoyi, seems to be just an outsider who snatched another personality body. But she is just a personality born from brand new memories. She didn't want to do that. Only she didn't cry because she said so. To help Jiang Bai fight together. Advertisement so. He is no longer alone facing a huge organization. And she's not alone, meaningless anymore. This moment, Zhang Xiaoyi regards the people around her as her salvation. If one's own existence is redundant and meaningless to anyone, then go find the meaning you want. Number Baronet. And Jiang Bai. Fight with Emperor Qi. I don't know what the girl beside me is thinking at this moment. Jiang Bai just flipped his hands, and he didn't know when he took out the exclusive weapon in the burst form of phase. The accessory for transformation, the burst gun. The destructive power of this thing is terrifying. A shot of light is enough to destroy pieces of Orphenuo. King of Orpheenoch. When you've eaten enough, you should disappear. This is not a restaurant. The blaster does terrible damage. But here is the origin of Orpheenoch. King of Orpheenoch. Boom. The locust Orphenuo, who was eating, resisted the attack just like that. Flames emerged, and the ferocious monster turned around slowly. No real damage was done. I was eating happily, but I was interrupted when I was half full. The white and ferocious face of the locust Orpheenoch all revealed the anger at the moment. That deep voice instantly exuded a dangerous aura. In the next second, the whip of light stretched out. It seems that Jiang Bai and Zhang Xiaoyi are regarded as those Ophelia Enoch. Ready to kill them in seconds. 18. As soon as the light whip approached, Jiang Bai launched the blaster with his backhand, forming a crimson sharp blade. Randomly swipe, it is the whip of light that cuts through the locusts. Over there, Zhang Xiaoyi also used the delta gun to beat the whip of light back. Woo! Injured by the attack, the locust Orphenuo let out a slightly painful moan. Then he seemed to realize that the two people in front of him were not those ordinary Orpheenoch. His eyes gradually became dangerous. A hint of tyranny flashed across his ferocious eyes. He turned around and walked slowly. In terms of the king's personality, the other party is more like a devil. Without the majesty of a king. It might be more appropriate to call it a tyrant. The posture of the locust, the body is ferocious, and it looks slightly bloated. Strong defense and destructive power. Both are above the Fui's burst form. This is the king of Orpheenoch. The invisible pressure is released at this moment. He made a move, and the target was Zhang Xiaoyi. Perhaps it was because of the aura of Orpheenoch on her body. Even if it is very weak. However, the girl's reaction was also extremely fast, and she gradually mastered the abilities of her body. The moment the long whip was swung out, he immediately turned around and avoided it. When the time comes, lift up the delta and keep shooting to keep the distance. Wang stepped forward again. But at this moment, suddenly, the footsteps suddenly stopped. Boom! The crimson longsword fell, cutting a striking crack in the ground of the church. Wang turned his head and looked at the figure. Suddenly, the right foot stepped on the ground. Demonstrate the jumping power of a locust. In an instant, it actually appeared in front of Jiang Bai. But he can catch it with his reaction force even when it is upgraded, not to mention just a very fast speed. The moment the king appeared, Jiang Bai lifted the blaster and cut it out. Zhang Xiaoyi, as she said. Fight with Jiang Bai. The two once again showed their tacit understanding. The astonishing power of the blaster was vividly displayed in the hands of Jiang Bai. The great sword swung out, even the king of Orpheenoch was hit. It also makes a painful growl. And Zhang Xiaoyi is constantly adapting to Delta's power. That's it. Kamen Rider Delta, Kamen Rider Fui's burst form. Launch continuous attacks and cooperate tacitly. Or cut down with a big sword to drive back the locust Ophelia. Or the hammer of the fallen angel, regardless of physical strength to cast continuously. The powerful attack severely wounded the king of Orpheenoch. This scene. Seen by the only surviving Orphenuo. Crocodile Orpheenoch. Mr. Steward. He has multiple lives, and luckily avoided the fate of being turned into food by the whip of light. Therefore, it can still hide in the dark at this moment. Looking at this scene. Can't help feeling complicated. They are now like husband and wife mixed doubles Olympic king. This moment. When the hammer of the fallen angel starts again. When the Fui's blaster, the Fui's light cannon deployed behind it shoots at the same time. Even the king of Orpheenoch was also blasted out by heavy injuries. The body began to appear sandy. FT. Got battered. This tyrannical king regards the same kind as the king of food. At this moment, he seemed to panic. Suddenly, he rushed to the side of the food like rolling and crawling, devouring the lives of Orphenuo in large quantities. Looking at this scene, Zhang Xiaoyi just wanted to stop it. But was stopped by Jiang Bai. No. You have done well enough, the rest, leave it to me. Advertisement Zhang Xiaoyi is resurrected with the mark of Orpheenoch, but at the same time her transformation will consume the mark. So letting her continue to fight like this is consuming her life. But Zhang Xiaoyi was a little worried. The power of Fei's burst form, can you deal with it? Zero looking for flowers. Who said I'm going to explode with Fei's? Jiang Bai clapped his hands, and took a picture of the king of Orphe Enoch devouring the lives of the same kind in front of him. The so-called king, in fact, completely ate Ao Fei Enyo as blood. Take photos as usual. And at this moment, the king of Orphe Enoch, who has replenished his energy, seems to be resurrected with full blood. Turning around, the heavy buttock locked onto Jiang Bai's body. Jiang Bai drew out a card and tapped it lightly. Sure enough, to deal with locusts, you have to use the power of locusts. Then, use this to end you. The card was inserted into the waist and pushed with one hand. Kamen Ride 01. Kamen Ride, 01. That's right, 01's control card. Same as the power of locusts. At this moment, Jiang Bai's body changed suddenly. The 01 body posture emerged. And when Ao Wang just wanted to make a move, huge locusts are falling from the sky. The church, which was already overwhelmed, was once again forced to endure the persecution of the house demolition locusts. Boom! 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 The locusts jumped up and down, making people stare dumbfounded. Then the locust jumped up, decomposed itself on top of 01's head, turned into accessory armor, and integrated into the body of the body. Finally born. Kamen Rider 01's pose. The number 1 knight of the new era is here. God of War with sprained feet, apply to play. Refuse to fight. Jiang Bai clapped his hands, looking at the surprised king of Orphe Enoch in front of him. Don't rush to be surprised, I think this card is more suitable to deal with you. Insert a new card and push it violently. Form Ride Shining Hopper. Form Ride. Shining Locust. 0 in an instant, the shining brilliance descended. Just like the legendary savior. Dispel the darkness and restore the light. The light borrowed from the previous life, Digia finally returned. Kamen Rider 01, the shining locust form is everywhere. At this moment, the shining brilliance made the king of Orphe Enoch feel threatened like never before. Alive, forcing the king of Orphe Enoch to speak. You, who the hell are you? With the posture of Orphe Enoch, he actually spoke human language. Jiang Bai was taken aback for a moment, but couldn't help but smile again. It's just a Kamen Rider passing by, remember it for me. Now that you have asked the question, then. Final Attack Ride ZZZZ01. Final Attack Ride 01. Even if it is transformed into 01, but that temperament is full of unrestrained Emperor cavalry, and it is impossible to say a word that will break your waist in a flash. When the right leg moved back slightly, a burst of yellow lightning-like power condensed out. Boom! Amazing power burst out. The shining migratory locust disappeared in place. And where it passed by, a golden lightning-like energy imprint was instantly dragged out. Like an arc, it stays for a moment because of its terrifying explosive power. It's like the afterimage captured at high speed. And in a sudden moment, shining migratory locust, appearing in front of the king of Orphe Enoch. The tyrannical king raised his head in horror. Boom! The body was hit in an instant. It shot out unstoppably towards the rear. And before landing, he was hit again. Hit. Number. Hit. That shining brilliance, golden arc flickering. The astonishing explosive power turned into an afterimage, dragging out the most blood-boiling traces. Locust Orphe Enoch. At this moment, being constantly attacked. Attack. Body, from above the ground. Being blasted into the sky, attacks from all directions. Unable to capture, as fast as lightning. Only the shining brilliance flashed before my eyes from time to time. Wang growled in pain and cried out in despair. Hysterically release the power of the whole body and launch the final counterattack. In an instant, countless whips of light unfolded. But even so, the shining power is to stimulate the potential of the shapeshifter and release the power far beyond the basic form. And Jiang Bai's potential. I'm afraid only the system can make it clear. The body is like a dragon swimming across countless whips of light, and the difference is thousands of miles away. Instantly. On the right leg, the shining power continuously gathers in an instant. Electron-like light, at super high speed, drags out a golden streamer. Then, all the power turned into that night kick. From the bottom up, let the power of shining shine shine. King of Orphe Enoch. You and me use the power of locusts. If so, under a completely different level of power. Jiang Bai kicked the king's body. The hideous locust or phoenix. In a final hysterical yell, fly back to the top of the church. Finally go straight through the ball of light above your head. That ball of light that is rumored to be stained with the blood of the king and host the soul of the king. In the ear-piercing shout, it exploded. Together with the huge ball of light, it was instantly shattered. Destroy. Then. Da-da-da. Fragments of the light ball are scattered all over the ground at this moment. Advertisement. Chapter 60. When the shining power blooms. The king of Orphi-Enoch was destroyed together with the stone of Orphi-Enoch. The ball of light shattered, and the sunlight was very dazzling. Refracted layers of strange brilliance, and scattered all over the ground accompanied by a crackling sound. Fragments of the stone of Orphi-Enoch all over the floor. Or perish with the king of Orphi-Enoch. Or congeals into a unique crystal block that falls to the ground. Perhaps, sometime in the future, the so-called immortal king can be awakened again. Of course, the premise is that this thing will not be smashed. Jiang Bai noticed the crystal. 19. He noticed other things more. Are you still going to see a play? How long are you going to hide? Suddenly, he looked somewhere. The indifferent voice made the hidden butler tremble slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he still chose to come out. Mr. Emperor Qi. The housekeeper was very sincere, changed his words. But Jiang Bai didn't look back, but continued to look behind him. Then. Tread. Red-haired woman in tunic, show up. Slap pleasant to the ear, the sound of the drum is hidden. At this moment, it came slowly. Wearing a long black dress with a waist, a girl with long hair reaching her waist and a slight boom at the end of her hair. Clapping his hands gently, he walked over with a smile. How are you? Zhang Xiaoyi. Then Kamen Rider Decade. Jiang Bai didn't cancel the transformation, but glanced at Zhang Xiaoyi's surprised expression, and thought in his heart that it was indeed so. His deep eyes fell on the other party, and he said slowly, You've been hiding on it since we stepped here. Is there any purpose? Or should I ask you, what is the purpose of guiding Xiaoyi to the laboratory? Hearing this, the mysterious girl put the back of her hand to her lips and smiled softly, Oh, I was discovered. It's really sharp. It's scary. Kamen Rider Decade. However, I am not here to fight you, but to help a child and fulfill her wish. As she spoke, she stretched out her slender fingers and pointed to the crystal on the ground. Can you give me that thing? Jiang Bai didn't speak, just looked at her. The meaning is obvious, the reason, the purpose, make it clear. The girl is very smart and understands right away. He just smiled nicely, You don't have to be so serious. I'm here to help you. Zhang Xiaoyi was resurrected using the mark of Orphi-Enoch, and because of this, her life will disappear with the mark dissipating. Especially the constant transforming battles. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyi's body trembled slightly. But he didn't speak. Of course she does. But even so, I also want to do something to make my short life meaningful. As long as you can fight with Jiang Bai and not let him be alone. At least, the meaning of my own existence is there. It's just that it was pierced now, and it still couldn't help trembling. In my mind, I can't help but think a lot at this moment. There are memories of being with my mother in the past. There is a memory of meeting Jiang Bai. There are memories of Sister Shiyu and Sister Xiaosu who accompanied her and whispered some girls. She doesn't want to die. Really, don't FK me. Noticing the change in the girl's body, Jiang Bai raised his head, and then. The mysterious woman poked her chin with her finger when she heard the words, with a natural tone, Of course it's to save her after all, it's my child's plea, so it's not okay not to agree. It is said that the king of Orphi-Enoch can bestow eternal life on Orphi-Enoch. And his ability can also complement Zhang Xiaoyi's life and bring her back to life in a real sense. Life is no longer affected by the power of the mark of Orphi-Enoch. So, give that to me, and I'll help her complete her life. As soon as this remark came out, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. Miss Yahina, you can really ask Miss. Wait, is it Madam's request? The butler said in surprise when he heard the mysterious woman's words. Yahina. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes suddenly. It turned out to be her. Creator of the Arc system. The administrator of the weird crowd. Etc. When the Zerg was about to launch an attack on Linjiang, Kunyoxina said that she was coming to Linjiang. At that time, I was patronizing the matter of Zerg, but I didn't care. Unexpectedly, when she came to Jiang, did she still have something to do with Jiang Xiaoyi? And the so-called plea of a child? Advertisement. Jiang Bai subconsciously turned his head and looked at Jiang Xiaoyi, as if he knew the identity of her mother. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyi also caught the butler's words. My mother? What is your relationship with my mother? Do you know where she is? Seeing that her identity was exposed by the housekeeper, Yahina's red lips pouted unhappily. Housekeeper, it's too much to expose other people's identities at will. Yahina still wants to play a game. I'm sorry, Miss Yahina. The butler bowed down in horror, and quickly apologized. Don't be afraid. This one in front of me is Safon Technology Headquarters, the sole secretary of the chairman. Holding the real power of that behemoth. Even Zhang Zhendong had to get the help of the other party to successfully unify Afiinyo. Facing Yahina, Zhang Zhendong, who is the most powerful person of Ophelia, must be cautious. Not to mention, he was just a housekeeper. Seeing him so respectful, Yahina just felt bored. He waved his hand, forget it. Then she turned around, twirling her slender fingers around her long, dark red hair. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yahina, from Safon Technology. Zhang Xiaoyi, your mother died 12 years ago. Therefore, Zhang Zhendong, who received our support 12 years ago, chose to make a similar artificial intelligence in the shape of your mother. So the mother you remember later is actually an artificial intelligence. Finally, at this moment, someone answered the truth about Zhang Xiaoyi's mother. It turned out that it was artificial intelligence. Exactly the same, artificial intelligence. And Zhang Xiaoyi, who lost her past memory, did not notice the change in her mother. Mom is an artificial intelligence, how could? Zhang Xiaoyi couldn't believe it, and then hurriedly asked, what about my mother? If it's artificial intelligence, why would it? Yahina stroked her hair, playing with it, and said, that's what I'm going to tell you. Artificial intelligence is the highest product of our Safon technology. But artificial intelligence hides a secret, that is, in the long-term relationship with human beings and continuous learning, they will acquire something similar to emotion. That's right. Your mother gave birth to emotions during the 12 years she was with you. After that, the purpose of her existence was to complete Zhang Zhendong's plan. So when I learned that Zhang Zhendong was going to turn you into a sacrificial offering to the king of Ophelia, I burst out with emotion. While speaking, the eccentric girl deliberately made an explosion-like movement. After that, you will know she stole the Delta Drive and helped you escape. I don't need her because I hope you can live as an ordinary person. It's just that I didn't expect that you would meet Emperor Qi. To be honest, I'm quite curious about your meeting. But now the main thing is to fulfill your mother's entreaties. In short, after your mother is awakened. According to the rules of our Safon technology, the artificial intelligence that awakens emotions will gain great rights. So I came to welcome her back to Safon technology, but she actually knelt down and begged me, let me find a way to save you. I really can't help it, who made Yahina so beautiful and the kindest person, I can only try to help you, but I didn't expect that there was an imperial knight by your side. Fortunately, when I saw you, I was alone. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Okay, now I have explained clearly. You can give me that thing. Yahina doesn't have much time to stay here. Jiang Bai looked at her. The sharp eyes caught the other party's ears. That tiny blinking earphone. Artificial intelligence. Yahina, too. Moreover, it seems that Safon Technology's technology is quite mature. Has reached the level of self-discipline. It's getting more and more interesting. Jiang Bai slowly relieved the transformation. Then he picked up the crystal, whether you agree or not is up to you. But I support it. She handed over the choice to Zhang Xiaoyi. As for himself, he took a slight step back. At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in the ear. Killing mode is over. Congratulations to the host, killing 862 Zergs, 14 adults and 1 leader. Congratulations to the host, killing 129 Orpheus and 2 bosses. Start drawing cards for you, the extraction is successful, congratulations to the host, and you have obtained the Kamen Rider Ajichuo, the Burning Form control card. Congratulations to the host for getting the Kamen Rider Callus control card. Kill mode over? Overlaying all the time, he almost forgot. But the rewards are plentiful. Kamen Rider Agito's burning form. This is the enhanced form of a Jichuo. The same Kamen Rider Khalees. The knight from Kamen Rider Sword is in a superimposed state of knight and monster. It is an undead beast itself, and the appearance of knights such as swords is made by imitating him. But in the parallel world it is called Kamen Rider Callus. Didn't expect to get these two cards. It seems that it has been a fruitful relationship recently. After all, the number of Zerg and Orphano killed during this period is really too large. And at this time, Zhang Xiaoyi also made a choice. She wants to live. Advertisement end, Yahina. It was the one her mother begged. Well, should be believable. That's it. This battle is temporarily over. How the housekeeper should deal with it is Jiang Bai's business. Zhang Zhendong died in order to save his daughter in his heart. The Orphe Enoch in the church is basically the high-level core of the Linjiang branch. It's basically gone now. Siphon technology cannot be said to be leaderless, it should be said, all the big cats are gone, and there are not many kittens left. The good news is that Zhang Xiaoyi has become the chairman of the board from the little princess of Siphon technology as a reasonable heir-up. Bad news, there is only one person left in the company. Linjiang branch. Meeting room. Originally, Yan Daosheng planned to take this notorious inspector to a well-known high-end hotel to entertain him. The little devil is hard to deal with. Who doesn't know the ministers of various divisions in the organization? This group of hyenas who wield the power of life and death are the most difficult to deal with. What human beings like to do most is to embarrass others to the greatest extent under their own rights. This group of inspectors is just like that. Hence the notoriety. Yan Daosheng asked old friends from other branches a long time in advance about how they dealt with the situation when they met the inspector. After discussing for a long time, I finally came to the conclusion that first entertain them well, and they will be given a reason to go crazy. So at the beginning, I planned to entertain 2 people to a high-end hotel. Anyway, the money is paid by the logistics department, and he has a close relationship with him, the head of the executive department. The head of the family does not know that firewood and rice are expensive, so it is. It's just that the guy named Cao Chuan kept a cold face the whole time, and walked into the building without showing any face. Fortunately, Lin Zongxi was quite generous. He gave a good reason for the child to be too young and aggressive. Also found the steps down. Now a group of people gathered in the conference room. The assistant put the brewed tea in front of them. The inspectors came to the Lijiang branch, and the reason given on the surface was to confirm that Lin Donggu had betrayed the organization. So, since it's in the conference room, Yan Daosheng simply handed over the relevant information to Lin Zongxi. These are the situation from the beginning to the end about the Zerg attack on our Linjiang branch. Lin Zongxi nodded gently when he heard the words. Although those eyes always give people an impolite feeling of not opening them. He opened it and looked carefully, and it seemed that it didn't have the style of those disgusting inspectors in the rumors. As for Cao Chuan, he asked suddenly and abruptly, I heard that your Linjiang branch was able to survive this time because of the help of Kamen Rider Emperor Qi. This. Well, here comes the most troublesome part. The high-level attitude towards Emperor Qi can be seen from the previous performance of Zhang Yu and the others. Although I can't figure it out, the high-level daily idiots are the consensus of a group of branch ministers. Yan Daosheng nodded, not covering up, but telling the truth. We were attacked by Zerg, and the Imperial Cavalry has the ability to transform into a knight such as Jiadu and use the ability to increase time, so we borrowed his power. And we were able to wipe out the Zerg in the end, and the Imperial Cavalry played the biggest role. He is this character, straight to the point. He confessed his guilt, but he didn't think he was wrong. When Cao Chuan heard this, his eyes froze slightly. Is Decade really so strong? He even gave himself the title of Emperor Cavalry. Your Linjiang branch? Are you sure he is really that strong? And at this moment, Minister! Minister! There was an urgent knock on the door. That was the assistant of Minister of Intelligence Xie 5.5 Yiming. He was slightly taken aback. Sorry, there might be something urgent, I'm going out. Let him come in and talk about it. I want to see what is urgent. Cao Chuan snorted coldly, as if he was a little dissatisfied with being interrupted. Xie Yiming frowned, but didn't say much, just shouted, come in. Ministers. The male assistant looked young. Panting, it seemed that the situation was urgent, and he ran all the way up. What's the matter? Don't worry, drink some water. Xia Yiming stared at the symbol of the strong, and patted his back with water. Swallow the water quickly, and the assistant took out the information. Ministers, an update. In an industrial area, a strange sight appeared. Strange sight? What is that? Cao Chuan asked, frowning. It's just that there is something that opened a skull. After hesitating for a while, the assistant looked at the strange description in the intelligence. But with the photos of frontline intelligence agents, don't say it. Really, very apt. Cao Chuan was stunned for a moment, stepped forward, and snatched the information. Taking a closer look, this strange description is really true. Xia Yiming frowned seeing his very impolite behavior, and patted the assistant's shoulder in relief. Have you found out who did it? According to the speculation of the frontline intelligence officers, it may be in Linjiang, the most likely, is the Emperor's cavalry. The assistant coughed lightly, his face was slightly rosy, and said. Emperor Ride. That's an idol. Brother Daiki, and the entire Linjiang branch, who doesn't yearn for his strength and unrestrained personality like the scorching sun. She's coquettish, strong, and super pretending, really. I understand men so well. That one-pointed sky, the Crimson 13 Company, and the famous scene of Jiadu riding Jiadu. Which man doesn't want to be like that in his dreams? Between the lines of the little assistant, there are all the emotions of admiration for the Emperor. Advertisement. Chapter 61. Between the lines of the little assistant, there is admiration for the Emperor's cavalry. Cao Chuan frowned, and threw the information on the table. You are really arrogant, Emperor Qi. Have you started to wreak havoc as you please? In words, full of disdain. But at this moment, seeing that the door was not closed, personnel from the intelligence department ran in again. Boom boom boom. Ministers, something has happened. We found remnants of experiments involving Orfinuo and Zerg in the industrial zone, in the cave destroyed by the Emperor's cavalry. Suddenly, the atmosphere was a little awkward. The so-called sabotage turned out to be dealing with weirdos. Cao Chuan was taken aback for a moment, and continued to say without blushing, is it the Emperor's cavalry who destroyed it? Yes, it should be that the Emperor found out about the experiment, and that's why they destroyed it. The people from the intelligence department nodded. Cao Chuan was silent for a while, and suddenly realized, humph. That fellow Emperor Qi is trying to cover up something. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was another knock on the door. It's not good, the latest news from the Ministry of Intelligence. Ao Fei Yunyo, because they are gathered in Anyang district. An urgent knock on the door sounded, followed closely behind. The people from the intelligence department quickly reported the latest situation. What? Yan Daosheng stood up in surprise upon hearing this. I just came across this kind of thing. Your Linjiang branch doesn't seem to suppress Ao Fei Enyo as much as you said. Cao Chuan almost had his nostrils turned upside down. Speaking arrogantly and recklessly, the words that made Yuan Daoshen's face turn livid. And at this moment, boom boom boom. Ministers, the latest information. The frontline personnel of our intelligence department have confirmed that Sifan technology in Linjiang has an inseparable relationship with Ao Fei Enyo. The top executives of Sifan technology, including Chairman Zhang Zhendong, all appeared at the place where Ao Fei Enyo gathered. Sure enough. Xia Yiming's expression darkened. Sifan technology and Orfieno have an inseparable relationship, but what are they going to do when they gather suddenly? When we are attracted by Zerg. What did Orfieno do? Fang Xianwen, director of the data analysis department, couldn't help asking the most critical question. That kind of thing is not important. Since they are gathered together, let's take the opportunity to catch them all. Cao Chuan said confidently after hearing the words. But, so many Ophelia. Yan Daosheng frowned. 01 The Linjiang branch had just fought against the Zerg, and some of the injuries in the battle were not fully healed. So what if there are more? Cao Chuan snorted coldly when he heard the words, I want to become the strongest Kamen rider. It's just a mere Orfinuo. If you don't dare, then I will go there in person. I want to see what they are planning. With that said, Cao Chuan was ready to go out. But at this moment, he almost bumped into someone from the Ministry of Intelligence head-on. Ministers. Something is wrong. A member of the intelligence department hidden in Safon Technology has heard that Orphe Enoch has found the legendary Orphe Enoch stone not long ago. They are summoning the return of King Orphe Enoch. What? The King of Ophelia, are you sure, the King of Ophelia? All of a sudden, everyone in the conference room stood up in surprise. Linjiang branch is the main activity of Ao Fei Enyo. The understanding of Orphe Enoch is of course very deep. The rumored Orphenuo didn't even know when it happened. Result. This Nimo Fenyo, when they were fighting the Zerg, did it forcefully. Cao Chuan paused slightly as he walked out of the gate. If it is the king, shouldn't you need to quickly mobilize knights to destroy the so-called Lord Shifainuo? This time, will the Imperial Cavalry you speak of help you? I think the idea of the higher UPS is correct. A knight like Emperor Qi who doesn't even want to reveal his identity, his existence itself is a threat. Even if you don't regard him as an enemy, at least you shouldn't regard him as a savior like you. Outsiders are only outsiders after all. Do you think that in this situation, you can still count on him? Cao Chuan mocked contemptuously. But right now. Get out of the way, please, and don't get in the way. Suddenly, the sound of running quickly pushed Cao Chuan who was blocking the door away. Then the young boy's face was full of excitement. Ministers, good news. People from our intelligence department went to the church, and found that someone, also opened the head of the church. The entire church was destroyed. According to the traces of the battle at the scene and the situation, it is no surprise that it is the Emperor's cavalry. There are many preliminary identifications at the scene, which should be petrified debris similar to the condensation of life. Like the traces of being bitten, according to the database's records on King of Enoch, it may be that King of Enoch has recovered and started eating. But the traces of the battle at the scene show, the King of Orphe may have been given by the Imperial Cavalry. Down. The young man's face is full of excitement and admiration. Witnessing the Imperial Cavalry, stepping on the armored bucket, and killing them through the Zerg. Who would hate that pink, flirtatious, and handsome knight? And now their push is directly destroying Orphe Enoch. It is basically certain that he even described the legendary existence of the King of Orphe Enoch. They were all killed. Moment. Cao Quan's footsteps stopped. The entire conference room fell into silence. Everyone's expressions changed from dignified to relaxed. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Cao Chuan at the door strangely. Inexplicable. They seemed to be expecting each other to continue to say something. That is to say, if he continues to say something. Will there be news that the monsters have all been killed by the Imperial Cavalry? This guy can't open his mouth. So causal. Advertisement when those eyes looking forward to him continuing to speak fell on him. Cao Chuan suddenly felt like ants were crawling on his body. There was an inexplicable burning sensation on his face. This face was swollen in an instant. And, one slap after another. His face with upturned nostrils turned livid and embarrassing. But at this moment... Pfft! Yan Daoshan's young assistant suddenly couldn't help being amused by this crazy face-slapping development. How funny Cao Chuan was slapped in the face. 1% everyone is looking forward to how funny Cao Chuan continues to say ***% sempsuns. 1000%, with his smile, the entire conference room couldn't control himself in an instant. Pfft. Ahem. Ha 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 ha. Fang Xianwen, who was always calm, saw the terrible laughter, and calmly took a sip of mineral water. Then slowly said, I understand that everyone is happy because the King of Orphe Enoch was defeated by the Imperial Cavalry. So on behalf of Minister Yan Daosheng, I give you special permission. Let's laugh. Let's celebrate. Pfft. Suppressing the constantly rising corners of his mouth, he finally broke the defense. And Yan Daosheng, who is not a rational person at all, has long been laughing uncontrollably. Fortunately, Fang Xianwen helped to give a step up. Yet. Let's just laugh, it's all to celebrate the King of Orphe Enoch being killed by the Imperial Cavalry. Ha ha ha. Cao Chuan, he stood at the door feeling out of place. His face was full of question marks. How dare these people be so presumptuous? His face, which was originally livid, was almost distorted with uncontrollable anger at this moment. And the laughter that kept coming, also directly filled the feeling of ridicule. Finally, the pride of youth was almost stepped on one foot after another. Safon Technology, Linjiang Branch. For some reason, the pot-bellied butler was still alive. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he was extremely worried. And a moment later, the door of the laboratory opened slowly. The first one to come out was naturally Yahina. The eccentric girl clapped her hands. Fortunately, the Linjiang branch still has usable equipment. Miss Yahina, my lady. Seeing that only one came out, the housekeeper asked hastily. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoyi came out. The ritual to give the maiden full life is simple. Using the power of one-time fragments, stimulate them to form light, shining on Zhang Xiaoyi's body. Then you can get the most complete resurrection power. From now on, Zhang Xiaoyi is a human being with the full power of Ophelia. Life is no longer affected by the mark of Enoch. Miss, how do you feel? The butler hurried up and asked. Nothing special. Zhang Xiaoyi shook her head. She just stood where she was, and was hit by a burst of light. Don't worry, it's done. It's a very simple matter. Yahina stretched her waist, revealing her graceful body under the uniform. Okay, the child asked me to finish, I should go. There's still a lot to do. Wait a minute, Sister Yahina. Zhang Xiaoyi shouted as soon as she heard that she was leaving. Ask my mother. Before Zhang Xiaoyi finished speaking, Yahina suddenly stretched out her finger, put it on her ruddy lips, and interrupted her. You can't meet unless you have Mr. Fang Zhou's permission. It's just that Lord Ark has fallen into a deep sleep, so no one is allowed. Of course, if you show super powerful strength, you can give special permission. Anyway, that's it, nice to meet you. It's the first time I've seen a human with two personalities, and such a knight. So, recalling the figure of a certain knight, Yahina folded her hands behind her back, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons in joy. Hold your chest high and leave happily. Safan Technologies Laboratory. Here, is where the three belts were born. Under the leadership of the housekeeper, Jiang Bai came here. Then he saw it, put it in a vessel, and made half of the belt. Fui's belt. It seems that it is planned to be completed after the arrival of the king of Orphe Enoch. It's just that he didn't expect that King Ao was kicked to death. As for this belt, Jiang Bai doesn't need it. He already has the power of Fui's. He asked about the butler Fui's, and just had a wonderful idea. Jiang Bai thinks. If it is Zhang Xiaoyi of the first personality, maybe it's more suitable for Fui's. And a strong second personality is undoubtedly more suitable for Delta. Wait, one person with two personalities, different belts, where did you see them? Advertisement. Oh, right. Akaishi sophomore, right? Thinking of something that made his scalp numb, Jiang Bai quickly shook his head and threw the dirty thing out of the hospital. Putting things aside, he turned and walked towards Zhang Xiaoyi's position. Office of the chairman. When he arrives, the girl is sitting on a chair at the moment. It symbolizes the position of the highest authority of Linjiang Safan technology. If you own Safan technology, you should be able to help Jiang Bai too. At this moment, the girl couldn't help but think so. So she accepted the butler's offer. After all, according to the inheritance relationship, she is indeed the first heir. As for the pot-bellied butler around him, Zhang Xiaoyi suddenly asked, Steward, have you ever killed a human? The butler was taken aback, then shook his head. I used to be a member of the conservative faction. The conservatives pursue a policy of neutrality. We will not participate in the war between the knights and Orphe Enoch, and we will not use our own calendar area without authorization. It's more like hiding yourself. Even if Offi and Enoch are unified later, under the leadership of the Master, we only hope to obtain a life that matches our strength. Doing something to humans is usually something that special Orphenuo will do. As for me, who has to take care of Miss, my hands must never be stained with human blood. Zhang Xiaoyi is a human being. Even the plan at the beginning was to use mature technology to transform him into Ao Feienyo when he grows up. But at least, there are humans up front. Therefore, the steward cannot be stained with human blood. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyi nodded. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes slightly and fell asleep. In the next 230 seconds, it will open again. A strong momentum was revealed. Another personality comes online. Go. Give me all the remaining Orphe Enoch identities. From now on, all Orphe Enoch remain neutral and will not interfere in the war between humans and knights. If anyone from the Knight's Security Bureau comes, tell them they don't know anything. Also, prepare for a press release. Another personality that has been cultivated as a future since childhood is indeed very good at handling such things. It was obviously the first contact, but there was no panic at all, but calm and orderly instructions. After the butler leaves. In the room, Zhang Xiaoyi fell into a state of conversation between two personalities. Number 1 personality, thank you, I am really not good at this kind of thing. Number 2 personality, will you thank yourself for your strange remarks? You and I are alone, so we can't say whether we are good at it or not. To be precise, it is because of my existence that you are instinctively unable to learn these things. But again, in other fields, you are better than me. Someone is here, and I will hand it over to you. Call me if you have anything to do. You and I are alone, there is no need to care about others. The second personality is indeed strong, but also very reliable, and very sensible. The door opens. Jiang Bai walked in and looked at the figure in front of him. Hey? You are? Zhang Xiaoyi raised her head. At this moment, the four eyes met. Jiang Bai, I have decided. I want to take over Sifan Technology and become the new president. In her eyes, there was a light shining. The weakness of character makes her look not very confident. But Jiang Bai felt that she was determined to do so. Nice view, so. He raised his camera and took a picture of this scene. Then he stepped forward and stuck it on the other person's forehead. Then I'm very lucky. This time the real rich woman is on the list. Although it feels like men and women are in the same room, there is always a bad feeling. But seeing how pitiful you are, if you want to come back, I will arrange a room for you. Jiang Bai waved his hand, feeling that it was time to say goodbye. Just didn't expect it. That, Jiang Bai. I didn't say I was going to move. Hey. Jiang Bai turned around. Zhang Xiaoyi lowered her head shyly. Can you let me stay again? I can pay this time. Jiang Bai smiled and waved his hand. Then you have to remember to make up for the previous accommodation expenses. Close the door and enter the office. The windows were open and the breeze was blowing in. Zhang Xiaoyi gently supported her hair, looking at the photo in her hand. Suddenly startled slightly. She finally understood why Zhang Shiyu and Bai Chugzhu were at that moment. I will roll my eyes at Jiang Bai's photography skills. Pfft. She suddenly covered her lips and smiled, like spring in March. It was so ugly. Advertisement. Chapter 62. Linjiang Branch. Zhang Shiyu's office. Really? It turns out that this kind of thing happened to Xiao Yi. That child is so pitiful. I'll go to her to comfort her some other day. Take Xiao Su by the way, they are about the same age, so they should be more suitable for communication. She is on the phone with Jiang Bai. The content is naturally about Orphenuk. After learning the news that Orphenuo was almost killed by the Imperial Cavalry, Xiao Zhang called immediately. Then Jiang Bai told the other party what happened. Zhang Shiyu couldn't help being pitiful. Zhang Xiaoyi could be said to have gotten the worst script. 12 years ago, I and my mother died. He was finally rescued, but because of his memory loss and personality changes, he was denied by his father. The only accompanying mother is artificial intelligence. Then all sorts of outrageous things happened. Of course, perhaps for Zhang Xiaoyi, the biggest blow was Zhang Zhendong gave his life to save another personality. As for her existence, perhaps the other party has always thought it was a mistake. The only lucky place, maybe there is only another personality who coexists peacefully with her very rationally, and. On that day, I met Jiang Bai. Those children have found their family members, and about the imprint containing the power of Rose Orpheus released by Sifan Technology. The branch is trying to figure out a way. From the current point of view, Afai Enoch was killed and his power was not detonated, so there should be nothing wrong. Zhang Shiyu told the follow-up. These Jiang Bai can't handle it. He's just a passing Kamen rider. And speaking of this, he couldn't help but say, Xiao Zhang, I plan to leave Linjiang for a trip, is there any place I can recommend? It's better to have a lot of weirdos and interesting places. Both the Zerg and Orphenuo have now been wiped out. All the Zerg of the poisonous scorpion faction died. On the other hand, Ao Feienyo was taken over by Zhang Xiaoyi, and will maintain the previous idea of neutrality. He does not intervene in the war between knights and monsters, but pretends to be a human being, and lives ordinary with the back of Safon technology. Besides, Jiang Bai also gave her advice on FAIs. So Safon Technology has also begun to invest in follow-up research on FAIs drivers. Of course, there is also the question of the life extension of Orphe Enoch. Zhang Xiaoyi's life has returned to normal, but that is not the case for the other Ophelia. Therefore, the next research of Safon Technology will mainly focus on the study of life continuation. As for Jiang Bai, since Lin Jiang has lost the weirdo, then there was no point for him to stay any longer. After all, he is a passing Kamen Rider. As an Imperial Knight, you should witness the stories of knights in this world. Take pictures of all the scenery along the way. By the way, you can get more knight driving cards. Leaving Lin Jiang, Zhang Shuya was slightly taken aback when she heard the words, and her expression suddenly became subtle. He started to speak intermittently. Why, did you suddenly think of leaving Lin Jiang? Ah? Have you forgotten the dream I said before? I am a man who yearns for freedom. Staying in this kind of place is not in line with my philosophy. Jiang Bai shrugged and replied with a smile. Zhang Shuya was silent for a while after hearing the words. That's right, I just don't know how many scenery will be ruined by your technology. Jiang Bai's face was full of question marks. Xiao Zhang, if you don't appreciate my skills, you don't have to appreciate them, and if you don't know how to speak, you can shut up. Okay, recommend me one. Let me think about it. Zhang Shu poked his chin with his finger, thinking. But at this moment, a sudden voice came from the side. Let's go to the magic capital. Bai Chugzhu, standing behind her, said calmly. Hey? This voice, why are you next to Xiao Zhang? Jiang Bai asked suspiciously. I've always been here. Bai Chugzhu said abruptly. Jiang Bai, he was a little surprised. I didn't expect you two to have such a good relationship. Zhang Shuya quickly shook her head. That's not counting. It's just. I have a lot of questions to ask her. Let's talk about your business first. As she said that, she looked at Bai Chugzhu. What did you just say about the devil? The latter came over with the chair next to him, carrying hot water, and said slowly, have you ever heard a saying? People in Kyoto look down on people from other places. And people in Shanghai only look down on people in Kyoto. Jiang Bai nodded. I've heard of it, but is it an economic problem? What does this have to do with what you want to say? Actually, this sentence also applies to the Night Circle. Bai Chugzhu's white eyelashes moved slightly, and continued, the Night Security Bureau is the earliest Kamen Rider organization. But that doesn't mean that there is only one organization in the country in this world. In Shanghai, there is no Night Security Bureau, but two special night organizations. One of them is called the Knights Committee, and the other is the Knights Awards Exhibition. These two organizations are basically in a state of cooperation and interoperability. Their night system is related to the game. In the Magic City, there are only two kinds of weirdos that often appear. One is the Beng Yuan virus, and the other is the Evil Devil. And the night system created around the two kinds of weirdos forms the rules of battle like a game. The Knights Committee and the Knights Grand Prix have produced a large number of mass-produced drives and convened players from all over the world to go. Then start a game similar to Raiders of Monsters, generally we call it a night game. Under the background of a large number of knights constantly attacking, the living environment of the monsters in Shanghai is quite difficult, which can be described as dire straits. In comparison, the knights in Kyoto have the most resources in the country and some support, but let weird people run rampant in Kyoto. Advertisement therefore, whether it is the Knights Committee or the Knights Grand Prix, they all look down on Kyoto. Think if they were in Kyoto. With that kind of resources, the weirdo would have been pushed out long ago. Because of the strength of the two parties, even the Knights Security Bureau did not dare to interfere too much with them. That's why the City of Magic is called the capital of games and the capital of freedom in our Night Circle. If you offend the Knights Security Bureau, go to Shanghai. The proud Demon City Knights only look down on the corrupt Kyoto organization, they are happy to take over knights from all over the country and provide shelter. When Zhang Shuya heard the words, she suddenly realized, no wonder you said that you defeated Jiang Bai and put him in Shanghai. So that's what happened. Looking at it now, I'm too proud and self-confessed. Bai Chugzhu smiled self-deprecatingly. Listen to the conversation between the two. Jiang Bai thought for a while, mainly thinking of those two types of weirdos. Collapse Virus, a monster born from Kamen Rider Xade, comes from the game. As for the demons, the monsters from Kamen Rider Jihu are the same as Izumi Bug. After evolving to a certain level, using the core of the Night ID as nourishment, monsters with the same memory can be cultivated. It is a complicated, low-profile version of the mimicry ability. These two types of weirdos are both involved in games. And the knights who fought with them. Those are all kinds of data monsters. Needless to say, Exate is purely numerical. As for Jihu, although the basic data is mediocre, nine-tailed fox, no matter how much it loses its price because of its strange operations. But in the first appearance, the god of creation shown is still full. That being the case, then there is nothing to think about. Then let's go to the magic capital. What are you going to do? Jiang Shiyu thought for a while and asked, I'll see you off. I haven't thought about it yet, there are some things I want to witness for myself. Jiang Bai thought for a while and said. But I will contact you in advance before leaving. That's it, I'll hang up first. The phone hangs up. Jiang Bai thought about the demonic man words of demons. Is there one in the Arc system? And speaking of the Arc system, he now has more than one of these things. The Zerg that was killed before, and the Fallen who was killed later. Lin Dongyu. As he said, Lin Dongyu himself is very clear that what he did was wrong, and he is deeply aware of his own depravity. It's a pity that the distorted self can't stop it, but instead allows her final sinking. And after Jiang Bai defeated him, the Arc system was also taken away by the way. And then, the new Zerg. The Arc Jiang Bai was not found, but it is said that a small explosion occurred in the building of the Linjiang branch not long ago. Jiang Shiyu didn't know much about the specific situation. But Jiang Bai guessed that the Arc system that did not pass the iris authentication should explode. Finally, in the battle with Fieno, Jiang Bai got another Arc system. The owner of this system is the full-bodied Ao Feienyo, whose identity is the moose who attacked Jiang Bai in the first place. In other words, the person Yahina found was really weaker than the other. What's the point of finding such a weak weirdo to join the chat group? This question may have to be answered by Hina herself. 2 days later. Inside the dilapidated building in Linjiang. The sound of hurried footsteps kept ringing. Boom. Suddenly there was a low muffled sound. Then, an Orphe Enoch's body lost control, shattered the glass in the room, and fell directly from the sky. Boom. He fell heavily to the ground. Cactus Orpheus Enoch. At this moment, he raised his head in embarrassment. And ahead, that figure slowly appeared. Kamen Rider, Fuzz. Just as Jiang Bai thought at first. Zhang Xiaoyi is undoubtedly more suitable for this force. Delta wasn't quite right for her. And now, mastering the power of Fuzz, and making acceleration accessories, and burst accessories. In the future, even the first personality will not be weaker than the second personality who is good at fighting. Why? Why won't you let us go? Director. The cactus, which was severely injured, had a projection on the ground at this moment, clutching its chest and questioning in pain. Zhang Xiaoyi didn't waver in the slightest. I've already issued an order that all AFEINO return to the company, and they are not allowed to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Are you kidding? If we don't kill humans, how can we increase our companions? The cactus Ophelia asked with a fierce face when she heard this. Then, how were you born? Orphe Enoch is a natural existence that came back from the dead. Why do you have to hunt and kill humans? Zhang Xiaoyi walked to the mobile next to Tianma, he pulled out the Fuzz blade. Since this is the case, then you are not worthy to be the president of Siphon Technology, and you should not be the leader of Orphe Enoch. The cactus Ophelia kept backing away, roaring hysterically. It's not up to you to decide that kind of thing. Zhang Xiaoyi raised her sharp blade and slashed. Kakakaka Jiang Bai stood not far away and took pictures of this scene. This was all he wanted to see. Advertisement 2 personalities, the weak use Fuzz. Strong use of Delta. It's such a good storytelling style. And now, when the picture is pulled out. Looking at it, Jiang Bai couldn't help but smile slightly. This is the story of Kamen Rider Fuzz and Delta. Jiang Bai smiled and put away the photo. But right now. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, as if he had noticed something. Suddenly he turned sideways and dodged the attack so easily. And the one that jumped out of the building was indeed an Orphenuo. Mantis Orphe Enoch. His projection appeared on the wall. We just want to live, why don't we even allow this kind of thing? So you killed 20 people in 3 days? Why don't you ask them if they want to live? Jiang Bai felt that he had heard something sad. Put the Emperor Chi driver on your waist, and then insert the card. Kamen Ride Decade. The moment the mirror shattered, Jiang Bai pulled out a card. If it's a praying mantis, use a praying mantis to deal with it. Kamen Ride Chalice. Kamen Ride Chalice. Chalice of the Ace of Hearts. It can be considered as an undead person, or as a knight. However, if one transforms with the power of an emperor's cavalry, naturally he is more inclined towards the Kamen Rider. The posture of the mantis, the body does not have a plastic feel, but is full of wild fierceness. Its weapon is called the Callous Arrow. Jiang Bai was too lazy to waste time dealing with this kind of Ophelia. Insert directly into the final attack mastering card. Final attack ride CCC Chalice, final attack ride. Chalice. The violent wind swept over him immediately. Then, Jiang Bai jumped. With a roundabout kick, it hit the attacking praying mantis Aofino. Under the tremendous force, Orphe Enoch's body couldn't stop bursting out immediately. And the moment Jiang Bai transformed into Callous. At this moment, a body suddenly appeared from a distance. Cao Chuan, the transformer of the Kamen Rider Scepter. A Kamen Rider from Kamen Rider Sword. Last time, the pride of youth was trampled on the ground over and over again. This tamed hyena hates the guy named Emperor Chi from the bottom of his heart. It is inexplicable who comes here to hate. Just because. At that moment, because of Emperor Chi. He was severely slapped in the face, slapped from the front, slapped from the back, slapped from the back, and slapped from the side. His face was completely swollen. And on the forum, the enthusiasm for discussing the Emperor's cavalry has always been high. So. Maybe he thinks so. As long as you defeat the Imperial cavalry, bring the opponent back. Come to think of it, the ones whose faces were swollen were those guys who laughed at him. So he kept looking for the Emperor's horse in Linjiang. When I was planning to give up, I unexpectedly heard the sound of fighting. Come and see it, sure enough. It's his Emperor. Emperor Cavalry. Cao Chuan, with a deep voice and his nostrils upturned, raised the driver. Transform. Open. Up. When the illusory light curtain engraved with strange creatures emerged, Cao Quan's body flew across, and then he was transformed into the posture doctor of Kamen Rider Wang Chuan. Decade. I am the strongest Kamen Rider, I come to you. In his ears, he couldn't help recalling what Lin Zongshi told him. As long as the Emperor Qi is defeated, he can prove his strength to the higher UPS. He can get a stronger knight system. Far more powerful than a scepter. So the scepter awakening device is used as a weapon, swinging at this moment. But at this moment, sudden. A body, the god shoots over. Orfino, who was blasted out by Khalees's final attack and control power. Hit him head on. What? Cao Chuan suddenly felt his eyes go dark, and he couldn't see anything clearly. And suddenly, the Japanese stock calendar emperor broke out. The body seems to have been severely injured. Astonishing power then poured out, spreading to his body. Dang even flew upside down as if out of control, and hit the ground hard. The faint light flickered away. Sudden. The old houses suddenly cracked and collapsed. Hold him down. Advertisement. Chapter 63. When strangely colored flames burn. Orphe Enoch's body immediately turned into gravel. Jiang Bai and Zhang Xiaoyi ended the battle at the same time. After obtaining the pure power of Orphe Enoch, Zhang Xiaoyi still maintains the authority to transform, and will not die because of the disappearance of the mark. Lifting the transformation, she came over. At this time, Jiang Bai glanced at the front in doubt, did there be any noise just now? Is there? I didn't hear it. Zhang Xiaoyi thought about it carefully, then shook her head. Is it an illusion? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Jiang Bai didn't think too much, and clapped his hands to release the transformation. Okay, let's go. Safan Technology's current position. Go back to the idea of the conservative Orphe at the beginning. But because of the previous series of events, Zhang Xiaoyi still needs a lot of effort to reverse the idea of Ophelia. As for those who are disobedient and just want to kill, she will also knock down mercilessly. People always grow. Zhang Xiaoyi was once as well behaved as a cat. Because of a series of things, earth-shaking changes have also taken place. Since everyone denies the meaning of their existence, Then let becoming the dependence of the Emperor Qi become the meaning of existence. Not long after the two left. Boom. Boom. Push away the rebel that weighs on you. Cao Chuan roared angrily and got up. Decade. Where is the decade? Tread. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind. Cao Chuan, you walked too fast, I almost lost track of you. But, why are you in such a mess? Lin Zongxi slowly appeared, as if he had just arrived. However, the squinting eyes were looking at the other party at this moment, showing a puzzled expression. Why, did you encounter the Emperor's cavalry? Was he knocked down? Cao Quan's disfigured face sank when he heard the words. Dust-smeared face, complexion livid. At the same time full of embarrassment. Before he even touched the opponent, he was hit by Yu Bo's power until he dispelled his transformation. No, not right. Must be a wall problem here. The quality is too bad, I pressed myself. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to be defeated like this. Cao Chuan shook his head and quickly put the astonishing thought behind him. Lin Zongxi looked at his embarrassed look, his eyes seemed to be slightly opened. Cao Chuan, you won't, you were severely injured without even seeing anyone. Impossible. What are you kidding, what do you take me for? Cao Chuan roared as if breaking his defense. With this appearance, Lin Zongxi immediately knew the answer. He suddenly showed a little smile. I know you are very anxious 867, but don't worry. I probably understand your current situation. The power of the scepter doesn't seem to be suitable for you, it doesn't matter, I think of a power that is very suitable for you. It will definitely make you the strongest Kamen Rider. Hearing this, Cao Chuan was slightly taken aback. Can make me the strongest Kamen Rider. The strongest, that is his obsession. In other words, each of the knights who joined the supervisory committee has been indoctrinated that they want to become the strongest Kamen Rider. To become the guardian organization and protect the strongest combat power at the top. Just like raising Gu, rate the inspectors. The higher the level, the stronger the knight system can be obtained. The ones with a worse rating are the general knight system. His scepter belongs to the middle class, even lower. The power of the scepter needs to be strengthened by undead beasts. But most of the undead beasts are sealed, and the cards are owned by some knights. Therefore, Cao Chuan has always disliked the power of the scepter. I think it is this thing that limits myself to become the strongest. But now, Lin Zongxi's words inexplicably caused him to have a strange emotion. He wiped the dust off his face. What power? Lin Zongxi turned around when he heard the words, and slowly opened his squinted eyes a little, with a sly gleam flickering, and then said, come with me. Siphon Technology. As a branch of a behemoth of a super multinational corporation. Even if it's just a branch in Linjiang. Its size can be called the largest existence in Linjiang. Plus Zhang Zhendong's operation. The whole company continues to develop in a good direction, even if you look at the whole country, it is also a top 10 group. Zhang Zhendong's ability is beyond doubt. He is only because of the death of his wife and daughter. Because the recovered daughter has completely changed, and the successor she was looking forward to disappeared. Because he found that the life of Orphe Enoch was very short, and his own life was not long. Wait, a series of things come together. It caused the nervous breakdown of the whole person, and began to do everything possible to make the race of Shi Fei Enyo continue. Under his management, Siphon Technology is also thriving. Although the backbone of the core, most of it was devoured by the king of Orphe Enoch. Or be turned into a stone statue by the power of King Orphe Enoch and destroyed by Jiang Bai. Advertisement. But after Zhang Xiaoyi took over, she quickly stabilized the situation. The second personality, Siping, is very charismatic as a leader. And the first personality is very talented in management and operation. Obviously, she has never been in contact with it, but after just looking at it for a while, Zhang Xiaoyi figured out everything, Abfa. And now, Jiang Bai is in her office, learning information about the Knights of Mordor. This is the information provided by Bai Chugzhu and Zhang Shuya using their A-level authority. Speaking of which, Bai Chugzhu's maid is really amazing. It is said that she was a maid who was raised from childhood and has dabbled in all aspects. Even if it is thrown on a deserted island, it can survive. In terms of organizing data, it is also done very carefully. Jiang Bai took a look around and learned about the situation in Shanghai. It was indeed similar to what Bai Chugzhu described. There is no branch of the Night Security Bureau, only the Night Committee and the Night Grand Prix. The Knights Committee is mainly an organization established for the collapse of the body. The Night Grand Prix is for demons. However, in terms of targeting weirdos, there is still a basic consensus among the knights. When encountering weird people, we will deal with them together. The information is very detailed, but Jiang Bai glanced at it for a while and put it down again. Where is the fun of imperial writing? His story is a story of travel. Kamen Rider Teki is witnessing the stories of others. But Emperor Qi has no story of its own. In other words, his travels, the worlds he passed by, the people he knew, the monsters he fought, and the companions he bonded with. All in all, his story. Jiang Bai doesn't like to make any preparations in advance. As an imperial knight, the most important thing is to enjoy the unknown and mysterious scenery in the process of traveling. So after looking at it for a while, he put it on the sofa beside him. In front, Zhang Xiaoyi with a serious face was dealing with various matters of the company. She is also very busy recently. In the final analysis, the middle and high-level leaders of Sifan technology are all dead. In order to maintain the normal operation of the company, it is necessary to find a replacement. The replacement person must be trustworthy, and at least capable of not causing trouble. In addition, there are many Orpheus-like cactus. Ignores orders, betrays organizations, and slaughters humans wantonly. It will only make Orphenuo's situation worse. It is also different from Zhang Xiaoyi's philosophy. Then it can only be dealt with. But all in all, everything is moving in the right direction. Just manage Sifan technology well. Solve Orphenuo's life problem, and create enough drives. She can do it, Lei Dao. Maybe, one day in the future, Jiang Bai will face the Cavaliers' Security Bureau. She can make the whole Orphe Enoch press on it. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoyi was even more motivated. Jiang Bai, who didn't know what the girl was thinking, just silently took pictures of this beautiful scenery. Then he got up slowly, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, and watched the development of the city. Linjiang is not a small city. Although it is not particularly developed, it can be regarded as the tail of the first-tier cities. There are many high-rise buildings in the city, and you can stand on the top of the building and look out. It is a modern city that stretches as far as the eye can see. But at this moment, a black mist suddenly reflected in Jiang Bai's pupils. Immediately afterwards, from outside Linjiang city, in the direction of the mountains about a few hundred meters away, there was a burst of thick black fog, which was spreading at a very fast speed. Jiang Bai raised the camera on his chest and took a picture of the vision. Then he frowned slightly. What? At the same time, the phone rang. A call from Zhang Shiyu. Jiang Bai, it's not good. Look out the window. Jiang Bai answered the phone and replied, I've seen it. What is that? Zhang Shiyu shook her head, we don't know, we haven't found relevant information yet, but people from the intelligence department and nearby knights are going to investigate. Where are you now? I always have a bad feeling, keep yourself safe. Jiang Bai shrugged, you should say this to yourself, I also have a feeling of uneasiness. The storm is coming. You don't intend to ignore it, do you? I'm planning to go there. Zhang Shiyu nodded. She is putting on her uniform and holding gloves, waiting for the vehicle of the logistics department. Where is it? Jiang Bai asked. Of course it's in the executive department, are you? Then I'll pick you up on the way. Zhang Shiyu said subconsciously. Suddenly, the grey-white curtain suddenly appeared in front of him. The dimensional wall flashed past. Jiang Bai and Zhang Xiaoyi appeared in front of them. The so-called them naturally refers to Zhang Shiyu and Bai Chugzhu. Why are you two together again? Jiang Bai blurted out this question for some reason. Strange, why use only? Help her here, and save a little trouble by the way. Bai Chugzhu explained calmly. Advertisement I see. Are you going to use the ability just now to take us there? She looked at the curtain behind Jiang Bai, revealing a little curiosity. Since you are here, let's come together. Jiang Bai nodded without thinking too much. Zhang Shiyu took a look, and then realized, I almost forgot, you still have a dimension wall. I don't always use it, I almost don't remember it. Jiang Bai gave her a blank look, I've said it before, on the road of life, the most important thing is the scenery along the way, always using the dimensional wall will make life very boring. Gossip say less, hurry over. When the dimensional wall flashed past, everyone disappeared from where they were. King Mai Mountain. The famous mountains near Linjiang. According to the rumors, the poet immortal fell into the well and died just now after drinking wine for the moon. Therefore, there is a green lotus court here, commemorating the poet fairy. In the recent development, it has become a famous tourist resort near Linjiang. Summer vacation is the peak season for tourism. On the mountain, countless tourists come and go. Most of them are students who are on vacation and come to go on an outing together. The sound of playing is endless. But no one noticed. In the mountains, a cave that is very difficult to find. Is it here? You said, the power of Kamen Rider Kyuga? The rumored power that has disappeared for a long time. Cao Chuan frowned, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked suspiciously. Inside the cave, it was dark. Relying on the faint light of the mobile phone, I was able to see a little clearly just now. It seems that there is something like a wooden coffin placed in the gloomy cave. It seems that no one has cleaned up the surrounding area for too long, weeds are overgrown, and the sound of snakes swirling and hissing can be heard from time to time. And the flies kept coming, making people feel irritable. But Cao Chuan still forced himself to calm down. After all, according to Lin Zongxi, this is the place where Kamen Rider Kyuga sealed himself. Kamen Rider Kyuga. According to legend, decades ago, a senior accidentally obtained the power of Kyuga, but in just a few months, he became the trump card of the Night Security Bureau at that time. 4 forms, suppress all knights, claim to be the strongest. When the senior was constantly challenging the knights of various divisions almost like kicking a gym. But suddenly met the strong man of the Gulanji family. The Wolf Gurnji, who was dubbed Eternal Darkness in the database of the Night Security Bureau. The specific information of the other party is unknown, and the understanding of him was only analyzed after the battle between him and Kyuga. But after the battle between Kuranji and Wolf Gurnji, both sides disappeared together. Never seen Kamen Rider Kyuga again. According to speculation, they have a high probability of returning to the same place. But even so, in just a few months, he has obtained the power to be called the strongest knight. Cao Chuan couldn't help feeling hot in his heart. Isn't that the power that suits him best? Become the strongest Kamen Rider and become the highest fighting force of the organization. Then, wait, what to do next? It's as if I never told myself. It's just that since the day I joined the organization, people have been telling me that to become the strongest knight, I must protect the organization. But after that? Just when Cao Chuan was stunned, Lin Zongxi said slowly, sure enough, it's here. In fact, the headquarters has never given up searching for Kamen Rider Kyuga's power. There is a special member of the intelligence department who has been searching for Kyuga's whereabouts. According to various materials, rumors, and classics, the location has finally been determined. The purpose of our trip to Linjiang this time is to scare the Linjiang branch and tell them not to get too close to the Imperial Cavalry. The other purpose is, to bring back Kyuga's power. Hearing this, Cao Chuan's face became even hotter. As for the others, they were all left behind. Then you said, this power, that's right, here it is. Lin Zongxi narrowed his eyes and smiled happily. Cao Chuan couldn't help swallowing, but still retained the last sliver of reason, why give it to me? Don't you want it? Empty my strength. Lin Zongxi shrugged, you know, I have never been interested in fighting. If it weren't for being forced, I would rather be a clerk. Hearing this, Cao Chuan took a deep breath and reconfirmed, you really don't want it. Of course, Lin Zongxi nodded. But if you say it again, I'm not sure. Hearing this, Cao Chuan became anxious immediately, stopped in front of the other party, and said, don't. Brother Lin Zongzong, from now on you will be my big brother. When I become the strongest Kamen Rider, I will help you fulfill your wish. He licked his lips. At this moment, many things came to mind. The concept of becoming the strongest Kamen Rider that is constantly instilled. The scene of being ridiculed by everyone in the Linjiang branch, with his face swollen from beatings. That Emperor Cavalry casually killed himself, and he didn't even know the scene. If there is this power. If it is this power. Those guys, what the hell? Thinking of this, Cao Chuan's breathing suddenly became heavy. He walked towards the sarcophagus while taking out the shapeshifter. The last reason, let him choose to get closer after transforming. When the Kamen Rider scepter comes on stage, put the scepter awakener on the sarcophagus and slowly open it. Boom. A touch, a heavy voice, this moment cannot help but reverberate in the cave. Advertisement. Chapter 64. Boom. A deep voice sounded, and the coffin was very heavy. But after transforming into a scepter, Cao Quan's power can still be opened. His eyes became more and more fiery. Start looking forward to the power inside the coffin. The power of empty self, as long as you get that power. He was extremely excited, and his adrenaline quietly soared. But didn't notice Lin Zongxi, who was behind him, took a few steps back quietly. Look at his eyes, it's like looking at a dead man. And this moment. Rumble. When the coffin lid was lifted by the scepter, it fell heavily on the ground. There was a deafening sound, accompanied by dust. However, Cao Chuan no longer cared about those things. As soon as he ran over, he bowed his head and headed towards the inner circle of the coffin. But just at the moment when I bowed my head. Sudden. Boom. The coffin trembled crazily. It seems that there is something in the ground that is about to rush out. The ground began to shake violently in an instant. What? Brother Zongxi, what's going on? This cave is full of eerie and chilling feeling. Now this sudden change made the tense Cao Quan's body tremble even more. Subconsciously turned around and looked behind me, and it turned out. Lin Zongxi, who was at the door just now, has long since disappeared. Zone. Lin Zongxi. UBD. Finally realizing that something was wrong, Cao Chuan almost fell into the dark. And at the same time, countless jet black thick fog spewed out from the ground in an instant, spreading crazily and continuously. Woo 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 woo, the sound like the howling of an evil ghost continued to be heard from under the suppression of the coffin. Accompanied by the pitch black thick fog, it filled the entire cave in an instant. And it keeps spreading. Terrified, although not sure what happened. But the current instinct made Cao Chuan run away towards the outside in the first instant. Immediately afterwards, endless pitch black smoke crazily spread out. In an instant, the vicinity of the cave was completely filled. And the black mist is still expanding, Yan. After a while, with the cave as the core, the nearby mountains were instantly swallowed up. On King Mai Mountain, countless tourists come and go. Some observant people quickly noticed something was wrong. Strange, what is that? Why is there black smoke? Is it a mountain fire? Call the police, it will be terrible if it is a wildfire. At the beginning, they could still keep calm, even the passengers who waited and watched. Soon, the person closest to the black mist suddenly held his throat and gasped with difficulty. Things started to go wrong. How is this going? Cover your mouth and don't inhale the smoke. Go down. Go down. Don't squeeze me. Get out of the way. Can the child go down first? Ah. Noisy, and chaos became the main theme of this moment. Countless people were engulfed by the thick black fog. Breathing soon became extremely difficult. One by one, they fell to the ground. Panting heavily, he looked like he was about to faint at any moment. At this time, the dimensional wall flashed past. When several people appeared, the black mist had spread rapidly. Put this on. Bai Chugsu handed over the gas mask. One per person, put it on quickly to prevent black fog from causing problems. The direction from which the black mist spreads is over there. Jiang Bai glanced slightly, and quickly determined the approximate position according to the wind direction. That's the middle section of King Mai Mountain. Is there any legend about King Mai Mountain? Bai Chugsu asked after thinking about it. She's not a native, doesn't know that well after all. Zhang Shiyu thought for a while, I only remember the story of the poet immortal who caught the moon in the well and died. Others, it seems that I haven't heard much about it. And at this time, a loudspeaker came from Xiao Jiang's headset. Jiang Bai, Sister Shu Yu, I seem to have found a similar rumor. It is said that decades ago, a wolf demon manifested, and a masked warrior fought hard against it. Ultimately sacrifice your life and seal it here. This legend is only known to the old people near King Mai Mountain, perhaps because of the changes of the times, it is rarely heard of. The voice coming from the headset is naturally Izayasu's voice. Jiang Bai used to tease her as a useless college student. But in fact, Yan Ziyasu just can't fight. She's pretty good at intelligence gathering, data modeling, and profiling. But it seems that her wisdom is all sealed by those silly glasses. That's why there is a sense of great wisdom and wisdom in the eyes. But now, it has helped a lot. Wolf demon, a warrior with a mask? Is it a Kamen Rider? Bai Chugsu looked in the direction of the black mist. Emperor Knight, can you take us directly to the center of the black mist? Of course. Jiang Bai snapped his fingers, and the dimensional wall appeared. Your ability is really convenient. Jiang Shiyu fell in love with this convenient feeling. Is it convenient? It's a pity that you didn't. Jiang Bai smiled smugly. Suddenly Xiao Jiang's face darkened. This guy is still talking nonsense at this time. Jiang Bai. Jiang Shiyu waved her fist, as if she was about to make her own real injury. It's just that after Jiang Bai finished his coquettish words, he stepped into the dimension wall one step ahead of time and disappeared. Advertisement. Xiao Jiang chased after him angrily. And soon after, others also entered. When the screen in front of me changed, the black mist filled the air even more frighteningly. The visibility of the air is significantly reduced. Faint appointment, it seems that many people can be seen lying on the ground. It seems that the core of the black mist is there. Jiang Bai rolled his eyes slightly, and then landed in the direction of the cave not far away. Following the direction he was looking at, Yu Chugsu took a look. But the black mist was too thick to see clearly. Just give up for now. In this case, let's go directly. She thought for a while and made a decision. He just took a step, but was blocked by Jiang Bai's hand. Hey? Emperor Qi, what's wrong? You didn't hear anything. Jiang Bai tilted his ears slightly and listened. Several people held their breath tacitly, trying not to make a sound. Howl. Jiang Bai listened carefully, and the voice seemed to be getting clearer and clearer. Is that sound a wolf howling? Jiang Shiyu thought of Yan Xiaosu's legend. Is it a wolf demon? Jiang Bai shrugged. I can't hear you clearly. After all, I'm not a good ear. In that case, let's go and have a look. Bai Chugsu suggested. Although I think so too, we may have to deal with the troubles ahead of Yifei first. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes suddenly. In an instant, Ben was lying on the ground. It seems that people who fainted because of inhaling something in the black mist had trouble breathing. Suddenly opened their eyes, their expressions were distorted, hideous and terrifying. And the face, at this moment. Suddenly, scary lines appear. Suddenly spread continuously, and then it took the form of grungy. A group of rational, but bloodthirsty monsters. Seeing this, the knowledgeable Bai Chugsu turned her expression slightly aside. This is Gulongji, who only appeared in the ancient capital. Why is it here? Gulongji is a group of bloodthirsty monsters who like to hunt and kill humans. They have the appearance of humans, and their business is hidden among humans. Yan Xiaosu amplified the information through the headset. This is the value of the data analysis department. In this case, it is definitely not possible to bring a group pet who cannot fight. But modern technology more than makes up for it. The only problem is, Sister Shiyu, the black mist seems to affect the signal a bit. I'll try using a special signal. A special signal is a dedicated channel for this situation. Even under the deep sea, they can barely get in touch and send out weak signals. And Jiang Bai here. Gulongji's appearance was very surprising. But everyone is the best among them, so they didn't hesitate. Start transforming at the same time. When the Ace Memory Drive, the Jiadu insect instrument flies, the light of magenta blooms, and the light of deep red is bright. 4 knights appear at the same time. Xiaoyi, you are. Jiang Shiyu stared at this different belt for a moment. The new belt is Kamen Rider Fai's, the girl smiled softly. In front of Jiang Shiyu, who cared about her like a sister. She is still as cute as a cat. Xiao Zhang nodded when he heard the words, come with me. Without her own sister, she treated both Yan Xiaosu and Zhang Xiaoyi as younger sisters. Wolf. Eternal darkness. Turn humans into bloodthirsty grungy. Dark mist envelopes. Let Jiang Bai think of a troublesome Gulangji. If it's that guy. Could it be that the one who sealed him? Jiang Bai looked towards the lair where the black mist emanated. Here I leave it to you. I'll go and have a look inside. He casually rubbed the Kahei sword with his palm, and Jiang Bai walked into the black mist. As for the Gulongji standing in front of him, one knife at a time. Constantly refresh the killing mode. The direction from which the black mist came was not very far away from him. When very close. At this time. Sudden. A body suddenly escaped from the dense forest shrouded in black fog like a panicked escape. Go away. I can't die here yet. I want to become the strongest Kamen Rider. Cao Chuan, because he is a knight, can avoid being affected by the power of the black mist. But he is surrounded by a group of Gurnji. The influence of the black mist, coupled with the relationship between his own fear. He couldn't show his strength at all, and was hunted down very embarrassingly. Now, after repelling Gulongji with the scepter with great difficulty, he nearly rolled down the hillside in a panic. In a panic, he ran forward at a fast pace like rolling and crawling. And at this time, suddenly, a Gulongji flew over in front of him. It crashed in front of him. Immediately afterwards, it exploded directly. The body of Kamen Rider's scepter was immediately hit by the airwave and flew backwards. He slammed into the nearby tree and broke it in the middle. Cao Chuan fell to the ground, suffering from pain every day. Clutching his chest, he gasped for breath. Zero ask for flowers, just see the figure ahead. Decade. Isn't that Magenta's body exactly the guy he was looking for? Jiang Bai also noticed him at this moment, and casually wiped the card box sword. I didn't expect there were other knights here. Are you from the Night Security Bureau? Advertisement, that's right. Inspector of the Night Security Bureau, Kamen Rider Scepter. Cao Chuan suddenly got up from the ground with difficulty. Hold on tight to the Scepter Awakener. Decade. I will defeat you and become the strongest Kamen Rider. While speaking, he rushed over suddenly. The scepter waved. Jiang Bai was slightly taken aback when he heard this. The strongest knight? This thing cannot help but say. As for the opponent's attack, he raised the card box sword. Clang! Card box swords and scepters collide together. There was a crisp roar. So that's it. The inspector that Xiao Zhang mentioned is you. That's the question. What happened here should have something to do with you, right? What have you done? While speaking, Jiang Bai cut out the card box sword with one hand. The absolutely crushing power instantly exceeded Cao Chuan's tolerance. His hands trembled, shaken by a powerful force, and he almost missed the Scepter Awakener. Thorn! Across the chest. The body flew upside down immediately. Tread! Jiang Bai stepped forward slowly, and heard about it when he was on the phone with Xiao Zhang. Inspectors from Kyoto, high-level hyenas. A bunch of brainwashed troublesome guys. He appeared here by such a coincidence, how do you see? It's not like nothing happened. When talking about what happened, Cao Chuan couldn't help but shudder. Zero, it has nothing to do with you. I want to be the strongest Kamen Rider, and I want to be the strongest force in the organization. Just knock you down. Jiang Bai squinted his eyes when he heard the words, really? But since it's a scepter, then use this to deal with you. Kamen Ride Chalice. Kamen Ride Chalice. When that handsome and wild figure appeared, Jiang Bai clapped his hands. The strongest knight. If you beat me down, you can really say that. But, the premise is that you have to live. Flipping his hands, the callous arrow appeared in the palm of his hand. Ahead, Cao Chuan has already grasped the scepter and rushed over. Callous arrow, although it is a bow and arrow weapon, has always inherited the characteristics of Kamen Rider's weapon design for melee and long-distance sharing. The blades on both sides can be used as sword blades. Decade. Cao Chuan roared angrily, and swung down the scepter heavily. And Jiang Bai just stood there. When the scepter was close at hand, he suddenly swung the arrow. With an understated blow, the sharp blade swung directly from below. Draw a crescent like cold light. Clang! There was a crisp collision sound. Immediately afterwards, Cao Chuan's transforming device and weapon dashed the scepter awakening device. At the same time, it flew out and fell on the ground. What? With just one blow, his weapon was sent flying. And at the moment of his horror, the bow and arrow were already resting on his chest. Boom! The power at close range erupted, and a fire burst out of his chest in an instant. The body of the scepter flew upside down like a kite with a broken thread, hitting a tree among the dense forests again. He fell to the ground in pain. How is it possible? How can there be such a big gap in power? I was adopted by the organization since I was a child, and I grew up as an elite. He looked at the figure in front of him in disbelief. But at this moment, Jiang Bai just drew a card. Is the last word finished? Then stand still and don't move, the pain is only for a moment. Final attack ride CCC Chalice. Final attack ride. Chalice. When that card is inserted, Cao Chuan realized something was wrong. The people in the data analysis department have already conducted a very detailed analysis of the Emperor's horse. Various abilities, the corresponding functions and effects of the cards, and the cards currently displayed. And what's going on right now is enough to kill him with the ultimate night kick. He panicked. What are you up to? I am the inspector of the Night Security Bureau. You killed me, the organization will not let you go. You are provoking the entire organization. You will be hunted down by the entire organization. He panicked. Backed by a huge organization, only he has ever killed other knights, who dares to kill him? But now here comes a real fool. Horror suddenly filled my heart. But at this moment, Jiang Bai just raised his head slightly. Hey, you are right. But I'm a world breaker. When the wild wind blows, Callus's roundabout kick blasts out with a rising tornado. No. Cao Chuan opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. Boom. Ding. Advertisement. Chapter 65. Floating Dragonfly, 4 hearts. Drill the Conch, 5 hearts. Hurricane Eagle, 6 hearts. The power of 3 undead beasts constitutes a night kick. Callus's roundabout kick blasted out with a rising tornado. The body of the scepter resisted Callus's knight's kick from the front. Immediately, the so-called strongest knight shot out uncontrollably. A thick tree trunk was broken. Stopped for a long time, then exploded. While the flames emerged, a card fell to the ground. Jiang Bai stepped forward slowly and picked up the Knight Control card. Congratulations to the host for killing the Kamen Rider Scepter. Drawing a driving card for you, successful drawing, you will get the Kamen Rider Wizard Control card. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of killing 5 Kamen Riders. Card is being drawn for you. If the draw is successful, you will get the Kamen Rider Wiseman, Sage, Control card. Wizard? Fei, the only knight in the Kamen Rider who mainly uses the power of magic. An elegant mage, a pretty good card. In this case, he gained another one with the power of the Master Cavalry. And the Kamen Rider Sage Control card brought by the achievement system is known as the power of the White Mage. A power that can confront the final form of the Fey. Another top card. Jiang Bai stepped forward and picked up the scepter card that fell on the ground. And at this time, suddenly a figure appeared behind him. Bai Chugzhu used Chen Shihua to knock down several Gulongji. After releasing the time up, he landed, only to find that Jiang Bai was right next to him. Daiki, why are you here? Didn't you enter there? Jiang Bai gestured to the card in his hand. I met the inspector you mentioned earlier, the one with Kamen Rider's scepter. The scepter? I remember it was called Cao Chuan. Bai Chugzhu recalled, and then said, Kikiki is the body disposed of. It's all turned into cards. Jiang Bai gestured to the cards. When Bai Chugzhu heard the words, she suddenly realized. Almost forgot, Tiki doesn't have the ability to kill knights and turn them into cards. But why is Cao Chuan here? Who knows? Jiang Bai shrugged. Bai Chugzhu nodded, indicating that she probably understood the situation. Then, shall we go in together? The visibility of the black mist is very low, especially the closer to the source, the more difficult it is to see the surroundings. Jiang Bai nodded, let's go. So he walked in front and took a step. And behind him, suddenly his hand was grabbed. You're getting lost, I'll grab you and go. Bai Chugzhu's voice was calm, without any ups and downs or emotions. Jiang Bai glanced at him, you better be. The two walked and talked. Do you feel guilty? The Gulangji we killed, no accident, they should be human. Tourists who travel here, because they are affected by the power of the wolf demon, will become monsters. Bai Chugzhu grabbed his hand and asked inexplicably. As human beings, they are already dead. In a sense, we should help them out. Jiang Bai said very calmly. You are really free and easy. Bai Chugzhu couldn't help sighing. It's just that I don't think it's necessary to think so much. Also, put away your unnecessary guilt and don't affect the battle. Jiang Bai's voice was calm, and he reminded. I know that before doing anything, I will ensure that I am calm enough. Ri Chugzhu replied softly. Suddenly, Her ears moved slightly. Daiki, do you hear the sound of battle? Ah, it's coming from inside the cave. Jiang Bai quickened his pace. The two are getting closer. Sudden. A howling sound came out. Weird, like crying, like screaming, like whistling. It's inexplicable, and I can't help feeling chills. And then... boom. 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 Inside the cave, there was a sound of fighting. In the black fog with extremely low visibility, can faintly see. The two bodies are fighting fiercely. One of them, every movement is full of extreme life. The other one is holding a long stick in his hand, waving it constantly, and his posture is flexible. And soon, that wild existence suddenly opened its arms. Boom. 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 A burst of terrifying cyan power condensed and burst out. The entire cave was instantly destroyed. The heavy sound caused the ground to tremble violently, as if it was about to collapse. Endless dust was stirred up in an instant, lingering in the black mist. Advertisement after a while. The source of the black mist seems to have disappeared. And the black mist that spread across the entire mountain range dissipated at the same time. I do not know how long it has been. Finally, the darkness dissipated, only the dust accompanied by thick fog. After a while, it was blown away by the wind. Then in front of Jiang Bai and Bai Chugzhu, suddenly a blue spear pierced the opposite stone. Immediately afterwards, stir the stones pressed against the body. Squeeze hard and shake them all away. Then, a familiar figure of Jiang Bai and Bai Chugzhu appeared. Kamen Rider. Kara. Dragon form. The figure holding the green dragon staff seems to be looking around very vigilantly at this moment. His eyes instantly fell on Jiang Bai and Bai Chugzhu. Who are you? The female voice came from the empty me. Bai Chugzhu looked at her and suddenly thought of something. Kamen Rider Kyuga first appeared decades ago. The appearance of that night is very strange. It is said that the user only got the power for a few months, and suppressed all the knights in the entire organization at that time. Although the overall strength of the organization at that time was not strong, after all, the technological development has not yet reached the modern level. But the power of the empty self has still been proven. It is rumored that when Kyuga's transformation person was monitoring in 4 branches, he encountered a monster battle, and finally both died together. So, are you a new generation of empty me? But at this moment, the Kyuwo holding the green dragon staff seemed to have noticed something. There was a moment of silence before my whole body relaxed. Undo the transformation. I don't feel any malice from you. Seeing how you know me so well, are you from the Night Security Bureau? When Kyuga released her transformation, she was about 20 years old, wearing a red dress full of martial arts atmosphere and quite elegant, with a white shirt inside. The whole person reveals a feeling that is out of tune with this era. And when the other party opened his mouth, Bai Chugzhu was instantly stunned. What year is it now? Where did that Gulongji go? Zhao Ying looked around. Unfortunately, just woke up from a deep sleep. The whole person is still groggy. If he had used the Pegasus form at that time, he would not have allowed that Gulongji to escape smoothly. Did you wake me up? Why didn't you speak? Say what else can I say? The knowledgeable Bai Chugzhu only felt that her cognition had been subverted. Whether it is the appearance of the other party's clothing or the lines of the words, there is an amazing news revealed. TTB. She couldn't be Kara from the first generation. Etc. Impossible, the first Sora is old enough to be her grandma. Jiang Bai looked at the surprised Bai Chugzhu, smiled and raised the camera. Miss Sora, I have a question for you. You should be the first person to get Kyumai's belt. No, it should be said that you are the only Kamen Rider Sora. Of course Zhao Ying nodded. Then suddenly there was a click in front of him, and the camera rang. At the same time, a faint light appeared in the eyes of the old antique girl. Suddenly, she made a move to grab it. Very standard action, grabbing Jiang Bai. What kind of weapon is this? Who are you? The voice full of sharpness sounded instantly at this moment. Immediately. Silence. And the photo that emerges from Polaroid. Because of the distortion of light, the figure captured by the girl is as moving as a white crane. Only the abstract ones are not like human beings. Well, this is very Jiang Bai. Half an hour later. In the spacious living room. Jiang Bai served his homemade fruit tea with ice and placed it in front of several people. Calling herself Zhao Ying, she is the first Kamen Rider Kyuga woman. Playing with Magenta's camera. Be careful, don't break it with too much force. Jiang Bai glanced at it and said angrily. Don't worry, although I don't really understand the principle of this thing, but Xiao Bai told me. It's just. Xiao Bai, why is the one I took different from yours? Zhao Ying held the photo she took in doubt, question marks were written all over her round face. Why do Xiaozhang and Xiao Bai say you are an abstract photographer? Jiang Bai, his face darkened, and he stared at the girls who were grinning from ear to ear. They don't know what art is, don't be fooled by them. I'm a professional photographer. Jiang Baiting. Advertisement. Zhang Shiyu, Zhang Xiaoyi and Bai Chugxiu couldn't help rolling their eyes. This guy really doesn't understand how abstract his technology is. However, the old antiques from decades ago seem to be simpler than imagined. He actually believed what Jiang Bai said, and nodded with a face of enlightenment. Oh Jiang Bai, don't bully her for not knowing these things. Xiao Zhang quickly pulled Zhao Ying and explained, although Jiang Bai is very good at many things, but taking pictures is really beyond the scope of human understanding. Anyway, just don't let her take pictures of you casually. Zhao Ying tilted her head, feeling a little dazed. Really? It's really hard for people to imagine that Emperor Key camera technology is like this. Bai Chugxiu couldn't help sighing. Xiaozhang and Xiao Bai both said that. So have you been photographed by Xiao Bai with a camera? Let me see what you look like. Zhao Ying raised her head curiously. Maybe it's from waking up from decades ago. After sleeping for a long time, she woke up to find the world turned upside down. He seemed very curious about everything. But this request, even if you can be our grandma, you can't agree to it. The two looked at each other and turned their heads at the same time. This really won't work. Yes, let's change the subject. At this time, Jiang Bai placed the mixed fruit tea in front of several people, and said angrily, Miss Zhao Kong, what's the matter with your strange address? Just call me Xiao Bai. What kind of weird nickname is Xiao Bai? Because you are younger than Xiao Bai. Zhao Ying raised her head with a sincere look on her face. Hearing this, several people couldn't help but have a headache. This empty me, the character is really feeling like you don't know how to respond. The point is, given her age at which she can be a grandma, she seems to be no problem to be called like that. What a ghost! Even if he was a few decades ago, except for the time spent sleeping, he is not as old as Bai Chugxiu and Zhang Shiyu. When several people have a headache. Zhao Ying held the lychee and ice jasmine in front of her, looked at the strangely colored water, and fell silent. It seems to be thinking, is this thing poisoned? Something beyond the scope of cognition obviously made her face full of doubts. And watching a few people sighing and drinking drinks at the same time. After thinking about it, I also imitated their appearance and tasted it with a straw. Good, delicious. On the round face, the bright eyes twinkle and twinkle, and at this moment, they narrowed happily. Happiness flooded his face. Seeing this scene, Jiang Bai and the others looked at each other without surprise. Actually, she seemed pretty content. But now the focus is not on this, but on Zhao. Bai Chugxiu thought about it, but couldn't find a suitable address for a while, so she said directly, Excuse me, what happened on King Mai Mountain? What are those black mist? Zhao Ying was sucking in small sips, the sweet and delicious lychees really made her want to stop. Is it possible to be so happy just by drinking water? As for Bai Chugxiu's question, she said slowly just now with her face full of happiness, I don't know exactly what that black mist is. Then can you tell us what you know? Jiang Bai leaned back slightly, leaning on the sofa and asked. Zhao Ying thought for a while, so, let me start from the beginning of everything. I was born in a declining martial arts gym. At that time, domestic martial arts had just encountered suppression from various aspects. My father was the last generation of heirs at that time, and the family tradition was originally passed down from male to female. But because of the special background at that time, my father taught me all the martial arts passed down in my family. A few years later, my father died of illness. When I was cleaning up the martial arts gym, I discovered this. Zhao Ying stretched out her slender but powerful waist. Above, suddenly emerged empty my belt. This belt called Konghua was discovered at that time, and it seems to have been discovered by a certain generation in the martial arts hall a long time ago. I just touched it out of curiosity, but because of an accident, it fell on my waist, and then I became a Kamen Rider. Later, I met people who called themselves the Night Security Bureau, and they invited me to join the organization. I thought about it, but there was no place to go to 3.1, so I became a member of the Cavaliers Security Bureau and helped them fight against weirdos. I am strong, and some people in the organization seem to be curious about the power of my empty self. So I have played against many Cavaliers, and I have been called the ace of the Cavaliers Safety Bureau without knowing it. Afterwards, when I went to the south to pick up something and returned, I didn't expect to encounter a town where people turned into monsters. The black mist hangs over the town, which can turn humans into monsters called Gulangji. When I found the source of everything, I found that Gulangji who was speaking a language I couldn't understand. In the battle with him, I was a bit of an opponent. He was very powerful. But although I couldn't defeat him, he couldn't beat me either. However, that Gulangji has no martial arts. As a warrior, he even released a large amount of black mist during the battle, threatening me. In order to prevent all the innocent people nearby from turning into monsters, I have no choice but to use this, the thing I got from the south, to release Sora's unique ability, which I call the sealing power. Use myself as a seal to seal that Gulangji. While speaking, she took out a special shard-like thing. Like some kind of stone, engraved with mysterious lines. May I take a look? Bai Chugzhu asked cautiously. Xiao Bai is not threatened, of course. Zhao Ying nodded and handed the stone to Bai Chugzhu. Can you feel threatened? Zhang Shiyu couldn't help asking in surprise when she heard the words. Perhaps because of the fusion with this thing, my sense of perception is continuously enlarged, and I can vaguely feel the good and evil of human beings. Zhao Qiu touched the driver on his waist. Immediately, the empty belt disappeared and was hidden in the body. Although I didn't say it carefully. But obviously, look at the relaxed look. She seemed to feel that the people present had no malice towards her. Do you still have this kind of ability? With you like this, I feel that the strength of the ace is so mediocre. Zhang Shiyu couldn't help complaining. Advertisement. Chapter 66. Bai Chugzhu's Jiadu has a rare ability to speed up time. Both Zhang Xiaoyi's Faiz and Delta can use the photon spiral to freeze the opponent. Not to mention Jiang Bai, no one knows what else he is hiding. Is it only my ace that is mediocre? Xiao Zhang couldn't help but pouted. Hearing this, Jiang Bai couldn't help laughing. Ace is not that simple. That is a rare knight who writes idealism in the setting. As long as you are idealistic enough, you can be tough with some numerical monsters. And Xiao Zhang was born with supernatural power. Even though she said so, in fact, the idealistic power hidden by Ace has been faintly developed by her. When Bai Chugzhu was researching the strange fragment given by Zhao Ying. The latter. It is holding the fruit juice and tasting it happily. This is something she has never tasted. Maybe it is considered to be very precious, like the tea that those old men used to bring out when entertaining guests. She drank slowly, savoring carefully, not daring to take a big sip. But after a while, I still finished drinking. Maybe it's because of the relationship between sips and sips all the time. After hesitating for a moment, she raised her glass. That, is there any more? Jiang Bai was taken aback for a moment, then recovered. Yes. Let me do it. Zhang Xiaoyi got up, took the cup, and went to the kitchen familiarly. Then she came back with a full bottle of lychee tea and placed it in front of the happy Zhao Ying. This thing should not be in the database, at least I haven't seen it. Who asked you to get it? Bai Chugzhu studied for a long time, but she couldn't find a reason for it even with her profound knowledge. Zhao Ying raised her head and thought about it. Then he lowered his head again, forgot. It may be because I have slept for too long, and I have forgotten many details. However, I seem to be awakened by someone. Originally, the seal will last for a long time. As a result, someone accidentally moved the seal, causing that Gulangji to escape. Hearing this, Jiang Bai and Bai Chugzhu looked at each other. A name came to mind at the same time. Cao Chuan. But how did the other party know where the seal was? According to what Zhao Ying described, she was fighting with Gulangji at that time. I forgot where it was in the first place. Anyway, it was calling from the south to the north. 01 in the end, no one can kill anyone. Wolf Gulangji wants to use the black mist directly to turn all nearby humans into weirdos. Zhao Ying has no choice but to use herself to lure and seal the other party. And the final location happened to be in Linjiang. Bai Chugzu returned the fragments to Zhao Ying. Since that's the case, do you know what that Gurnji will do next? If he deliberately assimilates humans into monsters, we must kill him as soon as possible. Zhao Ying became thoughtful upon hearing this. I remember that he seems to be afraid of something, so he has been assimilating humans and creating Gulangji, as if to deal with some terrible existence. When I stopped him, his tone seemed to be very anxious, as if he was obsessed with me. It's just that I can't understand his words. She used her unexpectedly enhanced perception ability to get a vague response. But Gulangji muttered the whole time. Anyway, she didn't understand a word. Then where is he most likely at present? Jiang Bai asked again. It may be recovering. After all, I have slept for too long, and I feel like my body is not adapting to it. After the reply is complete, it should be, as in the past, continue to assimilate humans to create Gulangji. Hearing this, several people nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Bai clapped his hands. So, your condition has recovered, and he is almost there. Zhao Ying hesitated for a moment, then nodded. It should be, our recovery speed should be about the same. When do you estimate the recovery will be completed? Jiang Bai asked again. Tomorrow, right? Zhao Ying stretched her muscles and said. Hearing this, Zhang Shuyu and Bai Chugzu stood up quickly. Jiang Bai, let's go back to the branch now and let the people in the logistics department start the evacuation work. I'm going to investigate about the seal. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Bai opened the dimension wall. Let me give you a ride. So the two stepped into the dimension wall and quickly returned to the branch. And Zhang Xiaoyi also got up. Jiang Bai, I'll arrange for the evacuation of Siphon Technology. Good. Jiang Bai opened the dimension wall again and sent the girl away. And just like that, only Jiang Bai and Nane Ying were left in the room. Etc. Why is this one still here? Xiao Zhang and the others forgot to take it away. He looked at the other party, thinking whether to send her away with the dimensional wall as well. And Zhao Ying noticed his gaze, and her small head was slightly tilted under her long hair. After a moment of silence, he hesitated again, and passed the cup over. Here you are, I can only take a sip. Jiang Bai, Zhang Shuyu, Bai Chugzu, and Zhang Xiaoyi were all busy. And Jiang Bai. It also feels quite busy. Jiang Bai. This is so soft. What's it called? Sofa, remember to take off your shoes on it. Oh. What is Jiang Bai? Can I press it? Remote control, press here to turn on the TV. Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai. Come here, I feel so cool here. Because, there is air conditioning. Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai. All of a sudden, Jiang Bai heard the voice of Zhao Ying calling continuously. She is like a child who came into this world for the first time. Advertisement curious about everything that is unknown. And perhaps, it was because Jiang Bai didn't feel any malice from him. At this moment when he is the only one by his side, he is full of constant calls for dependence. As for Jiang Bai, on the other hand, he is sitting on a chair without love, drinking water and watching cartoons with the little girl from decades ago. Outrageous! Why did the dignified world destroyer become like this? However, in this scorching summer, drinking ice water while blowing on the air conditioner is indeed a pleasant thing. Only. Jiang Bai looked at Zhao Ying's slender white legs. Because of the relationship between martial arts, full of tension, and the jade feet wearing Zhang Xiaoyi's socks rested on the coffee table. Jade. Pooh. How can everything be jade? But this foot is really white. He obviously didn't wear any socks, so he was probably exposed to the sun a lot. The arch is high, and the foot shape should look like a standard Egyptian foot. Medical students think this is the most practical and healthy foot shape, and it accounts for the largest proportion of girls reaching. Strange, why am I researching this thing? Jiang Bai quickly shook his head, threw the strange knowledge out of his head, and pretended nothing happened. Enjoy the last silence before the storm. But Zhao Ying was frowning at the moment, while sipping on a snack called potato chips. While looking at his feet from time to time, the eyes looking at Jiang Bai gradually became strange, calmly, and carefully retracted his feet. In the world decades later, it seems, men's hobbies seem a little strange. Zhao Ying didn't quite understand it, but was shocked. Morning hours. King Mai Mountain. Wolf Gulangji did not go far away. But still here. He is resting, regaining control of the body that has been sealed for decades. That feeling of incompatibility between the body and the consciousness disappears slowly. But he knows that Sora is the same. The opponent should also be constantly adjusting their status, preparing for the decisive battle when the sun rises. Since that is empty, I don't want to cooperate with him. Then you can only kill him and advance to the next level. He stood where he was, took a deep breath, and started throwing punches. It's like warming up. At this time, Zhao Ying was staying up late watching cartoons. After a brief warm-up, Wolf Gulanji began to hit the wall with his fists to increase the intensity. At this time, Zhao Ying was drinking coke and lying on a soft and comfortable bed. After high-intensity adaptation to his body, Wolf Gulanji recharged his batteries and prepared for the big battle. At this time, Zhao Ying was still staying up all night in the cave in the early morning. Even in the scorching heat of July, it exudes an uncomfortable coldness. The water flowed down from the wall, making a tick-tick-tick sound. Wolf Gulanji sat where he was. Sudden. He opened his eyes. Who, Gulanji, outside the cave? Tread. There seemed to be a bouncing sound. Yahina came over happily with her hands behind her back. Finally, he saw the figure sitting cross-legged on the stone. Finally found you. It really made Ahina easy to find. Who are you, Gulanji language? Wolf Gulanji didn't move, but he was ready to kill the opponent at any time. Whispering sound. Into the tiny earphone behind Yahina's long red hair. My name is Yahina, and I'm here to invite you to join our ARC project, Gulanji. Why do you know our language, human? First of all, I am not a human being, but an artificial intelligence. Secondly, I have learned all the languages in this world, including your Gulanji language. Yahina stretched out her fingers, wrapped around her hair, slowly took out a mobile phone, and threw it over. This is for you, as long as you open it, you will understand how to use it. After joining the group, I hope you can use Gulanji as your code name, so that you can keep your own up. Wolf Gulanji glanced at the things on the ground, and suddenly stood up slowly. Violence and tyranny suddenly appeared in those dangerous and bloodthirsty pupils. Yahina took a look, and the little hands that passed the time around her hair stopped. Want to fight? Sure enough, Gulanji is a group of very troublesome creatures. Before I wanted to find a member, I had to fight. I thought you could be smarter, but I didn't expect it to be just as troublesome. Then Yahina will accompany you, but if you lose too quickly, Yahina will kill you. The girl's slender waist in a corseted uniform. Suddenly, a complex and heavy drive appeared. 01 drive. Jump. Jump. And in the palm of his hand, at the same time, the secret key named Ju Migratory Locust appeared. Yahina is an artificial intelligence, a magic puppet, and a Kamen Rider 01. A piece of floating white lights up from the sky, and the sun shines from a distance. As the sun rises, night gradually dissipates. And under the light, people from the Night Security Bureau are evacuating the crowd on a large scale. But there are too many people in Linjiang. Advertisement and time, too little. They barely, never catch up with time. As the sun gradually rises, the members of the logistics department who were directing suddenly thought that something was wrong. Quick! Speed up! Everyone, please put down some of your unnecessary things. Brother, we are just evacuating, not moving, you are moving the bed. That young lady, it's time to evacuate, understand? Don't put on makeup. The evacuation appeared chaotic. People's lack of cooperation made the work of the logistics department very difficult. And Zhang Shiyu and Bai Chugzhu saw this scene. Can't help frowning slightly. And at this moment, sudden, in the sky, black mist began to spread out. From the direction of King Mai Mountain, it keeps coming towards the city. Oops! Has it already started? Zhang Shiyu's expression froze. Hurry up and evacuate. If you can't evacuate, put on the gas mask. Big trouble is coming, Gulanji, the wolf of eternal darkness, his power is far more terrifying than the weird people we met before. Bai Chugzhu said slowly. All we can do is to minimize losses. Zhang Shiyu put on the gas mask with a serious expression. And at this moment, Night Security Bureau, Linjiang Branch. Inside the building, Yan Daosheng sat on a chair, drinking health-preserving tea. Watching the black mist appear in the sky. Just feel. I am really unlucky, As soon as the Zerg were done, Orphano came. Orpheus just ended. Here comes another grunge. Tong Longji who can assimilate all human beings into monsters. What can I do as a retired company chief who is only in charge of issuing orders? Jiang Bai, standing in front of the living room window, looking at the black mist shrouded outside, slowly raised the camera to take a picture of it. 610 It's finally time to start. Grunge, the wolf of eternal darkness. Although it can assimilate human beings into Gulanji, from the performance point of view, it should not have mastered the ultimate power. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zhao Ying to live to this day. Zhao Ying now only masters the 4 basic forms. There is no sublimation form that absorbs electricity, let alone the ultimate power. But even so, Wolf Gulanji. Without a doubt, it should be at the top of the list. Kill it, don't know what reward you can get. He turned and went to knock on the door. Zhao Ying's door. Boom boom boom. Kara, Gurnji has started to move. No response. Jiang Bai sensed something was wrong. Zhao Ying's perception has been strengthened, so there's no reason why she can't hear it. He opened the door without hesitation. And right now, the room is empty. People, long gone. Now. On King Mai Mountain. Wolf Gulanji exudes endless darkness. It may not take a moment to shroud the world. The entire Linjiang will be shrouded in darkness again. The sky and the sun are gradually being covered by blackness. It's time to go to the city, turn all humans into Gurnji, absorb them, and then I can gain the strength to barely fight against that guy. Muttering Gulanji in his mouth, the wolf slowly suspended its body and flew up. But at this moment, very suddenly, an arrow, along with the seal Wangqu. In an instant, the explosion came. Boom! Wolf Gulongji was shot down in an instant. Falling from the sky, falling on the ground. Salsa. In the forest shrouded in darkness, a body walked out slowly. It is the empty self in the form of Pegasus. In this form, the 6 senses of the empty self have been strengthened thousands of times that of human beings, and even infrared rays, ultraviolet rays, and electromagnetic waves can be seen. Judgment, insight, and concentration have become excellent, and they have strong mental strength. But at the same time, the pain sensation is also infinitely magnified. A little injury will make Sora extremely painful. So Zhao Ying decisively twisted off the branch next to her, and then her body suddenly changed color. From green to blue gesture. Kamen Rider Kyuga Qinglong mentality. Zhao Ying's favorite form. Because the martial arts she learned since she was a child has something to do with guns. Although Qinglong's mentality is a stick, it is always the weapon that is most inclined to the gun. Kyuga, Gurnji language. The wolf Afianyo stared at her without the slightest surprise. As Zhao Ying walked, she said calmly and indifferently, "Do you know? This world has changed a lot. There are sweet drinks, delicious food, good TV, and many other wonderful things. Those human beings who are really beautiful and live in such an environment must be very happy. So, Gulongji, I will never allow you to hurt anyone. Never allow you to destroy their happiness, their smiles. I'm here, to seal you again." Advertisement. Chapter 67. This moment. That looks like a curious baby-like woman. Really showing her side as a warrior. Born in that cruel era, she saw everything in this era for the first time. Really curious. And personally experienced everything in this era. Zhao Ying feels that this is the best time. And because of this, Gulongji must not let their happiness be ruined. Wielding the long stick, it is as flexible as an arm and a finger. The body jumped up, showing the amazing jumping power of Qinglong mentality. Empty me. Eternal darkness will descend on this world. Gurnji, said words that Zhao Ying could not understand at all. At this moment, the wolf Gulongji waved his arms and directly collided with the green dragon stick. A collision of pure power. Zhao Ying is very good at using long weapons. And the flexibility endowed by Qinglong's mentality allows him to display his martial arts more freely when fighting. A former martial artist, combined with Karaga. It does show a different style. The attack is strong, and once she is allowed to seize the opportunity, it will instantly launch continuous attacks like a violent storm. Destroy your opponent instantly. Boom. Boom. The two sides fought fiercely. Wolf Gurangji is also powerful, if the existence of the ultimate darkness. Then he must be the strongest Grunji. After all, just the ability to assimilate human beings and become Gulanji is enough to become the supreme leader. Pure leadership. Boom. Boom. The strength of both sides continued to erupt. The seal power is added to the green dragon stick, and every blow will cause obvious damage to the wolf Gulanji. But it can't cause fatal damage. Just like decades ago. This moment, the strength of the two sides collided together, and they immediately stepped back together. Stabilizing his body, the wolf Gulanji roared, and a deep and hoarse voice came, "Decades ago, you couldn't beat me, and you can't beat me now. Gurnji." He opened his arms, and suddenly an astonishing force began to condense on his wrists, forming like blue lightning. Boom! Zhao Ying's body was swallowed instantly. But at the moment of the explosion, with the help of the flexibility of the green dragon form, taking a step back, Tian Fen dodged dangerously. But, for Zhao Ying, going is commonplace. It was like that decades ago. Her damage is not enough to kill the opponent. But in the same way, she has trained the Azure Dragon form to the full level. Can dodge the opponent's ultimate move. If they don't want to die, they can continue to fight for a few days and nights. Only there is no time there. His body slid on the ground, and finally stabilized after being hit by the air wave. Zhao Ying held the long stick and looked back at the city filled with black mist. Once it is enveloped, the city is finished. And within the city, Xiao Bai, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Yi, Xiao Bai will all face big trouble. The picture of getting along with them could not help appearing in her mind. Zhang Shiyu taught herself how to use a camera. Bai Chugxiu told herself the knowledge of the modern world. Zhang Xiaoyi obediently gave her something to drink. Besides, responsive to every request, full of helplessness, but Jiang Bai who tells himself everything. Although he is a bit perverted, he likes girls' feet. But maybe the next time we meet, it will be 10 years, or even 100 years, or 1,000 years later. At that time, I knew it would be good to let him touch it once. That's how he got his wish. As for myself, before the battle, she has already had memories that she will never forget in that short period of time. The fruit tea is delicious, the lychees are sweet, the potato chips are delicious, and the chocolate is delicious. The lamb on TV is very cute. The spacious king bed is soft and comfortable to lie on. Xiao Yi's clothes are beautiful and comfortable to wear. At last, Jiang Bai's photos are really hard to appreciate. It was only a short half-day, but it left an unforgettable memory for her. Zhao Ying's hand holding the stick was even harder. If you sleep with such a memory, it doesn't matter even if it is 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Only, at that time, would I still be able to meet someone who was as gentle as them and would not make me hate them? Maybe you will miss them? Thinking so, she took out the mysterious fragment without hesitation. There is a very strange history in this thing. It seems that in a short period of time, one's own power can be activated. Decades ago, she used this power to strengthen the sealing power. Forcibly seal the wolf Gulanji. And now, time to do it again. And at this moment, opposite the wolf Gulanji, I also saw myself attacking, after the light and smoke cleared. Sora, who was holding the mysterious fragment, was taken aback for a moment. It's that one again. Kong me, don't even think about it. Roaring Grunky, recalling bad memories. Wolf Gulanji immediately raised his arms, and the cyan power formed a thunder and lightning impact. Release it immediately. But at the moment, Zhao Ying has activated her ability. In an instant, Sora's ability to manipulate microscopic particles was activated. Advertisement under the power inspired by the mysterious fragments. The ground suddenly collapsed. Form an environment like quicksand. And the body of the wolf Gulanji began to sink. On the ground, the huge emptiness symbol emerged. Don't think about it. This time is not the beginning. Decades ago wolf Gulanji was unprepared. But this time, it was prepared. The moment the body sank, the body was suspended under the control of telekinetic power. Forcibly broke free from the air, and at the same time went straight to Zhao Ying. The latter didn't have the slightest fear, the long stick was handsome, and he waved it gracefully. Come with me and be sealed, Grungy. I will never let you hurt the happiness of innocent people again. People in this era should be happy, smiling, and living. She was ready to rush forward, dragging the wolf Gulanji to be sealed together. But right now, suddenly, the steps he had just taken were stopped. The body was pulled by an inescapable force. Varied. She subconsciously turned around in surprise, her pink body reflected in her eyes. Pink, Kamen Rider. Oops. Let me go and leave this area, or you will be killed with us. Her hasty words were not finished yet. Wolf Gulongji has already rushed over. This is destiny. Eternal darkness is coming. The dark killing game will become a reality. At this moment, Wolf Gulongji raised his arm. He punched the debris in Sora's hand. But right now, suddenly a hand, also stretched out. Boom. A low, thunderous sound echoed between heaven and earth. A pure force collided, causing the airflow to fluctuate, forming invisible air waves to impact in all directions. Wolf Gulongji raised his head in disbelief at this moment. What? He looked at his punch and was caught. Yes, it was caught. That pink guy actually grabbed his hand directly. Block all the power without any wavering at all. And at this moment, Emperor Qi raised his head slowly. Those compound eyes shone with a dangerous light. Jiang Bai's voice sounded calmly, I'm sorry, she seems to be trying to protect Ren Nuan's smile. Then I'm interested, let's protect her smile. After all, girls who like sweets and drinks, what's wrong? 3 sentences, all in, Gurnji. You. Wolf Gulongji was shocked. Those ferocious pupils couldn't help shrinking for a moment. Jiang Bai let go of Wolf Gulongji's hand. Then, suddenly a punch was raised. Blast out! Boom! A heavy punch hit the opponent directly in the face. Gulongji is still immersed in this sudden appearance and can speak Gulangji. But apart from not being able to take pictures, the other features of the metropolis are the standard equipment of the Imperial Rider. And at this moment, after receiving a heavy punch, Gulongji's body burst out immediately. Hit hard against a tree. King Mai Mountain is luxuriant in summer. Except for the uphill blocking the road for tourists, other places are densely covered with trees. It makes people feel that it is very shady. Who are you? This. Xiao Ziobai. Zhao Ying was taken aback for a moment. Looking at the figure pressing her shoulder, he said subconsciously. Hearing this, Jiang Bai raised his eyebrows and said, although you are from decades ago, it's too strange to call me Ziobai or something. Is there? I can't remember Qing's name. Zhao Ying blinked. Then his eyes fell on Jiang Bai. Xiao Ziobai, why did your appearance suddenly turn pink? This is magenta. Even Jiang Bai's black belly has no effect on this grandma's natural stupidity. It feels like even if you talk coquettishly, the other party probably won't be able to understand what he means. Besides, I'm my own, Kamen Rider Decade, Imperial Knight. Decade. Zhao Ying nodded, as if she understood. Jiang Bai glanced at her, and then looked at the imprint of empty self dissipating on the ground. Apparently, the girl was worried about sealing him together. But you are really messing around. When I opened your door, I saw a garbage bag of snacks, happy water, and a warm TV. I found a messy bed. At least pack it up for me before you go. Zhao Ying showed a strange expression upon hearing this. Aren't you embarrassing me, an old antique from decades ago? Those things simply don't. But under the cover of Sora's mask, he just stared blankly at Jiang Bai. It's not the same as the kind of wisdom of Dadazhu. Zhao Ying gave people the feeling that she was in a daze all the time. Except when fighting. Is it supposed to be a martial idiot in some sense? And this time, ahead, that Wolf Gulongji. Maybe it's feeling ignored. Get up from the ground, whistling. Pink Kamen Rider. Where are you sacred? Not only can you speak our Gulangji language, but you can also block my attack. While talking, he greeted with Gulangji's unique way. Raising both arms high, blue thunder suddenly raged. Advertisement it exploded towards Jiang Bai in an instant. Be careful. Zhao Ying found a dangerous force coming. Immediately wanted to drag Jiang Bai to escape. But he just stood there and didn't move. Come and see, the power of Kamen Rider Decade. Then, give up your idea of pulling him to seal himself together. If you seal him, who do I fight and how do I collect cards? Jiang Bai complained silently in his heart, and a brand new control card appeared in his hand. I can't think of one that is particularly suitable for you, so use this. Kamen Ride Ajit. Kamen Ride. Agita. Form Ride Burning. Form Ride. Burning, boom. When that burst of cyan thunder raged, the blazing flame suddenly bloomed. Flame collided with thunder. Transformation invincibility buff exerts its effect. When the raging power exploded, a deep pit was created in Wang Bing. Kamen Rider Agito's burning form appears. The whole body is like a burning flame. It was as if Yajichuo in the form of the earth had been burned, and the violent feeling possessed by that flame was immediately displayed to the fullest. Yajichuo. Gurnji, Wolf Gurnji, meet this unique Kamen Rider. Did you just talk a lot? At this moment, Jiang Bai slowly started to walk towards the other party. Wolf Gulangji breathed heavily and did not hesitate. Gulangji's instinctive bloodthirsty and tyranny made him not have the slightest desire to escape. Directly choose the head-on. The wild fluff was covered by the wrist guard, and a blow that condensed pure physical strength was blasted out. Jiang Bai raised his fist, and the blazing flames automatically attached to it. Boom! The two forces collided instantly. After punching each other, Wolf Gulangji seized the opportunity. The right fist is the first to blast out. It hit directly on Yajichuo's body, who didn't intend to block or dodge at all. Boom! A deep voice echoed. Wolf Gulangji was stunned for a moment, looking at the opponent's motionless body. And, the burning breastplate that seems to spew out flames at any time. The hand just felt like it was being poured into a flame and made a chi-chi sound. In the next second, Jiang Bai stretched out his hand. Grab his fist and break it out. What, Gurnji? Wolf Gurnji couldn't believe it. But at this moment, Jiang Bai was just grabbing each other, and the indifferent voice sounded slowly, the color just now is called red. Boom! While opening the opponent's fist, his own blow was blasted out. Yahuda in burning form is pure and violent power. There is no messy ability, but pure power is enough to crush everything. A direct and decisive punch hit Wolf Gulangji's chest. Immediately, the opponent's chest seemed to be sunken due to that terrifying force. The scorching heat brought a faint white smoke. Ah! Lang had, Longji growled in pain, and staggered back. But at the same time, Garang has basically instinctive bloodthirsty and rich combat experience. Let him be in the first moment after stepping back. Supporting his body, he raised his fist to attack. Boom! Jiang Bai grabbed the opponent's fist, and punched himself with a backhand. Boom in the same position. Second question. I'm just a passing Kamen Rider. Remember it. The burning power blooms again. Pure power bursts out its own romance. The most shocking aesthetics of violence. Wolf Gulangji burst out directly. Like a flamethrower added to his chest, he couldn't stop hitting several big trees in a row before barely stopping the car. Zhao Ying looked at this scene in surprise. Xiao Bai, so strong. Her memory is indeed not very good. Perhaps it was because he had just woken up, and he was still a little dazed. Basically only able to remember single words from a person's name. But she also realized that she had misunderstood a little. This era has undergone earth-shaking changes. She was probably the strongest Kamen Rider ever. Meet Wolf Grunge, just for everyone else. Choose to sacrifice yourself to seal the opponent. After recovering, the instinct also thinks so. So feel everything in this era and realize the happiness of this world. She made up her mind. Sacrifice himself and seal the Wolf Gulangji again. Perhaps, Zhao Ying made up her mind. It has been sealed until the end of the world is ushered in by human beings, or they cannot persist. In short, I know that this era is not happy. She will continue indefinitely. Until you die. As Jiang Bai guessed. She is a very pure person. In the past, there were only martial arts and fighting in the world. And sacrifice. But now, the idea of sacrifice is gone. She realized that maybe she didn't need to be so extreme. This era. It's not that I'm the strongest. Xiao Bai's power has surpassed himself. Advertisement. Chapter 68. Chi-Chi. The chest seemed to be constantly being burned by flames. Wolf Gulangji got up from the ground with great difficulty. In just a few decades, has such power been born among human beings? Humans are really terrible creatures. However, the eternal darkness descending on the world is the mission of my birth. As Yajichuo, the light is really disgusting. Muttering Gulangji in his mouth. Jiang Bai couldn't hear clearly, but he probably understood what he meant. Eternal darkness. If you're ultimate darkness, I'd have a headache, but that's it. Just remember honestly, Magenta Kamen Rider passing by, and then disappear. Jiang Bai waved his fist and said indifferently. Wolf Gulanji struggled to get up from the ground. He slowly opened his mouth and did not speak. Instead, let out a howl like calling a pack of wolves. In the next second, on the Qingmei mountain. Those human beings who have been turned into Gurnji who have not been killed yet. Come answer his call. After a while. Salsa. 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 Zhao Ying discovered that countless Gulangji appeared in the woods. In the black mist, a pair of gloomy pupils faced them directly. This picture, inexplicably, makes people feel uneasy. So weird and spooky. But Zhao Ying just waved the green dragon stick. Xiao Bai, let me help you entangle them. Go and beat it. Human beings who were assimilated by the wolf Grunji, the Grunji born from them. The strength is not particularly strong. And as the strongest Kamen Rider ever, Zhao Ying, who couldn't be killed even by wolves. She is fully capable of blocking them, even giving her enough time to kill them all for you. Only that would be such a waste of time, and such a waste of weirdos. Jiang Bai shook his head, looking at the continuous flow of Gulangji in all directions. And black mist spread to the entire city. It seems that there is no time to waste. I'll fix you in one go. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. Then he took out a card and followed Zhao Jing. She just turned around, turning the long stick very familiarly and gracefully. When ready to do it. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Final form attack, cried KKK Kiga. Final form control. Kiga. She didn't understand the sudden voice at first. 18, Kiga? Me. Zhao Ying was stunned. Just as 867 subconsciously wanted to turn around, Jiang Bai rubbed his shoulder. Do not move. It may be a bit itchy next time, but let's consider it your punishment for sneaking over. The sound fell, before Zhao Ying could say anything. She suddenly felt like her whole body was changing out of control. Unbelievable, she turned from Kamen Rider Kiga to a Catalpa bug. What is this? Why didn't I know Sora and I still have this power? Bai. Jiang Bai smiled when he heard the words, there are many things you don't know. Alright, let's go. Before the girl could react, he stepped on her directly. Get rid of the nearby Gurangji first, and deal with the wolves last. Although I don't quite understand what's going on. But when fighting, Zhao Ying is more reliable, okay. After trying her own ability, she accelerated. In an instant, his body flew up, heading straight for Gulangji who kept appearing all around. Jiang Bai took out the weapon of burning Yajichuo, Shining King Sword, single-edged mode. To swing the long sword it will is to harvest the life of a Gulangji. As for Gulangji himself is a human being or something. Jiang Bai didn't care at all. The ability of wolves is to kill humans first. Then turn them into grunge. So. In a sense, it should be regarded as helping them out. In short, Jiang Bai is implementing his ideas from beginning to end. Everything he passes by is his scenery. Have fun enjoying it. The so-called sense of guilt can't stop him. At this moment, the long sword cut out. Gulangji, one by one keeps exploding. Boom. 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 In the dense woods, the sound of explosions was heard continuously at this moment. Wolf grunge. Stand in the middle of what is constantly being flattened by explosions. Looking at Gulangji who was constantly being summoned, but could not escape the fate of being instantly killed, it was unbelievable. Empty me, why does Sora still have this ability? Seeing that the number of Gulangji was getting smaller and smaller, he finally became anxious. He opened his ferocious big mouth again, and let out the sound of howling wolves. Suddenly, those Gulangji who were constantly obliterated. Come to him in an instant. Empty me. Ajichuo. The ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes stared at the strange combination, and Gulangji's body began to be swallowed continuously. Advertisement into his body. This is one of the other purposes of being the eternal darkness, Wolf Gulangji. He can continuously create Gulangji, and then absorb them to strengthen himself. In this way, one day you will be able to fight against the figure standing at the top of the Gurnji game. Provided that he has to live now. When the arms spread out, the Saiyan thunder suddenly surpassed any previous momentum. Amazing power, quickly accumulated in an instant. Jiang Bai watched this scene. Draw 2 cards at random. Zhao Ying, get ready to go. This is the final blow. N. Zhao Ying responded. Then, the cards are inserted one after the other. Final adage cried Ajit. Final attack ride. Agitat. First is Yajichuo's final attack control. In an instant, the power of flames wrapped around the shining king's sword. Step on me, fly, and drag out the sacred flame streamer. For a time, the entire Yajichuo became full of majesty and shock. It was as if the whole body was enveloped in flames. The nickname of the hairy crab in the burning form is not wrong. Final adage cried Kiga. Final attack ride. Kiga. The other control card is for Sora. In the posture of becoming a catalpa-type insect, you can still use the final attack control. Increase her destructive power. And this moment. 2 final attack masters. It can be regarded as the greatest respect for Wolf Gulanji. This moment. The endless Saiyan thunder suddenly erupted, and it continued to wreak havoc in an instant. The bang seemed to destroy everything. But the burning flames, and the catalpa worms trampled on. Swipe across the most shining flame streamer, dragging out an unforgettable firelight like a sacrificial ceremony. A sword cut through the thunder and lightning. Across the body of Wolf Grungy. The streamer flashes, and the coldness is full. The flames surge like a dragon. And instantly, Wolf Garang stood on the spot, on his body. There was a burst of flames surging scars. How can it be? Human beings in this era, how could they create such power? UBD, who the hell are you? On the eve of death, Wolf Gulongji still has no intention of giving himself another death buff. Nail your own coffin tightly. Tread. Jiang Bai got off Zhao Ying. He wiped the shining king's sword casually, and the voice of Ping came slowly. It's just a Cayman rider passing by, remember it for me. When the sound fell, Wolf Gulanji exploded in an instant. Boom. Flames filled the entire forest. The darkness was gradually dispelled. Sunshine emerged again. The black mist that spread over Linjiang City was gradually, completely dispersed by the brilliance, the sun. Pat. In front of Jiang Bai, a mobile phone suddenly dropped. He couldn't be more familiar with this stuff. Arc system? Why here wait, Yahina met the Wolf Gurnji. That woman, still looking for new members? Jiang Bai thought about it, but he didn't care too much. At this time, Zhao, who had been transformed, took over. It looks like the eyes of a master, full of not very smart look. Bai, what is this? Mobile phone, of course it's more accurate to call it the arc system, that's it. It's over, let's go. Jiang Bai lifted his transformation and took a random photo of the traces after the battle. As for the picture of the Wolf King, it had already been taken. A posthumous photo of this level is part of his story. And what he took was the scene where Sora and the Wolf King were going to be sealed together. In this way, the new story is completed. J, when he turned to leave. Suddenly he was pulled by his sleeve. Hey? What's the matter? Jiang Bai turned his head suspiciously and looked at Zhao Ying. That, Xiao Bai, can I drink yesterday's, that thing called, fruit tea when I go back? She licked her lips, quite eager to move. Jiang Bai raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes, that depends on your performance, let's go back first, the weather is so hot. With a wave of the hand, the dimension wall opens immediately. Then he stepped into it and disappeared. Zhao Ying was stunned for a moment, then slowly lowered her head. Looking at her own jade feet wearing Zhang Xiaoyi's shoes. It seems that some kind of decision has been made. Coming. She stepped into the dimension wall and followed. And at this moment, somewhere, a body of Bainong passed by. It seems to have noticed something. Suddenly a smile appeared. It's a smile that shows interest in something. Not yet. But, there is Agita in full form. Advertisement wait. Bai Yi's voice, looking somewhere, hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. At the same time, the darkness was dispelled, and this scene fell on Yahina who was in a coffee shop in Linjiang, blowing on the air conditioner to dissipate heat from the melting body. She was looking forward to what happened next. But I'm kind of worried. Sure enough, it should be reminded that the Wolf King left this place. Although the other party will most likely not listen. Who is more powerful, the Wolf King or the Imperial Knight? Can transform into other masks Knights of the Emperor, super tricky feeling. When I was thinking about it. Suddenly, the gradually dark sky was suddenly illuminated by light again. Yahina was taken aback for a moment, then stood up. Then I saw the disappearing black mist. Immediately, the pretty face froze slightly. Then it turned into a distressed expression and pouted slightly. Why? It's really troublesome, a new member who finally got it done. I also deliberately learned from the previous lessons and recruited members with sufficient strength, but why, is it so insufficient? Looks like he was defeated by the Imperial Cavalry again. Wait, what if the Emperor Qi is brought into the group? Doesn't it mean that you don't have to worry about the group members being knocked down by him in the future? Yahina suddenly discovered the blind spot and thought of the most effective solution. And quite moved, the slender fingers poked the chin lightly. The brain program runs quickly, thinking about feasibility. Kamen Rider Decade, his existence should be a big trouble for the Night Security Bureau. Those humans don't like power beyond their control. Although it is inconvenient to shoot now, no matter how you look at it. They will all have a battle in the future, since that's the case. Maybe it's really possible if it's Decade's malice, maybe he can become Mr. Ark. She suddenly smiled happily into a crescent moon. The other side. Bai Chugzhu and Zhang Shiyu. It was supposed to be helping to evacuate the crowd. But there are still some who don't listen. It's fine if you don't want to leave, not even a gas mask. It can only be said that good words are hard to persuade, damn it. They were shrouded in black mist, and they turned into Gulangji without any accident. Reluctantly, the two could only transform into battles. Knock them down. 1.2.3, Rider Kick. In the rising state, a night kick instantly kills several Gulangji. Bai Chugzhu just quit the state. Just noticed something. That is. At this time, he punched Gulangji, and the violent Xiao Zhang suddenly shouted, Bai Chugzhu, look ahead. The latter was pulled back, looked up in the direction Zhang Shiyu pointed, and was stunned for a moment. The black mist disappeared. Is it an Imperial Cavalry? She reacted immediately. Zhang Shiyu nodded, obviously, but that guy clearly agreed that we would go together, but he went secretly by himself. And it's good if it can be resolved. Bai Chugzhu didn't care too much. At this moment, he recalled the scene he saw just now. She immediately said to Zhang Shiyu, I found something, and I went to deal with it. Lin Zongmai, follow me. As she spoke, she yelled towards Lin Zongmai over there. Ah! Hey, here we come, Sister Chugzhu. Lin Zongmai hurriedly followed. Can this be honest? The last time I posted a photo of my sister Chugzhu being stepped on the forum, forget it. Also speak is being written. He is still alive now, Bai Chugzhu is quite merciful. And was beaten up. Also let the teenager realize. Your sister will always be your sister. Bai Chugzhu, beat your younger brother, don't even need to be early. Now, as soon as I hear that I have to work, I immediately follow the past honestly. And at this moment, on the roof of a certain high-rise building, Lin Zongxi, in the form of Kamen Rider Raijin, is watching a show with a special astronomical telescope. That's amazing, Kamen Rider Decade. It's even able to kill weird people organized into eternal darkness. No wonder the higher-ups are so afraid of you. But Kong, I didn't expect that after the seal was released for decades, there would be no change at all. It's amazing. That belt is more powerful than I imagined. Although using Cao Chuan to create good fun, but unfortunately, I want to see blood flow into rivers. Forget it, let's do it this time, it's time to go back and deal with business. Lin Zongxi turned around. But right now, behind him, two bodies slowly appeared. Lin Zongxi. You boy, what are you doing here? Lin Zongmai saw that this was an acquaintance, and immediately shouted in doubt. Ah, a hot-blooded idiot has appeared, trouble. Lin Zongxi shrugged, squinted his eyes and said with a smile, Hey, Lin Zongmai, you haven't been beaten to death by Bai Chugzhu yet. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. When the black history was mentioned, Lin Zongmai's face was covered with black lines. Your sister, I, Lin Zongmai, am the god of war, how could I be beaten to death? Also, what are you doing here? Aren't you an inspector? As you said, Monitor. Lin Zongxi shrugged and said. Bai Chugzhu said at this moment, you are using Cao Chuan to create this incident to monitor? Lin Zongxi, how much does the release of Wolf King Gulongji have anything to do with you? Lin Zongxi didn't panic at all, and shrugged without blushing, I don't know. To be honest, I'm also wondering about the situation this time. After all, I'm just here to supervise. Before he finished speaking, a body suddenly appeared in front of him. Advertisement. Chapter 69. Clock up. Up time. Sudden. The fiery red body appeared in front of him. Boom. In a moment. Boom. A body fell from the sky. It hit the ground heavily. It was Kamen Rider Raijin. From Kamen Rider Gamu, a Kamen Rider who uses grey blocks to transform into a Kamen Rider. And at this moment. But it was alive, hit until the transformation was lifted. Ah! A mouthful of blood couldn't stop gushing out, Lin Zongxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Bai Chugzhu, do you know what you are doing? Ah, of course I know, you unsealed Gulongji's seal privately, almost causing the entire city of Linjiang to become Gulongji's paradise. Bai Chugzhu said calmly while holding the kunao dagger. It was Cao Chuan who released that Gulongji, what has it to do with me? Lin Zongxi quickly shook his head and tried his best to deny it. Just kidding, if admitted. This woman will definitely kill him without mercy. Although both he and Lin Zongmai are from the Lin family. But Lin Zongmai's mother is Bai Chugzhu's aunt. And I have nothing to do with this cruel woman. Holding the dagger, Bai Chugzhu didn't seem to hear, Lin Zongxi. According to the 5th regulation of the Night Security Bureau, I suspect that you are suspected of releasing a monster with a dangerous factor of S rank, and I will execute you. What? Lin Zongxi's eyes widened when he heard this. Looking at her in disbelief. Is this woman crazy? What good would it do her to kill herself? With his brain running fast, Xia found a way to save himself. Fighting? Do not make jokes. With an upgraded Jiadu, he might be able to beat it. Looking at the dagger glowing coldly under the rising sun. It's getting closer and closer, and it's about to slip. When he was completely killed. Suddenly Lin Zongxi shouted, I know. I deceived Cao Chuan and released Gulongji. It's me who almost turned the entire Linjiang city into Gulangji. Sure enough, the figure in front stopped slowly. Then Bai Chugzhu frowned slightly, and continued to ask, and what else? Who killed Grunji? Ah! Of course, the Emperor's cavalry. Lin Zongxi was stunned for a moment. Just finished answering. The dagger that flew suddenly was stuck beside him. Almost, he was headshot directly. In an instant, cold hair suddenly appeared, and cold sweat flowed from his forehead. Lin Zongxi only felt that he had finally survived from the brink of death. The whole body was soaked in an instant. And at this moment, suddenly, Lin Zongmai stepped forward. He thought he survived, breathed a sigh of relief, and stretched out his hand, Lin Zongmai, pull me up. Boom. Lin Zongmai knocked him out with a punch. Then he turned his head and looked at Bai Chugzhu not very wisely, Sister Chugzhu, what should I do next? Take it back to the headquarters. Bai Chugzhu calmly replied after releasing her transformation. Good. Lin Zongmai looked at Lin Zongxi whose nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Suddenly remembered something, took out the phone and kept taking pictures of the other party in such a mess. All are recorded. Only then did he pull the other party contentedly, and followed Bai Chugzhu away. The Wolf King was defeated. The black mist dissipated, but this time because of the Wolf King. Linjiang also suffered huge losses. King Mai Mountain used to be the largest tourist resort nearby, and it was regarded as ominous, and no one dared to travel there. Many people became Gulangji after swallowing the black mist. According to the first statistics, roughly speaking, at least more than 2,000. Public opinion on the internet began to question. Is this a gas leak, or a wildfire? In short, the Linjiang branch is going to have a headache right now. And Jiang Bai's home. Waiting to barely get out of the mess. Zhang Shiyu came here with Yan Zaisu and Bai Chugzhu. Inside the house. Zhang Xiaoyi is cooking, the chairman of Sifan Technology. Masked Rider Fuzz. At this moment, she is cooking like a good wife and mother. And Zhao Ying, after leaving the battle. Once again, she showed her characteristics that were out of tune with the times. Xiaoyi, what is this? It tastes crunchy. Tenderloin, but you can't eat too much. If you eat too much, you won't be able to eat at night. What about this? What is it? Looks like a TV. Advertisement. This is an air fryer, don't move around. Then this, and this. Zhao Ying seems to be full of curiosity about everything in this era. Until Jiang Bai couldn't stand it anymore, so he took it out for her. Just sat down on the sofa honestly. His slender and tense legs rested on the coffee table, watching TV. Happily drinking something called happy water. She is now wearing Zhang Xiaoyi's clothes. After all, the previous clothes have long been due to the relationship of the times. It looked out of place. At first glance, they all look like cosplay. It's weird enough. Put on Zhang Xiaoyi's white slim dress with long boots. Combined with the temperament of the martial arts background, it gives people a sense of superior oppression. B. A dark blue Coke can was standing on his chest, with a straw inserted in it, enjoying the ice cold and could not help but squint his beautiful eyes into a crescent shape. The obsidian-like pupils shone brightly, and the long eyelashes swayed slightly. Watching the cartoon of the lamb playing basketball intently. This moment formed the most extreme contrast with his own temperament. Sitting next to him, Jiang Bai was watching the news of the ARC system. Doping body, Administrator, what's going on, our group, why has it suddenly become so deserted? Where are the Zerg? Where is Orfino? They don't scold each other, why do I always feel so uncomfortable? Phantom, you really don't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement, but it's been a long time since those two people have not appeared, and there are also fallen people. Although that guy has been pretending to be cold since he joined the group 1 vampire, you say, is there a possibility that they are all dead? Magic Machine Puppet, Administrator Bingo. Congratulations on your answer. Tooth Vampire, I'm stupid? No, I just said it casually, and the answer is really correct. What about the gift? Is there any gift at, Administrator? Magic Machine Puppet, Administrator Yahina forgot, but I will make it up for you next time. Doping body, you don't even care about being called you are expensive. Tooth Vampire, is it because I don't care? Obviously I said it, but you all pretended not to hear it. Phantom, Administrator, what's the situation with Zerg, they are all dead? Are you kidding me? Magic Machine Puppet, Administrator, they met Emperor Qi, so they all died. The new member Yahina finally found was knocked down before joining the group. Yahina is so tired, crying. Doping body, No, is the Emperor Cavalry really that powerful? Even if it can become another knight, it won't be like this, right? It's really not possible, I'll come to the river to see what's going on. Magic Machine Puppet, Administrator, no, the power of the Imperial Cavalry is very troublesome, even Yahina will have a headache looking at it. But it doesn't matter, Yahina has already thought of a way to deal with it. By the way, here is a reminder to everyone, Emperor Qi is super strong, if you meet him, run if you can. It's really not possible, Yahina has to find new members again, sorrowful. Phantom, Administrator, Yahina, have you seen the Emperor Qi? I remember you are also here in Linjiang, right? Doping body, yes, is there a new video? I found that guy is really good at acting. Let me see, what happened to that flamboyant knight? Magic Machine Puppet, Administrator Sao fans can't talk nonsense. Emperor Qi is very taboo, the last one said pink, the ashes have been thrown away adulterant body, I don't believe it. He'll come if he's capable, I'm just curious. It's the first time I've seen such an old knight. Ha ha ha. Jiang Bai silently diving and observing. Quietly keep the doping in mind. Everyone calls pink, but you are the only one who calls Sao fan, right? Okay, your posthumous photo has been reserved for you in advance. But what did Yahina mean by what she said? Think of a way to deal with me? Inexplicable, a bit looking forward to it. That quirky artificial intelligence looks like it will cry for a long time if you punch it, when he thought, he frowned slightly. And at this time, lying on the sofa, Zhao Ying stared at the TV intently. I just took a sip of the happy water standing on my chest. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the man sitting next to him frowning. Zhao Ying turned her head suspiciously. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly put his foot down from the coffee table. The little feet wearing Zhang Xiaoyi's white socks were placed on the sofa and moved gently. Jiang Bai just put down his phone, thinking that Zhang Shiyu and the others should be here soon. As a result, I suddenly felt something was stuck in my hand. Subconsciously look back. He raised his head abruptly, his face full of question marks. Zhao Ying sat up straight, drank happy water, and stared at the TV. He didn't even bother to turn his head when he spoke. Xiao Zio Bai, I heard that in your era, this kind of interest is called foot control. It doesn't sound like a good thing, you can't touch it often. IB. Do you want to listen carefully to what you are saying? His eyes are wide open, people are stupid. But it feels so tight. Strange, touch again. And at this time. Sudden. The sound of opening the door sounded. Jiang Bai, here we come. Zhang Shiyu pushed open the door and walked in. Jiang Bai quickly withdrew his hand, got up without blushing. You guys are so slow. It's not that we are slow, it's that there are too many things behind. Zhang Shiyu rolled her eyes angrily. Then talk about all kinds of weird things when evacuating the crowd. Several people listened happily and laughed constantly. Apart from being happy, there are other things. For example, advertisement about Zhao Ying's question. She was once the strongest knight in the Night Security Bureau. 0 asking for flowers. How to deal with it? I like it better here. The knights of this era have fully evolved compared to the past. I am no longer in this era the strongest Kamen Rider ever. So even if I'm not in the Cavaliers Security Bureau, it won't affect anything. And even though my memory is starting to fade, I still really don't like being in Cavaliers Security. Therefore, I want to fight. Rather than burdened with something, I have to fight. Zhao Ying ate some snacks and watched TV, Tian Fen said calmly. Sorry, I seem to have forgotten again, and I used my name. She looked at Zhang Xiaoyi, blinked her eyes, and realized it later. After all, they are people from decades ago, and their way of speaking and tone of voice are quite strange. Zhang Xiaoyi shook her head, it's okay, you are who you are, just do what you want. There is no need to change what you call yourself. Zhao Ying nodded when she heard the words. Although in a sense, the other party can be their grandparents. But for this strange era, she is just like a newborn baby, and she doesn't understand anything at all. But in short, since the other party doesn't want to go to the Kyoto Night Security Bureau, Bai Chugxiu breathed a sigh of relief. This grandmother character seems to be easy to be fooled. If you are fooled by the higher UPS, you will have a headache. After all, the other party is really cute. If you have to, fighting her will be a very unhappy thing after all. So Zhao Ying temporarily arranged to live with Jiang Bai. Anyway, the room is big. Of course the main problem is. It is a problem for Zhang Shiyu to take care of herself, let alone Zhao Ying, who is as ignorant as a child now. Bai Chugxiu was going back to Kyoto. The purpose of coming to Lejiang this time is to deal with Zerg. Now that the mission is complete, it's time to go back to Kyoto. There's still a swarm of Zerg out there waiting to be dealt with, after all. Yan Ziasu, I have a question for Zhang Shiyu. A college student who is not very smart, it is difficult for her to take care of others. So, put Jiang Bai here. It's the best choice. Anyway, there is Zhang Xiaoyi. At a young age, she feels like a good wife and mother. It is indeed in contrast to her second personality. Just like that, several people confirmed Zhao Ji's matter while eating. And Bai Chugxiu told Lin Zongxi about the situation. According to the information revealed by Lin Zongxi, the higher UPS have been looking for Kamen Rider Kyuga. It is said that it is because they heard from somewhere that Kyuga has the power to destroy the world. While speaking, she involuntarily glanced at Zhao Yi, who was serious about cooking with a pretty face. The eyes of several people also looked subconsciously. Instantly becoming the focus, Zhao Ying licked her ruddy lips. That power does exist, although I have never used it. But there is a voice in the dark telling me that as long as I use that power, I can kill even the Wolf King Gulongji in an instant. But at the same time, once I use that power, I may become a stranger to myself. So I chose the seal at the time and never used it. After Zhao Ying finished speaking, she enjoyed the delicacies with a blissful face. He and Daisu, who was sitting next to him, were about to develop into a combination of dry rice. The chopsticks of the two never stopped from beginning to end. Jiang Bai saw this. Can't help but sigh. It turns out that the ultimate power has appeared so soon. It's just that she is too pure. If there is no way to make her despair, the ultimate power may only become the trump card of their fate. Ultimate power. That is the power that belongs exclusively to Quangai and Gulanji. When the holy spring dries up, a fierce warrior appears like thunder and lightning, and the sun is buried in darkness. The holy spring is the hope of empty self. When hope is completely shattered and plunged into a desperate situation, sadness, pain, anger, hatred, and other emotions are mixed together. A terrifying ultimate form will be born. But looking at Zhao Ying like this, it's hard to imagine what could make her holy spring dry up. She doesn't look that sensitive. Although also very stubborn. After all, he can plan to be sealed forever with Wolf Gulangji until the world is destroyed. But even so, it is enough to see Zhao Ying's character without trying to use the ultimate power. But if in this world, if her Coke, her fried chicken, her milk tea, her nuts, the TV will all be destroyed. Will it go straight away? Jiang Bai couldn't help thinking of strange pictures. Bai Chugxiu continued to say at this time, the main purpose of Lin Zongxi's trip to Leijiang this time is to empty my belt. The high-level people thought that Zhao Ying had died in a long time. That's why I plan to bring back the power of Kyuga. But I always feel that he has something to hide from me, and I will find a way to find out. This kind of thing can only be left to her. After all, no one else is good at it. Jiang Bai has always had little interest in involving the high-level members of the Cavaliers' Security Bureau. As an Imperial Knight, he only wants to witness interesting stories and scenery. It's like Zhang Xiaoyi, like that. Their stories are very interesting. That is what he deserves to record. Advertisement. Chapter 70. When several people are talking about it, Yan Xiaosu suddenly said, "By the way, Sister Shiyu said that you said earlier that there was something you didn't understand, can you let me have a look?" It's the mysterious fragment. Yan Xiaosu was quite curious, she seemed very interested in this kind of thing. Zhao Ying didn't think much about it, but just glanced at Dumli Su with strange eyes. Then he took the thing out of his body and handed it over. Mysterious shards are placed on the table. And immediately, Dadajo was full of anticipation just now. Seeing the fragment at this moment, he suddenly froze in place. Her expression instantly became very unnatural. The original sense of wisdom on his face disappeared. "Xiao Su? Are you okay? Stupid Su." Several people looked at her suspiciously and worriedly. Yan Xiaosu didn't seem to hear it, but just held the fragment and looked at it carefully. "No. Nothing. I just feel that this thing is pretty good looking." Yan Xiaosu lowered her head, pretending nothing happened, and worked hard. A few people thought it was strange, but it was not easy to ask more questions. After all, in these years, no one has kept secrets. After the meal is over, after learning about the Wolf King Gulangji and some information, everyone began to separate. Before Bai Chugxiu left, taking advantage of Yan Xiaosu's absence, he suddenly asked, "Zhao Ying, can I call you that?" "Of course, Xiao Bai." Zhao Ying nodded. "Do you still remember who asked you to get this thing?" This was Ri Chugxiu's question. Zhao Ying thought for a while after hearing this, the vague memory before, but now it has recovered a little bit. "I vaguely remember that it should be in the direction called So City. Is this city still there?" "Yes, the name has not been changed." "Thank you for your answer." Bai Chugxiu nodded thoughtfully. "Then I'll go first, and you can contact me if you have something to do." She glanced at Jiang Bai, and then left with 853. After a while, only Jiang Bai, Zhang Xiaoyi and Zhao Ying were left in the room. The latter raised his head suddenly. "Yan Xiaosu, she smells like that fragment." Jiang Bai was thinking about it, when he heard this voice suddenly, he was slightly taken aback. "Smell of shards? Well, it should be the same if I'm not mistaken. And hers is more intense." "Really?" Jiang Bai was thoughtful. It's just that Yan Xiaosu didn't want to say it, and he couldn't force him. Everyone has secrets. Just like Xiao Zhang, he also has secrets that he doesn't know. At the beginning, the girl hesitated to speak, but he saw it. However, although Jiang Bai was curious, he was more willing to let the other party take the initiative to talk about it. Night. 3 people are in the living room. Jiang Bai is teaching Zhao Ying to use mobile phones and some necessities in life. For her, everything is strange. However, if someone teaches, it is natural to learn quickly. For Zhao Ying, a mobile phone is a novelty. After learning the most basic search, chat, and game functions, she added the contact information of Jiang Bai and Zhang Xiaoyi. Okay, let's stop here today, it's getting late. Go back to your room and rest. Jiang Bai raised his camera and took a picture of the strange power in front of him. Then when I was about to go back to rest, sudden, Zhao Ying grabbed him. Wait a minute, Jiang Ri. 11 Hey? What? He subconsciously turned around. Then, I found something stuffed in my hand. Jiang Bai. Jiang Xiao Ei. Zhao Ying just looked at the phone. I don't know how to thank you for taking care of me. And saved me, otherwise I should still be sealed, and I won't be able to taste the happiness of this era. I read on the encyclopedia search that if you want to thank you, you should use the way others like. You like it? Jiang Bai, when did ITM say I like this? Jiang Xiao Ei was also dumbfounded. Raising his head, his beautiful eyes gradually became strange. Slowly, she took off her shoes, and she hesitated for a while, but did not take off her socks. Lift up your little feet. Blushing, tilting his head slightly, Jiang Bai, thank you for giving me the meaning of existence. Jiang Bai. 2 days later. On the bridge, it rained and the sky cleared. The hot summer is always so capricious. Sudden torrential rain brings short-term coolness. But soon, the sun will come out again, and it will be extremely hot. Standing on the bridge, blowing the oncoming, slightly cool wind. Bai Chugzhu and Lin Zongmai are gone. Zhang Shiyu opened 2 cans of soda and gave one to Jiang Bai. After receiving the soda, Jiang Bai squinted his eyes comfortably. Well, you told me before you left. Xiao Sui and I are leaving too. Zhang Shiyu said again suddenly. This time Jiang Bai opened his eyes. Hey? You and Deju? What are you two doing? Zhang Shiyu frowned beautifully, and leaned flat on the guardrail of the bridge. Fianyo and Linjiang basically doesn't show up now. Xiao Ei has helped us a lot. So the Linjiang branch doesn't need so many Kamen riders. In addition, I am a knight of Zishuan, so I may return to Zishuan soon. Advertisement Zishuan? So you are from Zishuan? No wonder you are so violent. Come and listen to me. When Zhang Shiyu heard this, the sentimentality on her face disappeared immediately. With a dark face, he wished to punch the unscrupulous person next to him. Our Zishuan girls are obviously super gentle. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Jiang Bai glanced at the clenched fist, and Tian Fen nodded heartily. But you really can't hear your accent. That's because I left Zishuan when I was very young, and for some reason. Zhang Shiyu gave him an angry look. She turned her head, leaning against the railing a little bored and lonely. Mainly because Yan Xiaosu left, she felt bored. There were not many people in Linjiang who had a good relationship. A younger sister, Yan Xiaosu, Jiang Bai, and Zhang Xiao Ei. Of course, Bai Chugzhu and Zhao Ying can also be added at present. But my sister left long ago. Bai Chugzhu just left today. Now I have to leave soon. Familiar people left one by one. Instead, Zhang Shiyu, who has always been straightforward, began to think. You said, is the meeting between people just for the purpose of parting? Without further ado, Jiang Bai took a picture of her. Pass it to her easily. A piece of sentimental Xiaozhang, you are welcome. Carrying the soda, he squinted his eyes, blowing the cool wind. Zhang Shiyu's question was meaningless to him. He was a traveler himself. But with the dimensional wall, as long as he wants, he can appear beside the people he meets at any time. To him, the separation seemed meaningless. You're going to Zishuan, where is Daisha going? Jiang Bai leaned against the railing with his head slightly raised. I think about it, she seems to be saying. Su Cheng? And because of school affairs, she is leaving early. Zhang Shiyu thought for a while. She came to our Linjiang to work temporarily because of a special relationship. Really? Jiang Bai nodded thoughtfully. Su City. Wait, isn't the place Zhao Ying said to get the fragments at the time, Suzhou City? This is quite right. Did that not so intelligent girl, Da Dashu, really have something to do with that fragment? It's just that Jiang Bai didn't want to understand what the fragments were. When he was thinking. Suddenly, Zhang Shiyu was carrying the guardrail with her long legs. The long black hair was fluttering. Jiang Bai. Take a picture of me. Right here. Just as a souvenir. Otherwise, I don't know when we can meet again. Hearing this, Jiang Bai smiled. Okay, he raised his camera and took a photo seriously. Let me see. Jiang Bai ran over, and then looked at the photo. Pfft. Still ugly. How on earth did you manage to take pictures like this? Jiang Bai rolled his eyes when he heard the words, don't just give me back the photo. No. I want to keep it for myself. Jiang Bai avoided Jiang Bai's grabbing hand. Jiang Bai looked at each other angrily. Xiao Zhang, a friendly reminder, your sentimentality is meaningless to me. As long as I think, I can appear by your side in an instant. He waved his hand, and the dimensional wall immediately appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Jiang Bai drew a picture. Immediately, he couldn't help covering his face in embarrassment. I forgot again, you still have this ability. Thinking of what he was like just now, he couldn't help raising his fist. I forgot all about my sentimental appearance just now, you know. Jiang Bai shrugged, just squinted, looking at the photo in her hand. Jiang Bai was stunned for a moment, then gritted her silver teeth, and said bravely, Jiang Bai. Your photography skills are amazing. Continue. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes like a crescent moon and nodded. Your skills are the best looking I've ever seen. Jiang Bai bit the bullet, gritted her teeth and continued. Well, continue. Jiang Bai didn't speak. He just looked seriously at the young man in front of him who was enjoying himself very much. Pfft. Turning around with a smile, grabbing the guardrail, Jiang Bai is the #1 photographer in the world. I love the photo he took of me. Really like. Xiao Zhang shouted to the stretching river in front of him. Then, he turned his head very satisfied. With fluttering long hair and a smile on his face, how is it? Are you so happy? Jiang Bai laughed. Happy. He couldn't help raising the camera, and took a complete picture of what he thought was the most beautiful side of Jiang Bai at the moment. Kaka, the soft voice sounded, and the wind swept along with it. Very beautiful. 2 days later. The high-speed train to Shanghai. He was the only one in the business class car. Inexplicably, people can't help but feel very weird. But Jiang Bai doesn't care. He dragged his chin and looked at the scenery outside the window. Linjiang is not far from the capital city. It can be reached in less than 2 hours. As said before, the Zerg that came to Lijiang were basically wiped out. Of Enoch, radicals were basically killed. Advertisement: the remaining conservatives, led by Zhang Xiaoyi, remained neutral. Invest in the research of Orphe Enoch's life, trying to find a way to extend their life. In this case, the significance of the existence of the Linjiang branch is there is none left. The Night Security Bureau was established, after all, to deal with weirdos. As for the Linjiang branch, knights drawn from each branch came to help suppress Afino. Now that the king of Orphe Enoch is dead. And there are rumors that Finuo basically died at the feast of the king's recovery. In addition, it is true that I seldom see Orphe Enoch again. Therefore, it won't take long for the branch to be basically disbanded. Of course, that has nothing to do with Jiang Bai. He just needs to start his new journey. In Linjiang, I witnessed interesting stories. I don't know whether the collapse of the original body disease in the capital city and the evil demons can bring him more fun. The high-speed rail is by the window, looking at the scenery outside. He enjoyed it very happily. Travelers, don't you love this moment? The difference in every place is enough to engrave the scenery in the bottom of my heart. It is also part of Kamen Rider Decade, which is unique without a story. Emperor Qi does not have a clear story of its own. Everything he does is his story. Only. Why does this woman appear in the new story? Hello, Emperor Qi. The figure sitting next to him suddenly. Familiar dark dress with waist. Eye-catching long red hair, and a delicate pretty face. It's exactly. Yahina. TT. Found the real body of the emperor. What a beautiful face. This face is simply better than our artificial intelligence modeling. Yahina looked at it carefully. When I rescued Zhang Xiaoyi last time, I met him once. At that time, all the attention was on Zhang Xiaoyi. But at this moment, when he took a closer look, he was truly amazed at the perfection of this face. Jiang Bai raised his head and smiled in surprise. Interesting, why are you here? Miss Yahina. I'm the only one in the car, did you mess it up? Yahina slowly sat next to him. Yes, Yahina hacked into the high-speed rail system and bought all the tickets. Also, hello Kamen Rider Techie, Mr. Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai dragged his chin, held his head high, and said at the end, "Is the investigation quite detailed? After all, you didn't even deliberately hide your identity, although someone has been helping you cover up the clues. But in this way, it cannot escape Yahina's investigation. Help me hide my identity?" Jiang Bai's first reaction was Zhang Shiyu. But immediately deny it. If Xiao Zhang has such a brain, he won't be an ace. Is it her sister? It's not very likely, the only people who can do it are. Is it Bai Chug's? That woman seemed to have the character to do that. Saved him a lot of trouble. Jiang Bai thought silently, raising his eyes at the same time, and then? As a magic puppet, if you appear in front of me, aren't you afraid of being killed by me? Or do you think that saving Xiao Yi will allow you to keep another district in front of me? Hearing his words, Yahina froze for a moment. It's amazing. You found it. But if you really want to say it, I'm not a magic doll. It's just human 1.1 artificial intelligence. She lay back slightly, leaned on the chair, and then took out the arc system with her white hands. This is for you. I think you'll need it. The familiar mobile phone is placed in front of him. Jiang Bai paused for a moment. Good guy, here we go again? The others were all blown up. Now he keeps only one of the original arcs. As a result, another one came, and the other party's purpose became obvious. Holding the arc skillfully, he glanced at it. The moment it was turned on, suddenly the arc system automatically started a novice tutorial like a navigator. But because it is aimed at weird people, some weird people don't have a lot of brains. I'm referring specifically to Gurnji here. They who only think about killing people are really not interested in such gadgets. Teaching them is a pain in the a, which is why Yahina came up with tutorials. The whole system is very simple. After a while, you will come to the interface for entering the name. Jiang Bai thought for a while, and slowly typed. Do all bad things to Ajichuo. Enter the group chat. Congratulations, do your best to join the group chat. Doping body, I'm grass. Newcomers, welcome. Phantom, at. Welcome newcomers. Demonicist, welcome newcomers, hey? No, Yajichuo. Doping body, I'm grass. Phantom you didn't add I haven't found out yet, how come there is a Yajichuo in this TM? Phantom, I don't know. Yajichuo, who has done all the bad things, hey, hello, I am Yajichuo who has been doing bad things for 2.5 years, meeting for the first time dopant, phantom, demons, magic puppet, administrator. In reality, the smile on Yahina's face disappeared instantly. Do all the bad things, Ajichuo. Advertisement. Chapter 71. You are really deceptive, but everyone may not believe it. Yahina looked at that handsome face, full of bad taste, and couldn't help but say. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The key is that as a knight, you join a group chat full of weirdos. Don't you think it's strange? Jiang Bai raised his head. It's okay, you don't care anyway. Yahina said with confidence, her head resting on her hands. But she was right. I've been watching you for a while. Very confident, very strong, showing an indifferent attitude towards many things. Even though he's so young, he doesn't feel at all confused about killing humans. I have seen a lot of young knights in the past, and when they first fight, they will fall into a long period of confusion. You are still a rare type. But it is precisely because of this that I want to invite you. In short, welcome to the ARC project. Jiang Bai was non-committal, just as the other party said. He's just a fun guy. Compared to getting rid of the opponent now, I look forward to the so-called ARC project. So he didn't refuse at all, just watched the chat in the group. Newcomers appeared, and they were very lively. After all, this is an agito. It's so strange to think that the knight is mixed in the weirdo organization. It's just that after Jiang Bai joined the group, he stopped paying attention. Instead, he slowly raised the camera, sat on the seat in front of him, and dragged his little head. Yahina, who looks inexplicably cute, snapped a photo. Kaka, this is a Polaroid, I haven't seen such a camera for a long time. Seeing this, Yahina put on a cute look. Stretch out your little hand and make a gesture of yeah in front of you. The photo was taken down, and Jiang Bai just glanced at it. Yahina took the initiative to come over. Let Yahina see. Yahina is the prettiest. Even the camera with the highest pixel resolution can't capture Yahina's perfect face. She lowered her head and took a closer look. Immediately, the smile on the face froze. No. In the photo, the painting style is distorted, showing an abstract appearance. Sitting on a chair like a doll. There is no cute look, but full of weird feelings. Yahina's pretty face froze immediately. It's not Yahina. Is your camera hiding something? Show Yahina 01. She lifted the camera up and took a picture of herself. Take the picture, and then. She fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, he raised his head in shock. That delicate face was facing Jiang Bai. They are very close. Breathe, can be in each other's face. Yahina stared at the face. How on earth did you do it? The photos she took by herself are normal. But the photo of the other party is. As an artificial intelligence, Yahina is confident that she knows everything about any machine. She was pretty sure it had nothing to do with the camera. But with Emperor Qi. Hearing this, Jiang Bai suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched her face. Perhaps, it's because I'm too strong, maybe even being feared by the world. When Yahina heard the words, she seemed to really think about the joke-like words seriously. After pondering for a moment, she slowly turned her head. Hina began to worry, you seem to be more terrifying than Hina imagined. How about it? Want to show off your magic doll, start a war here? Of course, if you want to change places, I can also take the initiative to help. Hearing this, Jiang Bai raised his head slightly, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. After all, if this car is destroyed, it will be very troublesome. Yahina shook her head and sat back on the chair again. I don't want to fight, Yahina feels very tired, so I just need to take a rest. She leaned comfortably and played with her mobile phone. Are you going to the Magic City? The Kamen Riders in the Magic City are so powerful that they hunt and kill those strange people as game bosses. Jiang Bai nodded. SHHH, I don't like others giving me spoilers. I want to see the scenery on the road by myself. Hey. Yahina turned her head sideways, pursed her red lips and smiled. Then you and Yahina are the same kind of people. I also prefer to witness everything in this world by myself. I am a Kamen Rider, you are a magic puppet, we are not the same. Jiang Bai replied calmly. That's not sure. Yahina showed a mysterious smile. The two were talking. Suddenly seemed to realize something at the same time. Outside, there were bursts of shrill and screaming voices. Just as they looked towards the rear at the same time. Boom! Suddenly, a very sudden heavy force hit the door of the carriage. In an instant, the idiosyncratic glass door was completely shattered. Immediately afterwards, a ferocious body rushed out. Where are you? You can't escape. Hydra Phantom, holding a spear at this moment, looked around. Seems to be looking for something. Hey! There is a phantom in this car, which is really surprising. Yahina poked her chin with her finger, looking at it strangely. Phantom. Monsters in Kamen Rider Wizard. They are rare, magically born monsters. Advertisement. Take the name of a legendary creature. Jiang Bai stood up slowly, putting the driver on his waist. You are not a human, don't say things like surprising people, you should surprise artificial intelligence. While speaking, he also looked at the phantom in front of him in a little surprise. It was an unexpected surprise. But this is also part of the journey. Jiang Bai raised his camera and took pictures of the other party looking for something in the car. This is not a place for fighting, let the surprise unfold in another place. With a wave of Jiang Bai's hand, the dimensional wall opened. Appearing directly behind the Hydra Phantom, pulling it into the curtain. And the curtain kept moving, and it came towards Jiang Bai in an instant. Seeing this, Yahina suddenly got up with a face full of curiosity. Standing beside Jiang Bai, they disappeared in the same spot together instantly. When a burst of grey light dissipated, Yahina looked at the surrounding environment in surprise. This place seems to be a wild, mountainous area. That just now is really a space-type ability. It turns out that the Imperial Cavalry still has such abilities. Jiang Bai glanced at her. And at this time, the Hydra ahead. He looked around blankly. Why am I here? Human, is it your fault? Damn it, my mission failed, I will be obliterated by that lord. In this case, I must kill you. Hydra Duncy looked bloodthirsty and ferocious, and came waving a spear angrily. Why, you also have that adult? Do you all have the standard adult? Jiang Bai said as if complaining, and moved his hands across the driver. Kamen Ride Decade. Kamen Rider. Imperial Rider. Immediately, the flaky board was ejected. Boom on the rushing Hydra. Immediately afterwards, the sound of a broken mirror came. The light of magenta blooms. Kamen Rider Emperor Rider appears. If it's a phantom, it's really best to use this to deal with you. The moment the transformation was completed, Jiang Bai drew out a card. Insert the drive, brute force single push. Kamen Ride Wizard. Kamen Ride. Which ride? An elegant battle mage. Accompanied by the scorching flames, it will appear at this moment. Masked Rider Wizard, which rider appears? The weapon is the mage sword and spear. A traditional ranged and melee witch cavalry. Although it is strange enough for a mage to use a sword and a gun. Can even a witch knight change? That knight was killed 10 years ago. With her finger poking her fair chin, Yahina spoke the shocking news. This sentence did not avoid Jiang Bai. He heard it, and was slightly taken aback. But at this moment, the Hydra came back in full swing. Drink! With a spear in his hand, he shouted angrily and came towards Beidong. Without looking back, Jiang Bai suddenly swung his magician sword to block the attack. A long sword forged from special silver metal. Keep that spear in place. No matter how hard the phantom of the Hydra tries, how it roars, it exerts all its strength. There is no way to move forward. Instead, Jiang Bai frowned. Think about the dead Kamen Rider Wu Qi. It really is a completely different world. Even the main rider is dead. Sighing in my heart, I can't help but feel. You are so noisy. Looking back at Jiang Bai, the witch knight's compound eyes, like red gem crystals, suddenly shone with a dangerous light. Immediately, the phantom of the Hydra seemed to be intimidated instantly. Subconsciously felt something was wrong. And at this moment, Jiang Bai has already waved his long sword casually. Clang! The sharp spear was instantly blasted away by astonishing force. Then the body of the gun continued to vibrate and was inserted into the ground. Thorn! Thorn! Jiang Bai swinging the magician sword immediately, a cold light appeared, and sparks shot out. When the weapon is switched, it becomes a mage gun. It is to launch a burst of continuous shooting at it again. Boom! The phantom was unbearable and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Tread! Jiang Bai walked forward slowly. Wu Qi grabbed the hem of the skirt with his own hands, and swayed slightly as he moved. He stomped the half-kneeling phantom under his feet as if his whole body had lost strength. Then the indifferent voice sounded slowly. What are you looking for in the car? Hydra didn't answer, but looked up. You guy, who the hell are you? Night Security Bureau, but I have never seen a pink Kamen Rider like you. He was struggling, intermittently talking about death questions, and buffs. Hearing this, Jiang Bai drew out a control card. It's just a passing Kamen Rider, remember it for me. As for Magenta? He didn't intend to emphasize with the weird guy who was already a corpse in his eyes. Advertisement Final Attack Ride WWW Wizard. Final Attack Ride. Which ride? In an instant, a fiery red magic circle emerged from Jiang Bai's feet. When the hot flame power burns up. Boom! A simple and direct kick hits the body of the Hydra. Immediately, the magic circle seemed to be engraved on the ground. The body of the Hydra was instantly burned, engulfed in flames. Above the ground, it was scorched black. Bang bang, the sound of applause came slowly. It's really amazing, let's go. You are indeed a knight with the most special abilities. This belt of yours is destined to be desired by countless people. Yahina applauded lightly, with a big smile on her face. Jiang Bai releases the transformation, and the card pops out from the drive, holding it in his hand. If that's the case, all the people who don't know how to live or die will be bad. He pointedly stared at Yahina. That look seemed to say. If you are interested in this belt, come directly. It's just that the other party slowly raised his arms and stretched his waist. I don't know if artificial intelligence will still feel tired or something. Emperor Cavalry, be careful, High-Level Cavalier Security Bureau. Some of those people are not even human anymore, Yahina said suddenly. Jiang Bai was stunned for a moment, feeling that he had heard some great information. Really? Has it reached this point? Yahina didn't say any more. I don't know much about the specific situation, but I'm sure that at least one of them has given up the human body. Suddenly, she showed a smile, so, I'm getting more and more sure. A person like you will never cooperate with those corrupt old men. Okay, let me see where we are first. Yahina holds the arc. As an administrator, her arc system is different. The color is dark red, and there seem to be some cute labels on it for little girls. People looked at it, inexplicably thinking that it was just a young girl. It's just that in fact, it's a magical puppet of unknown age. The closest place to us is Sioux City, how about it? Do you want to go to Sioux City first? I can take you to meet the Phantom. No. I can't take you there for the time being. If you see Phantom, she might die. Why, seeing her talking to herself, Jiang Bai thought about it. Are there any weirdos in Sioux City? He asked. Yahina raised her head. Yes, it is what you just saw, Phantom. A monster born of magic power from the desperate heart of human beings. The one just now is called Hydra, and it's quite powerful, although it's not enough for you to fight. Jiang Bai nodded. Then it's in Sioux City. Anyway, it's just because there are strange people there. Every stop on the journey counts. He is a free-spirited person. They come, the security. Magic City is just someone else's suggestion, it doesn't mean you have to go. Since there was a strange person in Sucheng, he stopped nearby again. Well worth a visit. But speaking of Sioux City. He thought for a while, and slowly dialed Dash's number. After a while, the phone was connected. Hello, this is Yan Xiaosu, a useless college student. There was a little joy in the voice. Perhaps, it was because Jiang Bai called. And at this moment, her self-destructive tone made Jiang Bai laugh. Where are you now? Ah? Why are you asking this? Yan Xiaosu deliberately avoided answering this question off topic. I'm in Sioux City now. I heard from Xiaozhang that you were transferred from Sioux City. I wanted to say, if you're in Sioux City, meet up and have something delicious. Jiang Bai said calmly. Ah. Then I'm here now, cough, what a pity, I'm still in Linjiang, I have to deal with the handover of that Jiang Bai, so I hung up first. Yan Xiaosu almost slipped his tongue, but immediately changed his words, and hung up the phone after saying a few words. Beep beep. Looking at the hung up phone, Jiang Bai thought for a while. What is this girl hiding from me? Forget it, don't want to. He raised the camera and pointed it forward. Find the most perfect angle to take pictures of the wilderness scenery at this moment. New part of the story. No. It should be the beginning. Then, come and experience the story of Sioux City. Just this time on the way. One more strange person. He looked at Yahina, who seemed to be planning to follow him. The latter also noticed his gaze, and smiled cutely. You don't intend to leave such a lovely Yahina in this wilderness. Yahina is very obedient and determined. Following you will not make noise, but will only provide you with a lot of news that even the top leaders of the Night Security Bureau don't know. The authenticity of your news is still questionable. Jiang Bai waved his hand angrily. Then the dimensional wall appeared. Step into it yourself. Seeing his decisiveness, Yahina immediately followed him angrily. Yahina is just a lovely artificial intelligence secretary, what kind of bad intentions can she have? The dimensional wall gradually disappeared. Wait for me. The little secretary shouted, hurry up and follow. That's it. When the dimension wall flashed by, the two bodies disappeared from the wilderness. It reappeared in the city full of modernization and long history. Advertisement. Chapter 72. Compared with Sioux City, Linjiang feels like a remote area. If it weren't for the frequent actions of Orfino, neither the Night Security Bureau nor Sifon Technology would intervene in such a small place. However, the Night Security Bureau is the largest night organization. Indeed, to the greatest extent, protect ordinary people as much as possible. Even if the Linjiang branch will be disbanded, 2 knights will be left to ensure the situation and prevent accidents. It's just that Zhang Shiyu and others who are the main force will return to their original branches. And Sioux City. With such a huge city, shadows often act nearby. Naturally, there is also the Night Security Bureau. At this time, handsome men and beautiful women are walking on the hot road. Summer in Sioux City is very hot, especially now during the summer vacation. There are too many students who are on vacation and who are traveling. People are crowded and clustered together. The temperature becomes hotter. Yahina was not idle when she was walking, happily eating a candied haws in her mouth. Jumping and jumping, like a child who is only a few years old. The Sioux City branch is different from the Linjiang branch you are familiar with. They have a large number of Kamen riders called magicians. Of course, we generally call them Kamen Rider, Mage, Magician. 10 years ago, they still had the Kamen Rider Wookiee, which was the trump card of the Sioux City Night Security Bureau at that time, but he's dead. Jiang Bai ate a candied haws, and at the same time turned his eyes sideways. How did you die? Who knows? Yahina can find out a lot of secrets on the surface, but it's too deep. Yahina can't do anything. The girl shook her head, nibbled on the candied haws. After all, Yahina can only pry open the secrets in the data network, and Yahina can't do anything about the secrets hidden in the human brain. Jiang Bai nodded when he heard the words. So, there are a lot of knights in the Sioux City branch? Yahina thought for a while. Let me see. She took out the ARC system, pressed it lightly a few times, and then entered a certain interface. According to the database of the Night Security Bureau, there are currently about 32 registered Kamen Riders in Sioux City. However, the city is very big, and 32 people are actually quite exhausted to deal with so many strange people. Coupled with the loss of the Ace Witch Knight, they have gradually fallen into a complete disadvantage in dealing with the Phantom. Jiang Bai paused slightly. Can you still hack into the information of the Cavalier Security Bureau? Yahina turned her head, with a smile on her delicate and pretty face. Don't underestimate Yahina, as an artificial intelligence, as long as I think. There is nothing I can't hack, not to mention there were fallen people back then. That is the data port provided by Yajichuo of your Linjiang branch. Speaking of which, Yajichuo of your Linjiang branch is really interesting. He clearly knew that what he did was sinful and depraved, but in the end it was because of his younger brother who was mimicked by the Zerg, and unable to break free. Human emotions are really strange. Jiang Bai rolled his eyes. Your artificial intelligence is also quite strange. It is clearly made by machinery, but it can still eat. When Yahina heard this, she licked the candied haws in small bites. Then he turned around and pretended to be cute and blinked and smiled. Hey! Haven't Yahina tried it? Just curious to try it. As they walked, they talked about things in Sicheng. Of course, it was mainly Yahina who was talking, and Jiang Bai was listening to pass the time. Occasionally take a camera to take a good view. But at this time, the sound of passing by a certain street, there was a noisy sound. You're the one who likes to be a hero, right? Can't you just stay where you are? Just want to be beaten like that? Why, you kid think we don't want you? Yo, boy, did you see that? Your friend left you and ran away. This kind of person, you have nothing to worry about what he does. Fool. That kind of person hooks up with my girlfriend, and even wants to drug him. Do you protect this kind of person? What? Wait for Jiang Bai and Yahina to stop in place. I just saw 3 boys bullying another boy. And next to him, there was another boy with a bruised nose and a swollen face, and ran away directly. The boy lying on the ground looked young. But he was beaten badly, his face was bruised and purple, and blood was mixed on it. Hey, this is the malice of human beings. Yahina sticks out her little tongue, looking at this nasty scene. But there is also kindness, isn't it? Jiang Bai suddenly noticed something and said. And the voice just fell. What are you doing? On the opposite side of the alley, Anshan appeared. Come over angrily. A few young boys looked at it and curled their lips. Let's go find that kid. After the person left, the girl with a little freckles on her face, but a serious face and a capable temperament wanted to chase after her. But after glancing at the boy lying on the ground, he still stopped. Are you okay? She squatted down, looked at the figure curled up on the ground, and asked quickly. The boy on the ground seemed to have been knocked out. She quickly took out her cell phone and dialed the police. Then he glanced at the 2 figures standing there. Gone in a flash. I didn't think much about it, and rushed the other party to the hospital first. And at this time, Jiang Bai, who didn't need to do anything by himself, and Yahina had already left first. Just looking at the photos taken at that time. In the photo, the teenager curled up on the ground. He seems to raise his head slightly, his eyes are lifeless, perhaps because of the betrayed relationship, full of pity. B. Advertisement hidden under that sadness is a raging flame. For some reason, Jiang Bai felt that they would meet again. Perhaps Yahina seemed happier because she saw the malice of human beings, and the corners of her ruddy mouth couldn't stop rising. Human malice is really scary because of various emotions. There will be constant contradictions. Contradictions between people will lead to struggle. Contradictions between countries will lead to war. And all of this, in the final analysis, is only because of that little contradiction. Don't you find it interesting? Jiang Bai didn't listen to his footsteps, he just raised his head and said calmly, it's really interesting, but also, some people can sacrifice their lives for others, even if they have never seen it. It's like the knights in the Linjiang branch. What do you think is the meaning of their battle? So, don't think of humans too simply. As an artificial intelligence, you still have something to learn. During the conversation, he glanced suddenly from the corner of his eye. Seems like something. That's something he's very familiar with. Execution vehicles. Night security, executive's vehicle. Look at its appearance, has it appeared? Yahina was still thinking about it when she suddenly saw Jiang Bai waving. Suddenly the dimensional wall flashed past. A locomotive appeared nearby. I hope I won't be caught driving without a license. I should have asked Xiao Zhang to give me half a driver's license. Jiang Bai said. Nadi's exclusive locomotive, machine decatur. Magenta front, white body, stand lines. The overall shape is still very good. Jiang Bai got into the car and put on his helmet. Hey! Where are you going? Yahina saw and sat up quickly. Go and see the story of Kamen Rider in this city. Jiang Bai handed over the helmet. After Yahina put it on, the locomotive started. The booming sound resounded. Sioux City. On the road very close to the high-speed rail station. Two middle-aged men, dressed strangely, were observing the high-speed rail station. Seems to be waiting for something. And suddenly, a black vehicle stops. Their attention is drawn to it. It's the Night Security Bureau. Why did it come so soon? What to do? What else can I do? Solve it first, and then complete what the adult told me. So the two phantoms reached a consensus, and suddenly a strange force filled their bodies. Immediately transformed into a phantom figure. In the car, two men wearing trench coats from the executive department dismounted. In the car, a member of the data analysis department reported the situation and information. Confirm the identity of Phantom, Cat Fairy and Cerberus. The Cat Goblin is very flexible, so we need to guard against his sneak attack. Cerberus can hide in the shadow of people. Mr. Lanlin, you must be careful. I have already contacted Captain Huang Wen, she will come soon. No. The mature man known as Lanlin nodded, and immediately began to transform without the slightest hesitation. The magician's ring is placed on the magician's belt. Immediately, the magic circle swept across his body, turning into the posture of a blue magician. Behind him, another transformed knight has a normal posture. Only the body color is different. One blue, one green. 2 against 2, try to end the battle before the captain arrives. Lanlin seemed to have thought of something, and said quickly. The companion next to him couldn't stop nodding his head when he heard the words, that's right, try to defeat them as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when the captain comes. The two rushed straight over and started a fierce battle with the two phantoms. But suddenly, what did the members of the data analysis department's car notice? Strange. Why does the thermal imager show life, from the ground? Be careful, Mr. Blue Forest Sudden. On the ground, Phantom Gnome, a phantom with the ability to sneak into the ground appears. Suddenly launched an attack on the two unprepared magicians. Lanlin's expression changed slightly, and he turned his head subconsciously. And Nanom has raised the three-headed fork weapon and attacked. Just in time for danger. Sudden. Attack ride blast. Attack ride. Burst. Suddenly gunshots rang out. Boom. 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 A burst of fire spread out. In an instant, Gnome Phantom was severely injured, and his whole body was swallowed by light bullets. And then, it exploded in response to the sound. Boom. The flames of the explosion appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Advertisement? At this moment, whether it is Phantom or wizards, they all froze in place in an unbelievable instant. The Phantom was exploded in an instant. How is that possible? Norm. Who is it? The Cerberus and Cat Fairy looked around in trembling. And at this time, by the ears of cat goblins, suddenly there was a death-like voice. Attack ride slash. Attack ride. Slash. Suddenly, a body stood beside him at some unknown time. Then a dangerous aura condensed on the sharp long sword. Cut out with a sword. Boom. The cat goblin's body was swallowed instantly. At the same time, the Emperor's body stepped forward. Staggering the cat goblin, the slashing power of the long sword remains undiminished. Once again across the body of the Cerberus. The clean and sharp two swords killed the two phantoms in an instant. This is the end. Wiping his long sword, Jiang Bai left without looking back. It wasn't until Lan Lin and the others realized that they opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Damn! That was the Emperor's cavalry just now? The Emperor's cavalry. Pink figure, Tianjing's neat fighting style. Definitely an imperial knight. Isn't the Emperor riding in Linjiang? Why did you come to our Suzhou city? Ah! What a pity, I didn't find Brother Daiki to ask for his autograph. Brother Daiki's autographs were sold at sky-high prices on the forum. Just when a few people slapped their thighs regretfully. Suddenly, the girls who came late looked at their strange performance art and fell into deep thought. What are you doing? The girl with freckles on her face came over. If Jiang Bai hadn't left, he would have found out. It was the girl who met once in the alley. It's just that at this moment, she exudes seriousness all over her body, which makes people feel very uncomfortable. As the Knights of the Executive Department, why are you acting like that? Not at all the Knight of the Executive Department, say, what happened? Lan Lin lifted the transformation, Ming Ming is a little older. But he could only bow his head and be scolded, after all, the other party was a knight from the Kyoto Inspection Department. Even the Minister of Sucheng has to be cautious in front of her. Just now, we came to solve the phantom according to the news from the Ministry of Intelligence, and then he told the situation. And when it comes to the sudden appearance of Emperor Qi and rescued them. The men, who are estimated to be in their 30s, all showed adoring looks. Shut up! That's enough! Kamen Rider Decade, someone who doesn't want to join the organization, who acts recklessly, what kind of a good person would he be? He didn't necessarily want to save you, well, don't talk about this matter anymore, go back to the branch. The stern woman turned around, as if no one owed her millions. It's no wonder that in the Sioux City branch, everyone scolds behind the scenes. But at this moment, the woman named Huang Wen just frowned coldly. Emperor Ride. That seemed to her the most dangerous task. He is obviously a knight, but he acts recklessly, unwilling to use his power for the Knight Security Bureau. Only the higher UPS are the ones who will prepare the most suitable luggage drivers according to the power of the Transformers. The power of any knight should be allocated by the high level, and the orders of the high level should be regarded as everything. Only in this way is the perfect knight. The most perfect, most powerful, Kamen Rider. The killing mode is over. The host kills the leader level monster 1, Orphe Enoch 5, Gulanji 542, and is drawing cards for you. The extraction is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete dragon form of the Kamen Rider Witch Rider. The new card was drawn successfully, and Jiang Bai put it aside. Because now, Yahina helped him connect to the Night Forum. He is looking at the exclusive forum of this Kamen Rider. Then I was surprised to find. I am top-notch. Shocked. Kamen Rider Kyuga, who disappeared for decades, reappeared, and the story behind it is actually our Emperor. Emperor, there is me everywhere riding pretending God brother. Good guy, it's here again upstairs. You are a pure Emperor, you can be seen on any post. Just kidding, who do you think I am, the top of the forum? Who can refuse a flirtatious and handsome fan of God of War? Magenta warning, young man, it is said that the ashes of the last one who said pink were thrown away. Afraid of what? In front of me, I am the Magenta Emperor, and behind my back, I am the brother of the Pink Emperor. I don't quite understand. Why are you all bragging about an outsider? What did he do? Is it worth your bragging? Ah, yes, yes, you killed the poisonous scorpion, you kicked the king of Orphenok, and you killed the wolf king Gulanji. If you want to ask who I am, the forum is full of dicks blow work, ha ha ha. I approve of your aggressiveness. It rhymes so much, buddy, this is not a night, you want to go to the postgraduate entrance examination. My buddies saw that this idiot poster was originally from the Ministry of Supervision, so I just said it. Only those idiots from the Ministry of Supervision would say such nonsensical things. Good guy. Dude, the Ministry of Supervision warns, be careful not to be caught. Although Emperor Qi has killed a lot of weirdos, but he hides his head and shows his tail, he is definitely not a good person. 101, remember to delete it when posting. Advertisement. Chapter 73. Sioux City, a big hotel in the city. Yahina sat next to him. Hey! Didn't expect that. You are now the top of the Night Circle, whether it is the ability to transform into other knights, or the power you display yourself. All these have caused many knights to pay special attention to you, and of course, because of this, they have coveted thoughts about your drive, and there are not a few of them. Jiang Bai smiled. After all, who can refuse a handsome magenta knight? He smiled, and his eyes fell on an ID who said that he was a fan of God of War. I am Brother Daiki's dog. You kid, you still want to face Magenta Emperor Qi in front of you and flirt with Fan Daiki brother behind your back, right? Don't let me catch you. Yahina sat on the big soft bed. Jiang Bai watched her occupying his bed, and said angrily, why have you been following me? Aren't you the secretary of the chairman of Siphon Technology? Yahina is curious, Kamen Rider Emperor Qi, I'm so curious what kind of story you can create. The girl lay on the bed, blinked her eyes, and looked at his face. Then why do you want to live in the same room with me? Jiang Bai frowned. Do you hate Yahina? Yahina won't disturb your rest, the artificial intelligence just needs to be quietly on the side to rest confidently. Yahina quickly waved her hand and explained. As he spoke, he immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, looking very cute. It's just that the weirdness on that pretty face can't be concealed no matter what. Jiang Bai didn't bother to care about her, and began to rest after taking a shower. Sioux City, Night Security Bureau Branch. Just like Linjiang, the branch is a building far away from the urban area. And at the moment, the executive minister's office on the top floor. Lu Sheng, director of the executive department of Sioux City, was answering an old friend's call with a dark face. Old Lu. Hey, look. If I'm not careful, I'm going to be promoted. I'm going to work at the Kyoto headquarters soon. Old Lu, when will you come, brother? I am kind, I can wait for you. The Versailles between the lines made Lu Sheng break his defenses and cursed. Your sister's Yan Daos Hung, I have an imperial cavalry, so I can be promoted. On the other side of the phone was Yan Daos Hung from the Linjiang branch, his face blushing. This is fate, old Lu. It seems that you won't be able to reach the capital in a while, so I'll go find the way for you, brother. We'll see you in Kyoto when the time comes, so don't miss out. Your sister's Yan Daos Hung, can you speak properly? Well, you're right. But I'm going to Kyoto. UTM, I'm older than you. Well, but I'm going to Kyoto. Plus I have Emperor Cavalry, so I'm already at the top. Well, I'm going to Kyoto. FK your sister 240. Die. Dog. Well, see you in Kyoto. Your FG fresh every day. And just when Lu Sheng was yelling, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Boom. Assistant, carefully pushed open the door. Minister, can that come in? I have something to say. Lu Sheng said angrily. That, news came from the intelligence department that the Emperor's cavalry appeared in our Linjiang. Yagyu, he widened his eyes, really? It's true. The assistant nodded his head like pounding garlic. Good. Lu Sheng felt that he had come alive, so he quickly picked up the phone. Yan Daos Hung, did you hear, old boy, the Emperor's horse is here. You wait for me, I went to Kyoto, how can I cut you? Ah? Old Lu, what's wrong with you? Why can't I hear you? Ah? Are you going to hang up? That's fine, hang up. Beep beep. Yagyu, Yan Daos Hung. You can't afford it, can you? He couldn't help sneering, Anan was planning how to beat each other to death when they met in Jingdu. As for now, let the intelligence department find a way to contact God Knight, and offer the highest degree of respect. He is a hero who has saved Linjiang several times. Even if he is not organized, he deserves our respect. Whatever he needs, he will be satisfied. Oh. Okay, the assistant nodded straight, and was just about to leave. Hey! Wait a minute! Lu Sheng called out to him. He hesitated for a moment, covered his mouth with his hands, and whispered, then what? Don't let Huang Wen know about the Emperor's arrival. The people in the Ministry of Supervision are all a group of hyenas. Let her know and designate a big mess. Yes. After the assistant left, the smile on Lu Sheng's face disappeared instantly. Kamen Rider Decade. Why come at this time? That girl is back too, Old Yan, you are leaving, but you have left a big mess for my brother. You have to find a way to contact God to ride. Night. But not so peaceful. My name is Cao Yan, and I am a college student. Raised by a single mother, the world is cruel to me. I knew from a young age that being alive is a very difficult thing. Advertisement, especially after my mother died of overwork, I had to work part-time while finishing my studies. As painful as it is, I still have a friend. The rich second generation in the same dormitory as me, he is very rich. Abba, will give me new shoes that don't interest me after wearing them once, and will take me to eat fried chicken, burgers, sushi, and buffets that I have never eaten before. So I think, he is my best friend. Not long ago, I was doing a summer job. He came out of the blue and told me he was in trouble. When he went to a bar to drink, he accidentally ran into a girl. I habitually teased a few words, but I didn't expect the girl's boyfriend to be narrow-minded. Because of this kind of thing came to him. I want to protect my only friend, so I decided to go along with him, at least I can help him a little bit. I thought we would be fine if we were careful. But in the end he was blocked at the intersection, and I protected him. It's rare to feel like I'm truly living alone. Even if he escapes, I don't think it's anything, that's fine. I'm fine with being beaten alone. I was lucky enough to be rescued and she called an ambulance for me. It's just that I had no money, so I ran away and found a place to bandage myself. Perhaps, my luck is really bad today. Because I still have to work part-time, I dragged my tired body and walked on the road. I didn't expect to bump into a man accidentally. He is terrifying, giving people the feeling that he is like a dead body. I apologize. But the other party looked at me with weird eyes. He told me that in my eyes, there was a flame that wanted to destroy everything. I don't understand and I don't want to continue listening. I still have to work, and I can't lose my current job. But that horrible man turned into a monster in front of me. And he slashed at me with a double-headed naginata. I thought I was going to die, but I was still alive. When I opened my eyes, the other party came out of my body. He said, I am special. I don't understand, but when the other party attacked me again, I found myself turned into a monster too. I was terrified of being discovered that I was a monster. So I ran away, I don't know where I went. I just suddenly heard one voice. A very familiar voice, the voice of my only friend. He was telling funny stories about me to his friends. I knew that, looking for that guy, he must have tried his best to protect me. That's why I said, this kind of fool is best used. Holding a wine glass, he and his cronies laughed contemptuously at everything about me. What was it like? Just remember, when I come to my senses. Burnt corpses are left all over the ground. I completely broke down and ran away from there. Then, perhaps it is the guidance of fate. I managed to meet my sister who saved me during the day. She seemed very angry and kept muttering in her mouth. Kamen Rider Techie. Why is that guy so respected? Only the organization is worthy of deciding everything. It is the organization that guards the world. People like Emperor Qi are just reckless, self-righteous guys. I don't understand, but at that moment, she found me in surprise. Two frustrated people sit together. I couldn't help but want to ask. Sister, what is the purpose of life? Hey? Of course it's to become the strongest, to become the strongest. Will the strongest be the strongest so you won't be bullied? Of course. To become the strongest, you don't have to worry about being bullied, and use your own strength to punish those who act recklessly. A reckless person. That's right. Individuals who are self-righteous when they have power, and don't know how to dedicate their power to the collective. That kind of person is the most annoying. There are also people who are obviously companions, but turn their backs on themselves and crazily praise disgusting people. I think they're all about power. Praise power. Yes. We are clearly in the same group, but they speak out for others and ridicule their own people. It's really sad and disgusting. I really want to burn that kind of guy, that kind of filthy people. My sister's words had an uncontrollable influence on me for a moment. Those who betrayed me and those who hurt me were all burned, so at that moment, I seemed to understand the meaning of my existence. I turned around and looked at my sister who claimed to be Huang Wen, who was not very good looking. Thank you, sister. Finally I know what I'm going to do. Boom. Boom. Boom! The scorching flame burst into flames in an instant. At night, the lights are gradually turned off, although there is still a busy city, the nightclubs are brightly lit. But compared to the flames that suddenly soared into the sky at this moment, they are nothing but fireflies to Hao. Inside the big hotel, Yahina sat cross-legged on the bed, quietly looking at the sleeping figure beside her. That face, indeed. A modeled face that even the best programs today can't make. As an artificial intelligence, she didn't quite understand what humans mean by being handsome. But now she understands. This face, which makes people look at it without disgust, is the so-called beauty of human beings. Kamen Rider Decade, what a mysterious person advertisement with such a bold break, isn't he afraid that she will steal his drive? No matter how powerful you are, you will only become immortal if you lose the drive. That's why those old men in the Night Security Bureau couldn't accept the gap, and even began to accept the power they once hated the most. But now, she seemed more like poking that face. How will it feel? Should be pretty good, right? Do you want to try it? Will he dismantle himself when he wakes up? Wrong. Just kidding, I'm Yahina. Kamen Rider 01, how could I be afraid of being demolished? So give it a try? Be careful and you shouldn't be spotted. Besides, Yahina is just learning about the texture of human skin. This is doing research. That's it. Thinking silently in my heart, that slender hand like white jade has already stretched out. When your finger is about to touch Jiang Bai's face. Boom! Suddenly, the ground of the entire city seemed to tremble violently at this moment. The silent night was suddenly lit up by the fire that soared into the sky. The shocking flame turned into a pillar of fire, piercing through the sky. The whole night was instantly burnt red. It's unbelievable to watch. As for Jiang Bai, he woke up instantly. The moment you open your eyes. A finger slammed lightly on his face. Yahina, I just came across it. Who is that? Hateful. I haven't felt it carefully yet, satisfying my inner curiosity. As a last resort, he immediately retracted his fingers. She pretended to be nonchalant, slowly got up from the bed, put her hands behind her back, and stood in front of the window strangely. It seems interesting things are happening in this city. Welcome to us. Jiang Bai raised his head, looking at the flames outside. I couldn't help but yawned and walked to the window. Looking at the burning red sky and the very eye-catching pillar of fire. When I was subconsciously preparing to get the camera on the table, a hand has already been passed over with a tacit understanding. Here, Emperor Qi, I guess, you will definitely want to take a picture of this scene. Jiang Bai glanced at her, his pupils flickered, but he didn't speak. Just to take pictures of such a burning scene. Is this flame a phantom? I don't know. Yahina knows too well. The girl shook her head and answered very well. Probably because he was afraid of being asked by Jiang Bai what he was doing just now. So now they are very cooperative, answering every question. Jiang Bai pondered for a while, then opened the dimension wall, and his body disappeared from the original place. A pillar of fire spewed out and pierced through the sky. In that scorching flame, a bird named Phoenix appeared. Elder sister. How, that's my power. Thank you for your enlightenment, I have never found this world so refreshing. The phantom of the Phoenix, standing in the scorching flames, said so. But at this moment, Huang Wen slowly stretched out her hand, and wiped the sweat on her forehead that could not help but burst out due to the surging flames. You're actually a phantom. Cao Yan raised his head slightly, and when he heard this, he slowly opened his mouth and said as if transparently, Phantom? I see. Is this my name? It's so nice. There is a voice telling me that I should be called Phoenix. Therefore, I am the Phantom of the Phoenix. Huang Wen's face turned livid. You phantom. Damn it, I actually saved a phantom, and I've been chatting with monsters like you for so long. As soon as these words came out, the Phantom of the Phoenix, who was still relaxed and happy just now, was slightly taken aback. Sister, what are you doing? I'm a monster. It's disgusting to waste words with you. Since it's phantom, I'll just beat you. Huang Wen said with a cold face, and then she took out the transformation ring. Call out the drive and transform. When the magic circle passes through the body, Kamen Rider Magician, Yellow, comes out in the form of a guard. Die. She jumped forward and launched an attack on the phantom in a cold voice. The sharp claw swung out. As a magician, the weapon is the claw that comes with it, which is really strange. But at the moment, even the sharp claws were caught instantly. Sister, you. Phoenix Phantom grabbed her attack and looked at her suspiciously. Why, are you attacking me? Aren't you a monster like me? When Huang Wen heard it, her expression changed immediately, and she struggled with all her might. What are you kidding? I am a Kamen Rider, completely different from a disgusting monster like you, let me go. Disgusting, monster. Cao Yan looked at his body silently. At this moment, he felt that the other party was even more disgusting. Cold eyes, sister, you also, betrayed me. The moment the sound fell, a fist of burning flames hit the body. Then, Jiamo's body fell down. Advertisement. Chapter 74. Boom. Hot flames hit the body. When the yellow magician fell heavily to the ground, residential buildings were directly smashed to pieces. The flames dissipated and passed by. Huang Wen's transformation state was lifted instantly. She gasped heavily and fell to the ground in great pain, her whole body was covered with traces of being burned. The whole body is a phoenix burning with scorching flames. Just look at her now. It was you who told me. Betrayers will be burned. You too, disappear. He raised his arm, and suddenly a burst of scorching flames quickly condensed. The moment of attack. Vehicles from the executive department arrived quickly. What phantom is this? What a terrifying power! Be careful, this phantom is not at the same level as the one we dealt with before. Captain Huang Wen is injured, my daughter-in-law has a way to rescue her. The Knights of the Sioux City Executive Department mobilized 5 of them in the fastest time. 4 of them rushed straight to the Phantom of the Phoenix in an instant. The remaining one, who was also a yellow magician, went towards Huang Man. Kamen Rider Mega is a mass-produced knight. Except for some elites who have cloaks, they are less powerful. The other strengths are pretty much the same. Because Huang Wen was born in the Ministry of Supervision, she can be regarded as a direct descendant of the high level, so the power she possesses is the guards. Less stronger than other same knights. 4 knights besieged Phoenix. But the power of the Phoenix is indeed far beyond the phantom they dealt with before. Facing the siege, the whole body erupted with flames in an instant. They immediately released a flame shock that far exceeded their ability to deal with it, directly overturning all the Kamen Riders. On the vehicle of the executive department, people from the data analysis department secretly thought that something was wrong. This phantom, the power of this phantom has definitely reached the level of A-level threat. The Night Safety Bureau rates weirdos to a degree. Generally, S-level is usually the leader level among weirdos. The A-level is the core combat power. Phantom, this level has not appeared for a long time. Since the death of the Witch Rider 10 years ago, the leader has been hit hard. The core cadres of Phantom rarely have activities. What I usually see is cat goblins, phantoms whose strength is within the control of the Sioux City branch. And the core backbone strength like Phoenix. You must have the ace-level combat power of a branch like a witch cavalry to deal with it. However, Wu Qi died long ago. People in the data analysis department usually provide ideas for the knights in the execution department at this time. But I really can't think of a better way now. You can only kill the opponent by numbers. And at this moment, suddenly, a body ran down. Let me, boom. The hot flames scorched the body. Lan Lin had just been chopped off by the phoenix with a sword. Raising his head with difficulty. In the end, he saw a figure walking slowly beside him. His expression changed slightly. Lu Jianjiu, what are you doing? Lu Jianjiu, the knight of the logistics department of the Sioux City branch, his father is the minister Lu Sheng. He didn't become a knight. Because there is no such talent. Among human beings, only a small number of people possess magic power. In other words, their magic power has reached the level where they can become phantoms or knights. And most of them, like Lu Jianjiu, the magic power is not enough to give birth to the phantom who is the source of knight power in the body. Therefore, he cannot become a magician. But the internal power is not good, but it does not mean that the external power is not good. At this moment, he puts a driver that has been dusty for several years on his waist. That drive. Lan Lin panicked when he saw it. How did you bring it out? Lu Jianjiu turned his head and glanced at Lan Lin. Of course it was stolen. I spent 8 years training my strength, and 2 years planned to steal this drive. Just for today. Phantom, I want to defeat you with my own hands. I want to avenge my idol. Witch Rider. Lan Lin panicked, and quickly shouted, wait, you can't use that. None of the users of the beast riding belt can die well. Kamen Rider Beast riding. This is a special belt, its maker. Like Lu Jianjiu, he doesn't have enough magic power to give birth to a phantom and become a magician. In the witch riding system, inside the body of a magician, there will be a phantom. But they controlled their phantoms and used the night system they made to become magicians. And those who fail to control, and the protection in their hearts are shattered by the phantom, will be completely replaced by the phantom. Be a total monster. His own personality was obliterated, leaving only Ying's personality. As for the beast rider, there is a phantom sealed in this belt chimera. This is a phantom captured by the first generation producer in the Night Security Bureau, and sealed in the drive. You can act as the source of power for the magician and become a Kamen Rider. But at the same time, Jiang Mara needs to replenish magic power in battle. Once you consume a lot of your own magic power, but you can't replenish your magic power, the ending is usually the magic power of the host will be swallowed up and die. The creators of the first generation died because of this. Later, many people used this belt, but no one died well. After the death of the Witch Rider, someone once used the power of the Beast Rider to become the ace of the branch for a short time, but it was a pity that it was swallowed up not long after. And now, once Lu Jianjiu uses this belt, the result, you can imagine it. Advertisement. Lan Lin wanted to stop him. It's just too late. Set, open, Lion, lion. Connect. Open. Lion. When the special magic circle passes by, the Kamen Rider Beast Rider will appear. The dice saber is his weapon. Holding a western sword-like weapon, he rushed straight away. And at this moment, the phoenix just felt irritable. Cao Yan couldn't figure it out. These people are obviously monsters like themselves. But why keep attacking yourself? If they are all monsters, wouldn't it be good to burn the evils of this world together? Go away! He shouted angrily, and suddenly burst out with astonishing power. The Beast Rider who rushed over just now, immediately clutched his arm. It's so hot, so hot. What a powerful phantom! But my idol is a witch knight. Uncle Yan, who took care of me since I was a child, was killed by you. It's just that you don't want me to retreat to this level. The saber swung out and slashed towards the phoenix. The latter also raised his weapon. A fiery red sword named Havoc reappeared at this moment. Boom! The forces of both sides collided together. You are all hindering me, and you are all objects that I want to burn. In that case, then all follow the flames and disappear together. Boom! The flames all over the body spewed out instantly, and heavy power was cut out. On the other side, the Beast Rider just sneered, it's you who should disappear. I treat Uncle Yan as my father, you phantom, but you have revenge against me for killing your father. Boom! When the forces of both sides collide, the Beast Rider immediately took a few steps back. But on the opposite side, the Phoenix also retreated. In terms of strength, there is not much difference. Hey, for 10 years, I haven't forgotten to exercise myself every day. It's just for this day. Die, phantom! Lu Jianjiu sneered and drew the knife. That is to go towards the Phoenix again. But suddenly, on the road, several phantoms suddenly appeared. Sylph, who has the power to control the wind. Bahamut with a strong body. Lamo, who is as light as a swallow and has the ability to fly. 3 phantoms suddenly appeared and stood in front of him. And then, beside the phoenix, a body suddenly appeared. The whole body is transparent green. Its name is Gremlin. His hand rested lightly on Phoenix's body. Hey, I smell a strange smell from you. You guy, you seem to be different from us, but forget it, you are very strong, come with me, and take you to meet our leader. As Gremlin said, he was about to take the Phoenix out of here. Seeing this, the Beast Rider immediately jumped up. Don't try to escape. He flew over a few phantoms, and the medieval electric mulin came. The dice saber and Guilmlin's double happiness blade collided. Clang! Fight to the side. And at least a few phantoms were fighting with other knights in Sucheng. Fierce battles continue at this moment. Cao Yan watched all this. His face was expressionless, as if he was wondering what was going on. But when he found that no one was stopping him, he suddenly a ferocious and crazy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. All, destroy. Burn this dirty and disgusting world. Anyway, human beings will only deceive each other and hurt each other, why not destroy them all? I'm Phoenix. He just left the position where the knights fought. But right now. Suddenly, Wei Xia flashed by. Two bodies, one in front and one behind, emerge from the dimensional wall. Phoenix. Looking at the phantom's body, Jiang Bai suddenly realized. It turned out to be the work of this lunatic, no wonder the fire is so hot, but why does this phoenix feel so strange to people? It's you. Cao Yan looked at this familiar face and suddenly remembered. In that alley at that time, the handsome man and beautiful woman I saw by chance. He was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "This morning, when you passed Jianqian Road, did you see a young man who was beaten up?" As soon as these words came out, Jiang Bai raised his head slightly, and dragged his voice, "Hey, so it was you, how did you become a phantom? It seems that in just one day, you seem to have undergone a lot of changes." The phoenix raised its head, holding the great sword named Havoc. "It really is you. You guys wanted to help me back then, right?" Jiang Bai nodded, non-committal. Although he was taken a step ahead at that time, he was not stingy in extending his helping hand to the weak. "Maybe I should say thank you." Advertisement Cao Yan suddenly said in a low voice. And the next second, he suddenly raised his long sword. Immediately cut towards Jiang Bai. "But I'm tired of betrayal, tired of evil heart of heart. The only way to be perfect is to burn all of you and turn them into ashes. All of you, disappear together." Huang Wen gave him an idea, and he implemented it. Betrayers and filthy ones are all burned. But the sister who saved him also betrayed him. Even kill him. So at this moment, Cao Yan didn't think about anything. Because of her birth, her heart was very extreme and sensitive, but she completely ran away because of the powerful force. If we talk about the beginning, he wants to be the god who decides fairness and burns all filth and misunderstanding. Then he now. I just want to be an ancestor, to be the destroyer of the world. All, destroy. Big sword. Across the throat at the moment. But Jiang Bai raised his head slightly, his deep and bright eyes reflected the flames that soared into the sky. When the flaming long sword crosses. Stand up straight, with the back rhyme driver on your waist at the same time. He looked at each other lightly. From you, I can feel the sadness. Maybe she was infected by Zhao Ying. He raised his camera and took pictures of the crazy side of the other party. Then the card was inserted, clapped hands, and pushed casually. Kamen Ride Decade. Kamen Ride. Emperor Ride. The flaky chunks are ejected, and the magenta light blooms. Kamen Rider Emperor Rider appears. Clang. The great sword of catastrophe strikes again. Jiang Bai blocked the attack with his wrist. Then he waved his backhand straight arm. Boom. Cao Yan's face was severely injured, and his body flew upside down. Boom. He fell on the glass of the closed shop nearby. The heavy power smashed it to pieces. How is it possible? He widened his eyes in disbelief. But in fact, this is normal. The strength of the phoenix lies in its growth. Just like its name, immortality is his characteristic. Every time he is killed, he will be reborn from the ashes, and his strength will become stronger again. So the initial posture is the weakest. As for Cao Yan, he had never experienced fighting or anything since he was a child. He was already very thin, but awakening the power of the phoenix made him stronger. But in a real fight, in the current state, the beast riders can kill him alone. Not to mention Jiang Bai. A full level punch is enough to make him choke. And at this moment, looking at the phantom lying in the glass slag, he slowly pulled out a card. To deal with you, use this. Kamen Ride Wizard. Kamen Ride. Which ride? Form Ride All Dragon. Form Ride, Complete Dragon. The fiery red magic circle appeared behind him at this moment. Swiping across the body, Yishi Kamen Rider Wuyuki appeared in the form of a complete dragon. Upgrade the basic form, and then fuse the magic power of the four forms together to create a complete magic power. Immediately, the back of the witch rider spread the wings of the dragon, the head of the dragon was on the chest, the sharp claws of the dragon were on both arms, and the tail of the dragon was connected to the tail. When it really formed a posture like a dragon, it instantly showed a terrifying aura. I don't care what you use. I'm going to burn everything in this world. I've had enough of this. You are fine too. Why are you the only ones who live peacefully, and I am the only one who is in pain and despair? Why are you born in Rome, and I was born a bull and a horse? Such a beautiful girl, why can you have it, but I can't? I can only look at it with my head down all my life, longing but inferior. A world like this might as well be completely burned by me. Yahina, who came with her, couldn't help sticking out her little tongue cutely when she heard Cao Yan's words. Yahina is still as popular as ever, it's a headache, but the phantom Yahina observed the phoenix thoughtfully. And at the moment she did not finish, Jiang Bai added, I see, you are the body of a phantom, but the soul of a human being. You are really a rare type. Phantom is a monster born after human despair. They are the embodiment of human magic, condensed monsters. Once human beings are completely defeated by despair, their personality will collapse, and Phantom can seize the opportunity to seize the body and make himself the master. At the same time, the original personality of the body will be obliterated. But in everything there are special cases. This is Cao Yan. The body is the posture of the Phantom, but the soul has not replaced it. This is a rare situation. But it does exist, the original gremlin is. But now it seems that the phoenix has become such a special case. It is a rare spectacle. Jiang Bai couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Cao Yan hasn't realized his specialness yet. The raised sword cut down. At the same time, Jiang Bai suddenly clapped out his dragon claws with both hands. Advertisement. Chapter 75. Instant kill. Any part of the power of the complete dragon itself is enough to kill part of the phoenix. Let alone blend together. Even if Jiang Bai only exerted a little force. For Cao Yan, who was not familiar with fighting at all and just followed his instincts. That is also an absolute dimensionality reduction blow. Boom. When the sound of the explosion suddenly sounded, Phoenix turned into countless flames, scattered all over the ground. Moment. Spike. A split second. And this moment, everyone present heard the sound of a strange explosion. Turning his head in disbelief, he came towards this side. The two battlefields are not far apart. Turn the corner and see. The perfect dragon standing in the center. What's going on here? Where's the Phantom? Where did Phantom go? Wait. That knight, who is it? Why does it feel like, impossible? Which knight, why would a dead witch knight? While everyone was surprised, the beast rider opened his eyes in disbelief at this moment. Seeming to be disbelieving, he rubbed his eyes. Which knight, Uncle Yan? No. Impossible. Uncle Yan died that year, you are. He lowered his head subconsciously, and caught the belt instantly. Kamen Rider, decade. That belt is the Imperial Cavalry. It is the Imperial Cavalry. While he reacted, Lan Lin and other magicians also came back to their senses instantly. It turned out to be an Imperial Cavalry. The moment of surprise just now disappeared in an instant. When the face of the witch rider appeared, they really thought that the man had returned. Unfortunately, looks like he really is dead. No, this is a definite fact. RR. They just don't want to believe it. Looking at that body, everyone couldn't help being silent. And the Phantom sighed. Gulimulan, who took the lead in 980, is also known as the Little Elf. One's own strength is at the core backbone level, although it is not ranked among them. The actual combat power is considered to be 0.5 level in Phantom. But what he is best at is the brain. Other Phantoms don't know this killing god, but he knows it all too well. So that's it, Kamen Rider Emperor Qi. Why did this troublesome guy from Linjiang come to our Suzhou city? It would be troublesome if you were caught by him. Gremlin doesn't think he is stronger than the legendary Wolf King Gulanji, the king of Orphenik and so on. Besides, the task arranged by the big man who ordered people was not for the Emperor's cavalry. What he has to do is to find that thing. As for the Phantom of the Phoenix. Anyway, it was just an accidental discovery, so let's go quickly. As he said that, he planned to leave. But right now. Sudden. Originally scattered all over the ground, the flames that ignited the night. It turns out. Under the traction of invisible forces, they began to condense and condense, then, the entire flame shrinks. A body gradually appeared. What? How can it be? No, can it still be like this? The unbelievable expressions filled the eyes of the knights in the Sioux City branch at this moment. Lu Jianjiahu swallowed, and fell silent for a while. This kind of thing, just kidding. Yahina raised her pretty face, poking her chin lightly with her slender fingers. Oh! Do you still have this kind of ability? It's really amazing, but if this is the case, how do you deal with the Imperial Cavalry? Do you have the ability to deal with it? The eccentric young man raised his crimson eyes slightly, showing an expression of anticipation. When the flame continued to condense, the figure of the phoenix appeared again. Cao Yan, standing in the flames. Then he looked up. Suddenly opened his mouth wide, ha 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 ha. He grinned grinningly, laughing hysterically and crazily. Under the night, a blazing flame. Dye the sky transparently. Cao Yan laughed madly, terribly. It turns out that this is my ability. Infinite resurrection, every death will only make me stronger. Is this what I have experienced in exchange for all kinds of suffering? If it's such a power. He suddenly lowered his head, his eyes locked on the body of the complete dragon in front of him. Even if you kill me 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it will only make me worse. And I will completely defeat you at some point. Then burn your body, soul, everything you own. Perhaps, it was because Jiang Bai made him experience the feeling of death at that moment. Or, it is the confidence brought by absolute power and immortality. In an instant, his sanity was overwhelmed. Right now I just want to be the ancestors of the world. Jiang Bai looked at each other and suddenly smiled, undead. While speaking, he turned around suddenly, and the dragon's tail swept past him. Moment. Advertisement: the body of the phoenix was killed in seconds again. Boom. The flames of the explosion instantly scattered all over the ground, but soon resurfaced and revived again. It's useless, I'm immortal. Jiang Bai didn't answer him, but his wings trembled again, and the force released directly frozen the phoenix. Kaka, the ice seal shattered, and the phoenix exploded directly. Again, flames scattered all over the ground. But soon, reunite. It's useless. It's useless. I'm immortal. Your attack will only make me stronger. Cao Yan, that heart that was constantly suppressed. This moment is completely released. The ability to be immortal made his heart swell like never before. If you can't die, then what kind of hero will you be, what kind of world will you burn? Is it bad to be a grandparent? Enjoy everything, everything he envied and longed for. The madness and ugliness in his heart are fully revealed at this moment. This moment. Except for him who is completely insane and immersed in power. Everyone noticed. The speed of resurrection is getting slower and slower. And after the resurrection, the breath became weaker and weaker. To this moment, Jiang Bai stepped on the ground directly. The right leg twists slightly in the opponent's face. Immortal? There is no absolute immortality in this world. Every resurrection consumes your circle calendar. If you are fully restored, you can indeed be immortal. But you have just become a phantom, and your magic power is not yet strong enough to support your infinite resurrection. This is the biggest weakness of Phoenix in the early stage. Resurrection requires mana consumption. But at the beginning of resurrection, it will show a very weak state. But it will be adjusted soon, and with the number of times, it will become faster and faster. At the same time, because the resurrection will allow his power to evolve. The more revives, the stronger the power. So on the superposition of these two factors. As long as there are more resurrections, the strength will become stronger, and the speed of recovery will be faster, until finally crossing that boundary completely. Due to the continuous resurrection, he is so strong that he will not enter a weak state again. But that's coming into full swing. Not now. Just turned into a phantom, in a weak state, the magic power that was almost drained due to continuous resurrection, the feeling of weakness flooded in an instant. Jiang Bai's sudden words shattered his dream and brought him back to reality. Cao Yan, who was stepped on the ground, felt extremely weak all over. Not to mention fighting, even moving your fingers has become extremely difficult. Jiang Bai crushed the dreams of his ancestors. No, do not want. Let me go. I don't want to die. I finally got the power, it's you who are wrong, and the world is wrong. Why do I have to live in such a humble way? Why am I born as a cow and a horse, and finally got the power to change everything? He struggled crazily below, roaring hysterically and yelling unwillingly. It looks ugly. But Jiang Bai felt that there was nothing wrong with this. With great power. Day 1, the stronger the strength, the greater the responsibility. Day 2, Lao Tzu is an ancestor. Very reasonable situation. It's just, Cao Yan's strength is not enough to be able to ride on his neck as an ancestor. But since there are so many people, they have thoughts that they shouldn't have. The only ending is. Jiang Bai lowered his head, you're right, life is different. You got the chance to change your destiny, but it's a pity you didn't grasp it. A person will make countless choices in his life. Unfortunately, you made the wrong choice. And the price is, eternal death. Cao Yan was taken aback when he heard the words, and then he gritted his teeth, you, who the hell are you? Why are you getting in my way? Death question, although late but arrived. Jiang Bai pulled out a card, inserted it into his waist, and pushed it casually. Then, the calm voice sounded. Just a passing Kamen Rider. Give me, remember. The other party misunderstood one thing. Number Baronet. When he said that he would burn everything about him. Its outcome is already doomed. Final attack ride www wizard. Final attack ride. Which ride? Jiang Bai let go of his feet, and then trampled on the ground. The sudden heavy force shook the phoenix that was sunk deep on the ground. Then Jiang Bai kicked him in the back. Kick his body into the air. Immediately, the incomparably huge crimson flame-like magic circle emerged from the solace of the feet. Simultaneously expand the 4 elemental small circles located in the 4 directions, compound and superimpose together. When the figure of the perfect dragon leaps up. In an instant, the magic circle above the ground jumped up. The incarnation of the dragon representing various elements impacted on the body of the phoenix. Immediately, 4 magic circles spread around him. Then, the crimson magic circle symbolizing the finality emerged. Accompanied by the kick of the complete magic dragon, it directly penetrates out. Boom! The terrifying power was released, directly impacting on the phoenix's body. But Jiang Bai deliberately controlled it. This force is more like a rocket propeller, sending the opponent's body into space. Straight for the sun. At this moment, his body completely lost control. When he felt a burst of heat behind him, Cao Yan's heart was completely cold. He seems to know the back. What is it? Advertisement when the burning sensation engulfs the body. Moment. Turn yourself into ashes. Meanwhile, above the ground. Jiang Bai landed. Yahina couldn't help walking over curiously, looking at the dark sky, flying so far, Yahina lost sight. But is this okay? Can it kill the phoenix? Jiang Bai shrugged, maybe it will be directly burned into ashes by the sun. No matter the soul or the body. Of course, it is also possible to repeat life and death in the sun infinitely. Yahina was slightly thoughtful when she heard this, but if this is the case, wouldn't it be possible to surpass the sun? Become an existence that even the sun can't beat? The girl's eyes were strange, and she felt that Jiang Bai was playing with fire. When Jiang Bai heard this, he just smiled. If he can really be this powerful, then you can look forward to it. When the opponent comes down from the sun, I have to consider whether to use the 9-tailed fox, the 10 holy blades, or the invincible player. At that time, I can crush the other party's dream again. The phoenix was knocked down. And the other phantoms gradually realized the seriousness of the problem. That killer. Eyes shifted towards them. Master Gremlin, what should we do now? Master Gremlin, it's time to retreat. The weirdos turned back. Then suddenly froze in place. That green phantom has long since disappeared. Master Gremlin. They were dumbfounded, that grown-up was really run away without shouting at them. You never know when you run away. And at this moment, the moment of turning around. That killing god has suddenly appeared. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the sound of explosions continued to sound. In the light of the fire, all the food disappeared. The battle is over. Damn it! Let that phantom escape. Lu Jianjiahu secretly thought it was a pity. Then he looked sideways at Jiang Bai. Which rider? Looking at this posture, it really made him feel deeply. I can't help but recall that when I was a child, my old father was busy working all day. On the contrary, Uncle Yan took more care of himself. And because it was the ace knight of Sioux City. The elegant battle mage is simply admirable. That's why Lu Jianjiahu regards the Wookiee back then as a father figure. Even for this reason, he secretly took away the beast-riding driver, and became an unlucky guy who could be swallowed by his own power at any time. It's all about the idea of revenge. But... yo, isn't this a magical girl beast? Seeing this knight, Jiang Bai subconsciously blurted out and waved his hand as a greeting. Lu Jianjiu. With question marks all over his face, he was dumbfounded. What magical girl is Kamen Rider Beast Rider? He noticed that the eyes of the people around him gradually changed, and he shouted quickly. But the eyes of other people are even more weird. At this time, Chi suddenly, a vehicle of the executive department stopped abruptly. Immediately afterwards, Yagyu and his assistant got out of the car quickly. He looked hurriedly. Finally fell on the body of the beast ride 4.6. Lu Jianjiu. You think you've lived too long? How dare you steal the beast driver? Lu was so angry that his face turned black. He was sleeping soundly, but when he heard the phantom appearing, he hurriedly got up. In the end, I heard the assistant urgently report to me that my naive son also stole the beast-riding driver that I kept for a long time. That drive has killed many good knights. Therefore, even if the branch desperately needs powerful knights, it still seals them up. Result. This brat actually stole the drive. And looking at the monitor, he seems to have been planning for a long time. Lu Jianjiu's scalp was numb, looking at his old father, he was at a loss for words. This expression. I feel like I want to be scared to death. What? You dare to do it, dare you admit it? Don't hurry up and undo the transformation. Lu Sheng became more and more angry as he thought about it, and stared at the beast rider fiercely. And at this moment, Lu Jianjiu glanced at Jiang Bai suddenly. He gritted his teeth abruptly, rushed to the doctor in a hurry, and the ghostly voice clipped, "Uncle. What are you talking about? I am a magical girl beast rider, what does it have to do with Kamen Rider beast rider? Who is Lu Jianjiu? Who is that handsome guy?" Yagyu, Lanlin and other knights, Jiang Bai, Yahina, immediately. There was silence, and the chirping of cicadas at night seemed very harsh. All sounds seemed to disappear at this moment. Only the sound of Lu Sheng's sudden rapid breathing became even more heart-piercing. And the sound of Lu Jianjiu's swallowing. At this moment, he only felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. 82, it's going to be cold out of 10. As expected. Next second. Dad. 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 Don't slap me in the face. I rely on me. I admit my mistake. It's really wrong. Ah. Advertisement. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.